Marcy, quick sound check.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Marcy, quick sound check. Thank you to everybody in the community for joining us today. It's 8:30 a.m. on January 25th. Okay, thank you so much. Gracias a todos que están. Thank you to everybody in the community con nosotros que hablan español. It's 8:30 a.m. on January 25th. En español. Gracias a todos que están everybody in the community con nosotros que hablan español. Escoger español. 8:30 a.m. Thank you everybody very much. We're going to start with Pledge of Allegiance and so please stand with me. And thank you everybody very much. Again, pledge allegiance to the flag. Please stand with the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Thank you everybody very much. Again, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands. Thank you everybody. Thank you. For those of you who are joining us virtually, liberty and justice for the United States. We've been trying to get back to in-person meetings. This meeting is virtual, depending on how our health virtually and our situation of COVID moves trying to get back to your planning. This point to be back. This meeting is virtual, in person, but stay tuned. I see that there's a hand raising week to Administrator planning. Cheryl Bratton back. Cheryl, this meeting is virtual, in person.
That is a mistake.
I see that there's a hand raising week to Administrator planning. Cheryl Bratton back. Cheryl, here's what I'll do. I'll give you a high five.
That is a mistake.
That's mine. So I want to thank my colleagues and staff for being here with us. Marcy, let's do a roll call, which also is a good sound check for us. So I want to thank my colleagues and staff for being here with us. Marcy, let's do a roll call.
Supervisor Rapid.
Sound check for us.
Supervisor Corsi.
So I want to thank my colleagues.
Supervisor Hopkins. Chair Gore. Supervisor Rapid. County Administrator Cheryl Bratton. Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
County Council Bob Pittman. Supervisor Hopkins. Chair Gore.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcy.
County Administrator
Appreciate
Cheryl
that.
Bratton. Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
County Council Bob Pittman. Supervisor Hopkins.
To the approval of the agenda. A couple notes as we go into it. Very much, Marcy. Calendar
Here.
11A has been added to the consent calendar by addendum. A couple notes as we go into it. Very much, Marcy. Item 3A is an updated response to the 2020-2021 civil grand jury report. Thank the grand jury for all their work. Very much, Marcy. Item 3A is an updated response to the COVID-19-2021 civil grand jury report. Employee pay. I want to thank those in our HR department and administrator's office. But more than anything, COVID happened to the board and one civil and state we were unified in our desire, our intent, our delivery, more than anything, one-time lump sum for hazard pay. All they've done, our desire, not just a year, but 5 years. And at the same time, the goal of ours is to make sure we have a steady, resolute result here. So, not just a year, but 5 years. And as we move the goal of ours is to want to also mention there's a recommended action for item number 34, which is amended by addendum. And this is an item to Golden Water Protection District for the annexation, which is CSA 40 territory. And this is consisting of Fort Ross, Camp Meeker, Bodega, Valley Forge, Wilmar, CSA 40 Volunteer Fire Services, VFC. This is IRP, Camp Meeker, 81 Bodega, and the Wilmar CFD for a base agreement amounting to 4.4 million, not 4 million. IR was originally in the agenda. This is in addition to the revenue generated by the base agreement CFD 4.4. That is not 4 million. IR was originally in the agenda. CFD in addition to the revenue generated, other things of the like. That will be explained in the packet. Is also get into that item on regular calendar. CSA revenue take on. FYI, supervisors rather than actions once we have the initial kind of coming up of this item before we go to staff, we're going to have the report out on the process. It just leaves time for that item. Okay. So with that being said, this item will be called out on the approval of the agenda. Report out on the
Supervisor
process.
Gordon.
It just leaves time for that item.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
With that being said, this item will be called out on the approval of the agenda.
Supervisor Hopkins. Supervisor Gordon. Chair Gordon.
Yes.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Okay, by vote, moving on to item number 2, the consent calendar. These are items number 32, as mentioned, also including 3A and 11A that I just mentioned. And so we're going to go to public comment on the consent calendar item. I do not believe there's any comments from my colleagues on the consent calendar item. 11A that I just mentioned. And so we're going to go to public particular consent calendar item. So consent calendar comments from my colleagues on the comment item. Do not have one in person, so we'll keep this to Zoom. The clerk will lead public comment. There's going to be 2 minutes for each individual comment, and the chair will lead person, so public comment in Zoom when we get back to in person. So Marcy, why don't you open it up for public comment on 2 minutes for each individual through 32, and the chair will.
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you'd like to comment on any of the items number 1 through 32 on today's agenda, or press star 9. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you'd like to comment on any of the items number 1 through 32. Thank you. I just see you. Hands raised. Star 9. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you'd like to
Very much. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I just see you. Hands raised. Star 9. Thank you for first comment to please unmute and state your name.
Very much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Lockman. I'm on the Gold Ridge Fire Board.
Thank you for first comment to please.
I was first elected in 1996, and so I've been here a while. Good morning. My name is Charlie Lockman. I'm the subcommittee on the Gold Ridge Fire Board.
Sorry about that, Charlie.
I was first elected in 1996.
We're going to have that item
so
on
I've been here a while. Good morning. My name is Charlie Lockman. I'm the subcommittee on the
calendar, so
Gold
that'll be
Ridge
the
Fire
second item. Sorry about that, Charlie.
Board. First elected in 1996.
We're going to have
All right,
that
thank
item.
you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Calendar, so that'll be the second item. Sorry about that. We're going to have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and that's number 34 on today's agenda. So for the other individual, this is for the consent calendar. Thank you. Yes, and that's number 34. Please unmute and state your name. For the other individual,
Board of
for the consent
Supervisors, my name is
calendar.
Fred Alabak from Sonoma Valley.
Thank you. Yes,
I
and
just
that's
wanted to
number
ask, where do I
34.
comment on
Please unmute and
items that are not on the agenda?
Thank you. That section is at the end of today's agenda, and it's stated for a time of 4:45 p.m. On. Thank you. That section is at the end of today's agenda, and it's stated for a. Thanks so much. On. Thank you, Jamie. It looks like it's at the end of the comment on consent, and it's stated for a. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate that. And so we're going to move on to the regular calendar item. I'm going to pass it over to Johanna Schubert, our Director of Transportation and Public Works. We have also Christine Schramer here from the Director of Human Resources. We're looking for Johanna Schubert, our Director of Transportation and Public Works. We have also Christine Schramer here from the Director of Human Resources. Thank you very much. So we're going to start with an item all work. We have also Christine Schramer here from Calendar Vote, Director of Human Resources, Sonoma Valley items I mentioned. So we're going to start with Marcy, roll call, please.
Thank you very much, and I'll include that one as well as Supervisor Gordon. Supervisor Rabbit.
Marcy, roll call, please.
Supervisor Corson, and I'll include that one as Supervisor Hopkins. Chair Gordon.
Yes.
Thank you, and then the second vote for the Sonoma Valley Sanitation District, Supervisor Gordon. Chair Gordon.
Aye.
Chair Gordon. Thank you, and then the second and Mayor Dang for the Sanitation District, Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate that. So now that everybody sees you really
Chair
have
Board,
meetings,
and then
Marcy, we'll move on to the regular calendar. Once again, want to thank you, Marcy. Appreciate that. So now that everybody sees you really so we'll move on to the regular calendar for the duration. Once again, this item is about 10 minutes. Appreciate that. I'm going to pass it over to Johanna Super.
Good morning. We are here to present what is a second amendment to Johanna Everett's personal services agreement. We're doing this amendment to reflect interim leadership responsibility. What is a second amendment to Johanna Everett, who will take on we're doing this amendment 6 months the interim leadership role for our general services department. As you know, our longstanding and well-respected service leader, Dr. Caroline Judy, has announced her retirement. Her last day is February. Our longstanding, and we're going to have a temporary consolidation of the two departments. Retirement for last day general services under Director Johanna Everett's leadership. And this will be effective February 9th as the beginning of the interim period. And the personal services leader displays an 8% adjustment for an additional $1,460 per month. And for as long as the structure is in place, adjustment, that will make a total monthly salary $16,468 for this interim period. And that concludes my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions or for this interim period. And
Christina, do everybody else presenting?
my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions or no.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go to the board. Christina, do everybody else presenting?
My presentation. I don't know if you have any questions or no.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go to the board.
Good morning, and Johanna, I'm so excited about this new added responsibility. I've had a lot of conversations with her CEO. Good morning, and the potential working arrangement, and so new added responsibility. The direction, I guess not a question at this point, but the direction is perspective of the supervisors and staff. Your time is going to be increasingly valuable, and we will need to work through you point to the specific functions rather than going directly to you. So great, and we really need to work in and trying to solve all the problems in the world, and that's not going to be feasible. And so as we move forward, I hope that you work with us and with our staff to identify key leadership positions to resolve some of the issues. As we move forward, I won't go into all of the issues, but I place staff to identify key leadership positions to resolve. So that was just a comment. Thank you. All of the issues, but I place staff.
Sounds good. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you, Trevor. I just wanted Johanna to say thank you so much. I'll keep my comments brief, but you've been a fantastic leader at TPW. You've taken us through flood and fire, FEMA projects, and I also say thank you so much. Thank you so much for your work. You've been being willing to step into this leadership role. I can't wait to see how the departments, step and also thank you so much for your jobs. Thank you so much for your work. You've been being willing to step into this leadership role. I can't wait to see how the departments,
Okay, for my part, I'm just going to say a couple of things. One is that Caroline Judy is listening in. What else? Thank you for exceptional service, dedication through, as Linda mentioned, through the fires and everything. One is that Caroline Judy is listening in. What else? Thank you for the trials and tribulations through, as land use and through the fires and everything. The reform of our responsibility division. What else? Thank you for veterans and all these amazing hot button issues that exist under the internal system of the county in many ways. And then, so just want to thank you, and we look forward to working with you as generations go forward. And then on the other side, in terms of central management, we just want to make sure, we review and approve the board, your work plan for the year going forward, and transportation and other issues. But, there's some key issues that are still reviewed and approved on our calendar for the year specifically, and one in particular is procurement, contracting, local hiring initiatives, things like that. And quite a few others specifically. Sure, we'll one implementation of the living wage ordinance and whatever contracting resources are needed to be able to track long-term those kinds of issues. So we'll pass it over to you real quick. Implementation of the living wage ordinance, congratulations, in whatever contracting resources, as they always say in public service, we take on more duties, but also the implementation of the living wage ordinance. I want to say to all those folks in general services, thank you for their exceptional service working with the board, and look forward to figuring out all the long-term plans for general services, but also working with you all to provide their stability and also the needed process improvements that you all have been advocating for. So Joanne, pass it over to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore and the board. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to work with both the CAO and HR on this project. And thank you to Caroline, who's been meeting with Supervisor Gore to ensure a peaceful transition, if you would, during this time. We've also met with the general services, TPW, meeting with Supervisor Gore to ensure a so far. We look forward to coming back to the board, blowing like the metal, I have recommendations for you over 6-month period. That is my short statement, Supervisor Gore. We look forward to coming back to the board, blowing like the metal.
Okay,
I have recommendations for you over 6-month period. That is my short statement, Supervisor Gore. We look forward to coming back to the board.
If anyone would like to comment on item number 33, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad. If anyone would like to comment on item number 33, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad. There are no hands.
Okay, thank you.
If anyone would like to comment on item number 33, please Supervisor Young in the Zoom app or press star 9.
An enthusiastic aye. Welcome aboard. And thank you, Caroline, for all your amazing service. An enthusiastic aye.
And ditto to that.
And thank you, Caroline, for all your amazing service.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
An
Supervisor
enthusiastic aye.
And ditto to
Chair
that.
Gore.
And thank you, Caroline,
Yes.
for all your amazing service.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
An
Supervisor
enthusiastic
Yeah,
aye.
thank you very much.
Chair Gore.
Moving on from item number 38, go forth and do good. Over to number 34.
Enthusiastic
So
aye.
thank you very much. Moving on from item, some of these items are years in the making, and over to number 34. So thank you very much. So moving on from items as part of this, some of these items are years in the making, and Terry Wright, number 34, and administrator, I'd like us to take up the fire part of this, consolidation, stabilization agreements first, and then for us to administrator, allow us to questions from the board, and then go to fire part of this, and go to state fire sales tax conversation as well afterwards. And two different sides of transportation. We will go to public comment after the second of those. I want the board to be able to do questions and comments on both beforehand. And pass it over to and first of all, just ask them to frame this for us as we pass it over to staff. And there's been hundreds if not thousands of hours. Ask them to frame this for us, not only by the ad hoc, but over to staff working group. There's been many different board members of our district, others. For my part, not only by the one of the many parts of this agreement, 7 years since I've been in office, trying to address some of these funding gaps in what we do. So, I'm excited to see solutions for a variety of districts. Since I've been in office, actually address I was elected to ranch, and they do followed up with fire district for that tax transfer agreement. Variety of measures. There's a lot of active work that needs to be socialized. I was talking with the press yesterday about this. The more questions come up, the further you go. Some funded by TOT for emergency services, some by the property tax socialized agreement, some for bed managers, some for body questions come up, the further you go. Consolidation, some funded by TOT. I'm going to pass it over to services, some by the property tax socialized agreement, stage for this item, some for then Terry Wright. Looks like the presenters are a variety of them. Gary Barnes, Steve Baker, Peterson, but then Terry Wright kind of so Supervisor Rabbit, a variety of them.
Hey, thank you very much. I think before we start, again, really to start this discussion without first stopping in our tracks and thanking the many individuals who just thank you very much to achieve these goals that really strengthen our county's fire services. None more so than Terry, many individuals who are principled and most extraordinary in this particular case. This is a 7-year process of hurting none more so than Terry. We have 33 separate fire agencies in this county. This is a 7-year process. That's a generational change, and that's significant. And the county's responsibility is small in the big picture. But we are the entity that I think has to go forward and make sure that we can coordinate and collaborate. And the county's responsibility is these small consolidations and efficiencies that we have. We are the entity. I also want to thank Cheryl Bratton, who's been steadfast as well. And really all the fire chiefs, and you mentioned some of them there, and fire board members out there. Also around the county who participated and found a better way forward to really improve our county's efficiency, our county's effectiveness and sustainability in delivering those fire services. Also around together, and it started in 2000, a better way forward to really, and that obviously right before the wildfires that have completely hit this county. So it goes to show you that this started, this issue was there, it became perhaps elevated at 17 with the first wildfire, and certainly as stated on the show, this started, so this issue was there, able to bring it over and finish perhaps elevated this generation in the way that these services are delivered and funded in the county. I will say that mutual aid and dedication and commitment of all of our first responders is such a huge thing. But we need to ensure that the business behind the services is really financially sustainable. And only when it is can you ensure that we are delivering those services and protecting the lives and property of the residents behind the county. I think this is a step forward in that. Only when really it is can you ensure that we alleviate some financial strains to certain districts and certain departments, and really they can focus on their training, their responsiveness, and making sure that they're ready to go out when that 911 call comes in. So with that, I also want to thank my colleague who just puts in countless hours and dedication and commitment. Linda Hawkins, and through the chair, I'll turn it over to Linda. I also want to thank my colleague.
And I actually want to start off by acknowledging my colleague, Supervisor Rabbit, who is the only person who has served on this committee longer than I have. You were there back when I think it was you and James, David, by Melody and my colleague. It has been thousands of hours of work and true labor of love, longer than I have, especially you were there back when I think always, reminding us that this is not technically our legal responsibility, but it is thousands of hours responsibility of the board of supervisors to work with other agencies and private partners. Reminding us that this is not sustainable accessibility, but it is our services. So thank you for your leadership, David, and for all of the countless meetings that we've been together. I also want to give the thanks for Terry Wright, and the thanks to all of the different fire chiefs and board members and staff who engage in this process along the way. It's extraordinarily challenging when you are in basically fight or flight, right? Because you're concerned about the financial future of your own district, of your own service area, of the own people that you ultimately serve. To also then step back and have a big picture county-wide perspective. And so I just want to commend every single person, both in the county family and in the fire services agencies who did exactly that, and step up tasking themselves and asking themselves again and again, what is the big, so I just want to say big picture long-range goal. I also do want to acknowledge that we did an absolutely tremendous step forward, and it's something that is quite frankly unprecedented, and county government made this kind of investment in sustained, effective, and efficient fire services. We still have work to do, and it's something something that is great. So I do look forward to the next steps with my fire services and meeting the needs of the future and Sonoma County is that every service is catastrophic wildfire. So thanks to everyone who engaged in this process, and Carrie Wright, standing ovation, coming their way from Morrisville. So thank you very much for your work. Is that every service is catastrophic wildfire. So thanks to everyone who engaged in this process, and Carrie Wright, standing ovation, coming their way from Morrisville. So thank you very much for your work.
Us to get into the meat of it. So Terry, thank you a lot of any opening comments from you, and then facilitate us forward to the meat of it. So Terry.
Very good, Supervisor Gore, Chair Gore. The Treasurer of the County Administrator's Office. As we discussed, we are going to sort of break up this presentation into two sections. Very good, Supervisor Gore. Chair, the supervisors can answer any questions they might have related to the consolidation agreements. Thank you very much to Supervisor Shea, Supervisor Hoffman, Chair, the supervisor teeing up this subject matter. I think you can hear from actually all agreements. Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore, as well as the right of Hopkins, that there's significant understanding of this topic within the board. From actually all who have been working on it for a few years. I'll try to keep this presentation moving along, understanding. These agreements are responsive to the direction that was given to staff at the July 20th, 2021 board of understanding. And there were three key directions given to staff. They were to execute a stabilization agreement with the Bay Fire Township District for $2 million. They were slated to be bridge funding for 10 years until a coalition agreement could be executed. It was to negotiate consolidation agreements with key agency partners, and then to coordinate with the fire services work group on potential net sales tax efforts. It was to negotiate. So as we said, we'll go into the first portion of this presentation, and then to fire agency partnerships. So the fire ad hoc has been negotiating with the fire partners to finalize consolidations and stabilization agreements based on the term sheets that were approved by the board. The fire ad hoc has been negotiating with the fire partners to finalize. These negotiations have resulted in 5 consolidation sheets that are recommended by the board. They include a revenue agreement with Sonoma County Fire Negotiation that will enable consolidation of 5 consolidation sheets that are recommended by the board. The tax exchange and revenue sharing agreement with the Gold Ridge Fire District for a base amount of $4.4 million to annex all of the CSA 40 volunteer fire companies and incident response plan areas located in District 2 and 5. Annex all a tax exchange agreement with Maryland Sonoma County and incident to annex the CSA 40 incident response plan territory that is located in the Dry Creek Bitch Mountain Advisory area within District 4 for a base amount of $1.2 million that will increase after 5 located in and the tax exchange agreement with Sonoma County Fire District for a base amount of $2 million incident disposal plan territory in District 5. And the tax finally a stabilization agreement with the Kendall Fire District located in District 1 that will provide ongoing base funding of $180,000 and finally a stabilization agreement with $1,000 to support the district until their recently that will provide ongoing waste collection completed. Once approved by LAFCO, these agreements, as noted by Supervisor Rabbit, they will result in all of the once approved by LAFCO, these agreements that are located in professional fire districts. They will result in all of and that will result in 23 fire agencies as opposed to 43 fire agencies that serves the county and its cities in 2015. And that county begins in 23 fire agencies assist with consolidation of fire agencies that serves the county. On July 4th, on July 20th, the board authorized a total of $7.9 million in county discretionary funds, as well as on July 4th, $3 million that is generated by CSA on July 20th. The board authorized in addition to 2 other $9 million consolidation agreements. as well as on July 4th, agreement generated by July 20th. In addition, at this meeting, the Board of Supervisors also authorized repurposing of TOT funds that have been dedicated to covering red county dispatch costs. At this meeting, the Board of Supervisors negotiations led to a need for additional TOT tools that have been dedicated to covering red county dispatch. While staff estimates that fund balance is meeting the Board of Supervisors negotiations 15 more years, these obligations may outpace revenue. To mitigate this issue, the plan before you in this last meeting to approve a resolution that will allow the collection of TOT obligations for campaign, as well as reliance on future tax for up to $1 million, which will be touched on in the second half of this presentation. As well as finally, the success of these agreements are potentially impacted by two issues that are somewhat out of the control of staff, and we have developed some mitigation. And finally, there's pending litigation, where all partners have agreed to sign a global covenant we have not sued as a way to mitigate the lawsuit that pending litigation Treasury and tax collectors office regarding the calculation for educational revenue augmentation fund or ERA. Excuse that Treasury and tax board. In addition to these global covenants, we've also just received word yesterday that favorable rules excuse that Treasury and tax board. Feeling much better about it. In addition to these global covenants, these agreements become effective once LAFCO approves them. And while staff is managed coordinating with LAFCO, there is a risk that these agreements become effective yield a different annexation once LAFCO. In this case, to mitigate this issue, staff will continue the existing contractual relationship is a risk that these agreements become effective by the volunteer fire company until such time that is case in the line. To mitigate this issue, staff will continue the global covenants and concurrent resolutions requesting local annexation or additional requested actions to support such time that is case in the line, as well as the budget resolution including appropriations to cover the day-to-day caution that are expected when these actions are. So Chair Gore, I think as well as the time to ask if there's any additional questions from the supervisors related to the consolidation agreements. Deputy County Council President Rowell and I as well as the time to ask if there's any additional questions.
Very much. I'm going to pass it over. Thank you for taking down the share screen. I'm going to pass it over. Supervisors Gordon and Corsi. Any questions or comments? I'm going to pass it over. Thank you for taking down the share screen. I'm going to pass it over. Supervisors Gordon and Corsi. Yeah. Any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Pass it over.
No, we're not talking about the
share screen.
future tax measure. This agreement relies on revenue from a future tax measure. I want to make sure, no, we're not talking that I understand future tax measure. That this agreement commitments that we make relies on revenue while tax measure. I want to make sure that I understand they are in place and will be in place whether a tax measure happens or is moving forward or not. Is that they are accurate? In place. They will be in place whether a tax measure.
Yes, Supervisor Corsi. The effective date of these agreements, however, they are effective, meaning they're dependent upon LAFCO annexation. So, we would expect that the database, however, it'll be executed following assuming the board. So, today, we would be immediately executed, and then some county fire brigade will be executed to try to get the LAFCO process. They've gone through most of the process, so we anticipate that to happen quickly. That is in contrast to the process that we anticipate for they've gone through the gold list agreements that we anticipate to establish in the border agreement. That is there still some additional process that needs to be done. There's municipal services reviews that have not taken place. That there southern still territories of CSA 40 that still needs to be completed by LAFCO. Once LAFCO completes that, they also have to do a southern influence amendment to place these districts within, and that's where the alignment once LAFCO would have that. So that's a process that could maybe take up to another 7 years for amendment. And of course, in the middle, northern Sonoma County, and that's where the LAFCO process they had their. That's a process that would maybe take up to another. We would expect them to follow shortly. Of course, in the middle, northern Sonoma County, and that's where the LAFCO process.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Can you talk a little more about IRG 71 and why those particular areas are left? Can you talk a little more about IRG being islands of unincorporated area within the city of San Diego? Many of which those particular areas are left. Can you talk a little more about?
Yes, Supervisor. I recently had our map updated. I have an interactive fire map that I rely upon heavily to keep track of all of these things. And we did know, Supervisor, that had our islands at Santa Rosa fire actually no longer I rely upon heavily as components of things. And we did know, Supervisor, that 50 district had our islands. But what these IRP 71 is, I do not know how they ended up this way, but their islands were in the city of San Rosa, and these are islands, territorial islands, and unincorporated territorial islands in San Rosa. So when CSA 40 was established, these incident response plan agreements was established and one with the city of Santa Rosa. So even though these are unincorporated islands within the city of Santa Rosa, the Santa Rosa fire department does respond to these territories. Even though these are Sonoma County Fire District, once they consolidated with Bennett Valley, Lincoln Valley, Windsor, even though these are Sonoma County islands that belong to them as territory that are also islands within the city of Santa Rosa. So because we were very much trying to maintain the holistic approach with regards to the entirety of CSA 40, it became really clear that we needed to take a little time very much trying to maintain the holistic. So the parties agreed that it makes sense for CSA to coordinate and became really clear. So there is a possibility that Sonoma County Fire could annex these territories, and what that would give us would be one fewer agency in the midst of this. So there is a possibility that we could entity serving, within these islands, but we really wanted to be one agency, so we're going to take some more time. There is a possibility to resolve this entity serving, within these islands.
And just for anyone who lives in IRP 71 and realizes that they live in IRP 71, their fire service is provided by the city. Just for anyone who lives in IRP 71 to be realizes that they live in their fire service is
that is correct, Supervisor.
Just for anyone who would think it's to be realizes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi, you asked questions that I was going to ask one of them. I will appreciate the questions, but we thank you, Supervisor Corsi, you asked again for navigating through these issues for years. And you see thank you, Supervisor Corsi, deservedly so. She's been with these issues for years. And help us jump over here, deservedly. And Gary, we need to take life insurance on these issues because repository information is astounding. And I really Gary, I see Steve on the street and Chief Hines, Korean information leadership. Steve Baker is fire captain, chief of the Sonoma Valley Fire. And we have a couple of fire districts not incorporated, not consolidated. Fire captain, chief, and Sonoma Valley Fire. And we have this agreement. Thank you to the Kimball Fire, especially captain, chief, and for agreeing with the 2 years of stabilization funding. This is not sufficient to boost their salaries enough to be able to consolidate and stabilization. They have the lowest firefighter personnel, I think, in the entire valley. So they will need some special consideration going forward if in fact the fire tax does not come forward and provide facilities to them. What the district not mentioned in this shop is fire districts in the Petaluma area as well. So Supervisor, you and I need in this work to bring the fire district together in some kind of consolidation moving forward, and that will need a hard look at fiscal realities. Also acknowledge the fiercely had streaks of independence and pride need a hard look at fiscal realities fire districts. So thank you. The fiercely had streaks of independence and pride need a small way, and they're going to need more of that going forward. And we may need a more creative thinking for the other districts in southern Sonoma County. So needless to say, we need supporting this forward, and we may need about how the other districts maintain future contributions from the general fund, from our general fund. If in fact we don't move forward with the fire tax. Future contributions from the general. That was not a question. That was Susan Gore and multiple statements. These interviews with questions. I can put a question mark at the end of that. I think Chrissy did that. That was not a question. That was
Thank you,
Susan Gore
Susan.
and
I appreciate
multiple
that.
statements.
Your
These
clarification on the end there.
I can put a question mark at the end of that.
Forward
I think
to
Chrissy did that. That was not a question. That was
tax
Susan Gore and multiple statements.
whether the clarification on the end there now or more consensus driven towards something that ultimately clears is going to be a big focus. For my part, I just want to state that when I got elected, this was clear. The number one thing for Ordinance going to be a big focus. The sustained funding and the difference between the region and when I got elected, really it's about the number one thing for life and emergency services. Other ones, the more sustained funding in our area, and the difference between the region and the Eastern Plains, the Diablo Bowers, really so life emergency services, ability to other ones, the more sustained funding in our area, and the super inspired. It's one of these statements, like it's oftentimes we can say that this is unprecedented in the story, and it really is super inspired. Funding general funds and ongoing, and not based on any new revenue. And I've oftentimes say something like this, and it really further inspired. There's always the old adage: if you want to see my priorities, look at my calendar and my checkbook. And you can see with the funding coming together, the numbers totaling, I think as last stretch, 9.2 million. We also have the additional other funding with Redcom and other things. And I really look back to this as also 2017. And this is one of the key puzzle pieces that we needed to achieve going forward. We put so much effort into creating the Office of Recovery and Resiliency, getting hazard mitigation programs on the ground, putting tens and tens of millions of dollars of one-time money on the table, reforming our Department of Emergency Management, alert and warning systems, going from Sonoma Strong to Sonoma Ready, and to Sonoma Safe. And this is just one thing that everybody who signed these agreements wanted these to be done last year. But bringing them forward as in concert and having that vision going forward. And for those of us on LAFCO, getting beyond the chicken and the egg, back and forth with LAFCO and getting to a place where there's some clear guidance is, I just want to applaud my colleagues, first and foremost, staff and all those in the community, because as they taught us, the fire survivors, the only true progress in this world is imperfect, relentless progress. So this is a huge amount of additional services, and I want to pass it on to staff to go through the sales tax, and then we will have some questions from the board, and we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. So continue with the presentation. It's important to understand, let me see, switch that over. It's important to understand the history related to the fire services project, which was established in 2014 with a goal to provide more efficient, effective, and sustainable fire services. The 2017 fires galvanized a need for a collaborative approach to that the Fire Chiefs Association met by establishing the Strategic Leadership Group. The Strategic Leadership Group had made some key recommendations that were the cornerstone for these agreements, as well as additional efforts. They were to consolidate a CSA 40 territory with professional districts, which we are endeavoring to do with these agreements, provide supplemental funding for key consolidations, which we are endeavoring to do with these agreements, and to pursue a fire tax. The first two bullets, of course, were met largely by our efforts. And then Measure G represents the board's efforts to also, to meet this third recommendation from the Strategic Leadership Group, which now works as the Fire Services Work Group. Unfortunately, Measure G, which was placed on the March 2020 ballot, did not get 2/3 approval needing for passage. It failed by a mere 1.8.6%. Following the defeat of Measure G, however, the board set aside funding as a part of the 2021 budget, and then also directed staff in July of 2021 to work with the Fire Services Group work group. Sorry, I wanted to pass up the slide here, apologize. Authorize this funding, but we wanted to pursue a new effort, and it was predicated on the needs to improve outreach and also to incorporate veg management. A polling consultant and a tax outreach consultant were brought on board to assist with this new effort. Their findings are, they were brought to the board, their findings were that prevention, fire protection and prevention remains an important issue, but the wrong track sentiment is very, exists high within voters' purview right now. And it's the highest that has been in for 10 years. So polling falls short for the June and November efforts. And they also recommend that a sunset provisions should be considered. Given these findings and recommendations from the consultant, staff, the fire ad hoc, and the fire services work group also are coalesced around some basic recommendations, which that we do not recommend pursuing an effort in 2022. The fire services work group has to continue to educate on the unmet need that they have. And we need continued collaboration amongst our fire and veg management and other stakeholders if we were to pursue a potential measure in 2023 or 2024. And that represents the end of the presentation regarding the polling and the fire tax efforts. Chair Gore, Barry Barnes, we also have on board Barry Barnes, which is our consultant from Props and Measures, the outreach consultant, as well as Chief Hine and Chief Aker, representing the Fire Chiefs and Fire Districts Association. We're all available for questions regarding the pursuit of the fire sales tax. And I'll stop sharing now.
You know, I want to, there's been a lot of people who've put time into this, so I want to give each of those individuals a few minutes, but I'd ask you to keep it to a couple minutes and then for statements, and then we'll go back and for questions from the board. But I want to pass it first to Barry and then to Chief Hine and Chief Aker, a couple minutes apiece, and then I don't want to just do questions. I want you to just be able to talk to the community about what you've done, where you think we're at, and where you guys advise that we're going. Because I think, as you know too, is that we've gotten calls from different areas of the community that want to be engaged in this. We've had people who say they want to see more veg management. We've got others who say they want to see the science behind veg management. Others say, well, I want a risk reduction effort. Others say we do need more staffing and other things to be able to get to a level. Chief Hein, you both often talked about getting to the standard, meeting the bare minimum standards in our area. So once again, please just elucidate a little bit of that, and then we'll give you some more time later. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, hello, members of the board. Barry Barnes, TBWBH Props and Measures. My firm has enjoyed working with the Fire Services Working Group and Terry, of course, and everybody on getting to where we are today with the analysis of whether a tax measure is advisable in June or November of 2022. As Terry mentioned, I mean, based on the polling, we are not recommending moving forward with a measure this year. Specifically, June, a measure in June would need to be together basically in the next month. And there's just, the coalition building that needs to happen between the Fire Services Working Group and the vegetation management stakeholders is going to take more than a month. The polling, as Terry mentioned, is capping right around 65%. There's a significant desire by the voters to consider a sunset clause. There are just a lot of moving parts, and we're concerned that it could fail again. And after following Measure G, which you all went through, coming back from after a second loss can be really tough. I was fortunate to do the victorious Measure M for transportation back in, 2002 was that, or 2004. But that, as any of you may remember, that followed quite a few failed transportation measures. And each time I think it progressively got harder, not easier, to be fighting old battles. So, our advice is that this is a good time to take a step back, get folks on the same page, and also educate the community. I mean, the bottom line is that the community is very, is very happy with the services they're receiving right now and confident in the fire services they're receiving. The polling showed over 80% of the community supportive of that. It also showed over 70% of the community is willing to support a tax measure for fire. But when you get down to actually asking the question, it's more like 64, 65%. So there is potential there, certainly, but those folks need to receive more information, need to understand the challenge that just because things seem, because of the perception that services are strong, that there's not a risk. And so I think that is definitely an educational process that the county could benefit from. And there are other options down the road for funding, whether it's in 23 or 24. With that, I'll pass along to the next speaker, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Supervisor. Chief Hein and then Chief Aker. And I want to start by thanking you all and the entire membership of the Fire Services Working Group for a lot of work on this at the same time that we were going through the agreement. So as much as you're commenting now on the tax propensity, the agreements that we already discussed, that we brought forward, it's amazing that we're not having a lot of dialogue, but that shows you how much work has gone into you all coming to the table and making sure that this is delivering. And on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you for creating a place where 30 plus districts could actually sit down and to have some hard conversations and come to an agreement.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Good morning, Supervisors. So the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, along with our Fire Service Working Group and the Fire Districts Association under Chief Aker's leadership, we've been working very collaboratively with all of you and all of your staff. It's really been one team on one mission, focused on both the agreements that you've already talked about and particularly on the proposed sales tax measure. And for all the reasons outlined by your consultants and by staff, we support the decision not to move forward with the sales tax measure in 2022. I do, however, want to stress the need, and I know that many of you have already expressed it this morning, that we keep this high on our collective radar screen. Decision today to not necessarily move forward with the tax measure immediately needs to be followed by our commitment collaboratively together to continue to work on this for the future. Fire service as a whole, and its mission of providing fire services both proactively and in emergency response, being the primary EMS responder across the county, as well as all of the other missions we're called upon. Still, we'll have some significant unmet needs moving forward that we were really hoping a sales tax measure could have helped us address. Comes in the form of critical needs for facilities, fire stations across the county that are no longer seismically safe, that were built 50 to 100 years ago, that need to be upgraded so we can serve the communities more efficiently and safer. Critical equipment and staffing needs that have already been touched on, and the REDCOM fees and fees associated with that the county has graciously picked up for the fire districts over the years, and we're deeply appreciative of the loss of that financial support moving forward. Transfers up to $1 million a year into budgets of certain fire districts that would have to pick that up on their own. So we certainly want to thank you, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of Chief Aker and the fire districts when I say that we really want to extend our appreciation for the collaboration. Has been a long process on both the funding agreements and on the proposed sales tax measure, but it's been a good collaboration. Despite our ups and downs together, we always come out with the same goal, and that's ensuring that service for our constituents is the best service that any of us can possibly provide. So look forward to our ongoing efforts together in addressing a future sales tax measure. Thank you, Chair Gore.
Thank you. Chief Aker, anything to add?
Just very briefly, I want to thank the chair and the board, as well as county staff and the consultants for, again, just echoing what Chief Hines said, a very collaborative effort to get to where we are today. And I know today isn't where any of us really wanted to be, but I know that we can do this in the future when the timing is better, and we'll keep working hard. Mark and I have been on the working group since its inception, back in a couple of name changes ago, along with the number of other chiefs. And we'll keep working hard, and we'll bring this back when the timing's better. And want to compliment Chief Hine on his exceptional leadership, both within the Fire Chiefs Association, the working group, and just the county as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to questions or any introductory kind of comments from the ad hoc and the other members of the board. I asked you for initially for discussion on something you put hundreds of hours into, which was the agreements before us. Now I want to go and see if there's any context you want to provide or any concurrence with what's being recommended by staff or the chiefs. I'll start with Supervisor Hopkins and then go to Supervisor Rabbit, the rest of the board, and then we'll go to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And I just want to thank the chiefs for all of their work in, doing the outreach to the community, coming up with different proposals. I think that the consensus amongst all of us is that the time is not right now, but we do hope that the time will be right in the future, and that there is more consensus building and work with the community that it needs to be done before we get there. So I look forward to jumping into that work and to finding the time that is appropriate when we have the community support and the community consensus. And I'm looking forward to leaning in to get that done. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I agree. And in fact, I think we all know Measure G, had we had the campaign, one mailer, it would have passed. We are still kind of right on that verge. I mean, 65% that Barry mentioned as a cap is still an overwhelming positive sentiment of folks out there. But we also know that that 2/3 threshold does require a campaign, does require some additional work, and does require a little bit of time to make sure that you can get all that together. So I think it's wise that we hold off and make sure that we only go forward when we know we're going to succeed, and we know we have a commitment of dollars to put into a campaign. I just want to mention too of I know that Supervisor Corsi mentioned the commitment of funds that, again, on the items today on the consolidation and stabilization agreements. We would love those to be backfilled by a tax measure, but if that tax measure isn't here, we need to go forward and move forward to make sure that we stabilize and strengthen the fire services out there regardless. And I think Supervisor Gorin points out correctly that resources and issues will remain, and that's what was behind the tax measure initially. That we know that there's some additional hurdles to get over. One size does not fit all in a county that had 43 separate agencies, and even now 23 separate agencies. Everyone is a little bit different. everyone has a different issue or a different concern. Everyone, whether they're hybrid, solely professional, or volunteer, it makes for an interesting discussion. And I think that we've accomplished quite a bit by getting to this point in time of getting these consolidation agreements and stabilization agreements going forward. And I agree with the both chiefs who have been great to work with, that as we go forward, we just want to make sure that we have pulling everyone in that right direction. As was mentioned, really one team on one mission. And that's really should be our overall goal here. So again, appreciate all the work and realize it's not time right now, but it doesn't mean that it's not there around the corner.
Any questions? Supervisor Gordon, I see your mic's off. Anything from you? And then Supervisor Corson.
I just wanted to echo a couple of comments. First of all, to echo the comments made by Linda and David, absolutely appropriate, not the time to go out now. We were all disappointed by the lack of the campaign. I think for the previous tax measure, we would have been dollars ahead had we taken the initiative on education and put it out to the voters on why this is so important, which speaks to the need for a campaign going forward. If in fact we're going to consider a fire tax in the future, the campaign starts now. And that campaign is regarding education. I don't wish a mega fire, again, visiting Santa Rosa, to point out how important fire services are and the fragmentation that we want to avoid, everybody working together to keep us safe. We have to convince the community that it's worth additional investment to achieve that consolidation and coordination that we desperately need, while recognizing that many of them are already paying parcel taxes. Some of them are pretty high. Some of them have just been renewed, like the Kenwood Fire District. So we need to appreciate how much people are actually paying. And I think part of the analysis, and I bet you've done that already, the average person in the unincorporated area, how much do they pay for fire protection with all the parcel taxes laid over it, and added in Petaluma, the city of Santa Rosa, town of Windsor on top of that. So it would be good at some point in the future to come up with a grid and really look at the tax burden to support existing services and include the county general fund and the TOT taxes in that as well. We have to make a financial case as well as some organization that makes sense for the future of Sonoma County. So maybe we can get some information going and start the education flowing. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Corsi, Supervisor.
Thank you. I support this recommendation to delay the next tax measure. I do have a question or two for Mr. Barnes. And the presentation highlighted the wrong track question in the poll. And I want to just dive into that a little bit. Barry, this was not a question about fire services being on the wrong track, correct? It was a broader question than that.
That's correct. This was EMC Research, which has a long record of polling for the county, has polled on most of your prior measures, conducted this survey, and they've tracked it over time. And you're absolutely right. This is from the open question. Do you think things in Sonoma County are generally on the right, going the right direction or on the wrong track? And this was the highest number. I will tell you from working across the Bay Area in all 9 counties, this is not uncommon right now. There is a lot of pessimism, whether it's inflation, whether it's COVID fatigue, whether it's any number of other challenges. But there are a lot of cranky voters out there right now who are not feeling particularly good. So, but that said, that number does affect the possibility for success of a tax measure. When people are feeling cranky, that does not lend itself toward taxing themselves again, especially for something that at the moment they may not completely understand the need. So, but yes, the short answer to your question is yes. It was not specific to fire. It was for overall living as in the whole as a county.
Well, thanks for giving the longer answer, because that was my follow-up questions, which are, what do you attribute this to? And is it unique? And what I'm hearing is it's not unique to Sonoma County. This has to do with the mood of the country and probably the world right now.
Yes, no, I mean, Supervisor, I've had polls in the last 2 months in Santa Clara, San Mateo, Napa, other counties, and it's very typical to what we're seeing elsewhere as well. So it's definitely a sign of the times.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Marcy, let's go to public comment. 2 minutes for each person.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment on this item, which is number 34 on today's agenda. Thank you, Jamie. And I'm going to begin with Roberta, followed by Thomas, then Jack.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Roberta McIntyre. Most of you know me, and I wasn't expecting to speak this quick, so I'll be quick. So I just want to remind the board of a couple of things. One is that the fire districts do have the ability to self-govern and raise their own funds independent of the county. Also, beyond the fire services reorganization, keep that in mind. The other thing I want to remind the board is you're dealing with a very sophisticated and pragmatic population, which is probably part of why the survey didn't do so well. My suggestion is that the county create or memorialize its performance criteria for fire response and codify that or legislate it such that the County of Sonoma proper says that we agree to this standard of fire response. And then if the districts can meet that independent of county funding, whether it's tax funds or whatever, then great. If the districts cannot, and that's the time to identify those gaps and figure out how much it's going to cost to help the districts close those gaps. But fundamentally, the county needs to, before they start spending any money in this endeavor, in my opinion, they need to identify the criteria, the milestones, the benchmarks that the county wants to meet. And National Fire Protection Association has a standard that already sets the criteria. It's a nationwide standard, sets the standard for various census identified geographies, whether it's metropolitan, whether it's urban, whether it's suburban or rural or remote. Already has the standards built in. Don't have to do a huge study. So anyway, in my opinion, before taxpayers through tax measure, anything else starts putting money into the districts, the county needs to identify that performance criteria. Thank you very much.
And if the next commenter can please
And Marcy,
Yep.
Marcy, as you're going forward, I just want to remind everybody that comments are appropriate for the agreements and or the tax. And so include them or separate them however you want.
And thank you, Thomas. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have some comments on the fire science, and I believe that this is a three-legged stool to a certain extent. You're talking about the firefighting capability and the funding, and the third leg of the stool is the fire science, which I would incorporate as the environmental science as well to make it one leg. That's not been completed. You have some access to a study. There's something going on. We haven't heard from that. It's very important. I agree with Roberta's comment just a moment ago, which is about the National Fire Protection Association, and they have, very extensive works, and they work with insurers and the communities to develop these standards. You need to have a standard. What is the standard? It's not about the response of the firefighters. It's what do they have for infrastructure? What are they going to fight this with? I'm writing an article. It's more than an article. on the fire science. This is going to be a new area of applied physics on the fire science. There's a problem in the understanding of it. I think all firefighters know, and they've characterized it. It's a devil, it's a this, it's a that, it's a living organism. It's a lot of misunderstanding about fire, and that needs to be done, but also the infrastructure of how it's going to be done. And so your next item that's coming up in the closed calendar, I will hope to speak about, which is Scott's Dam and so on. These things, they all work together. Where's the water that's going to fight these? So I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jack Thomas. I'd like to thank you for having me on today. Good morning, Chair Gord, members of the board. It's Jack Thomas. I'm the president of the Professional Firefighters of Sonoma County, and I sit on as lead labor representative for the Fire Services Working Group. Thanks for giving me time to speak today. I think this is a really monumental day for the fire service community in Sonoma County. Fire Service Working Group main goal from the very beginning in 2021 was to continue to build off what this body started back in 2014 with the inception of the Fire Services Working Project. That goal was and still is to provide better, more efficient, effective, sustainable fire services that continue to reduce response times in urban and rural areas that serve all of our communities in Sonoma County. I can tell you that I got on the Fire Services Working Group in 2021. We've worked tirelessly for the past year to try to get to that goal, but it's my feeling that these proposed funding agreements are moving us in the right direction, but the fire services in Sonoma County still have a lot of unmet needs that Chief Hine kind of alluded to when he spoke today. While we're disappointed in the county not possibly pursuing a sales tax measure, we're willing to sit down and work collaboratively with everybody to make that happen with a very robust move forward in helping to get a tax passed for everything that we need for fire services in the county. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Fire Chiefs Association for letting myself and our labor leaders be on the committee, and I'd like to thank Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit on the Fire Ad Hoc for all their work and stepping up to get us closer, and also thanks to Daryl and Sherry.
And thank you so much for the comment. If Charlie, then Steve and Mike are ready to comment, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm on the Gold Ridge Fire Board. I've been on since '96, following the 1994 consolidation of Hessel and Twin Hills. So we have kind of a long history. Again, volunteers are critical, as well as career volunteers providing the backup or reserve for these major fires, which don't know any boundaries, as we know, both rural and especially in West County. Anyway, thank you again. Some great work by everyone. Want to thank you. There are specifically in the Gold Ridge agreement does require LAFCO approval, and Terry Wright mentioned that it's up to 2 years for the negotiation, perhaps with LAFCO, and there is perhaps I'm misunderstanding the agreement, but within the agreement, it seems to indicate that there's a 120-day deadline for LAFCO approval. Maybe that could be clarified. Also, just for everybody's edification, and maybe you guys all know this, but it took Gold Ridge, took us 3 tries to get 2/3 vote. 2/3 vote is extremely difficult to get. We were fortunate to pass a special tax, but it did take us 3 ballots to do it. And I hope that won't be necessary for the sales tax, but I think reluctantly that you are probably correct that the current mood of the electorate is not in favor of additional taxes without a broader outreach education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good work for everyone involved. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Steve Hertzberg, Assistant Chief, Bodega Bay Fire Protection District. For 7 years, Bodega Bay has been on the winding and bumpy road path to consolidation. I'd like to thank our supervisor, Linda Hopkins, and the county for sustaining us when we were most vulnerable and for getting us to the finish line. Thank you to all who worked so hard to get us here today, all the supervisors. I've spoken with each of you individually, and I appreciate your time and the staff. I'd like to take some time to thank some unsung heroes. To my fire district board, thank you for the positive, steadfast belief in us and support for our mission. To the Sonoma County Fire District Board, Chief Hine, his officers, and his staff, thank you for never wavering while we made this tough journey together. To Sean Grinnell, my chief, who has served my community for 30 years through tough times, responsibly and with integrity beyond challenge. To our senior officers, Captains David Bynum, Justin Fox, Louis Storzinger, Acting Captains Jim Levy and Jason Downing, all long-timers, and to longtime firefighter paramedic Joshua Menzies. They got the mission done day after day, understaffed, underpaid, while watching others leave for better and more stable jobs. To a new group of firefighter paramedics, talented and committed, who joined us when we were in turmoil. Jonathan Bauer, David Tuttle, Tyler Reynolds, Nathan Rowell, Kenny Chaffee, and Tim Saluzzo, thank you. To our volunteers, especially gold standard volunteer Ray Hill, who retires after 20 years, our volunteers showed up when they were to fill the gaps. To the members of 1401, thank you for your advocacy toward consolidation. To our community, you stood up at every turn on our behalf. For the strong support we've received from entities throughout the county, the Press Democrat, Taxpayers Alliance, Farm Bureau, Teamsters Union, hospitality industry, and the vintners, thank you so much. This consolidation will create a safety net for all who live on and visit the beautiful Sonoma coast. To be a much stronger safety net. Supervisors, thank you for bringing this chapter to an end. We look forward to a bigger and better things to come with the next one.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Chair Gore, Board of Directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Mike Stornetta. I'm the Vice President for Professional Firefighters of Sonoma County, Local 1401. I also represent the Sonoma County Fire District Professional Firefighters as their affiliate director. We couldn't be happier to see this resolution in front of you today. As Chair Gore alluded to at the introduction of this item, this has been an emotional roller coaster for our community, our members, and our members' families. However, with that being said, we would like to give a heartfelt thank you to Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit for championing these resolutions and persevering them until the end. Additionally, thank you, Chairman Gore, for staying the course and bringing it across the finish line today. This resolution is enthusiastically supported by the Sonoma County Professional Firefighters Local 1401. This funding will not only shore up emergency services in the Bodega Bay community, it will undoubtedly provide an amazing addition to the Sonoma County Fire District with professional firefighters. Equally as important, the joining of Bodega Bay Fire will contribute to and build on a robust emergency ambulance program and improve service levels among the Sonoma coast and all of West County, not just Bodega Bay. To think that Sonoma County Fire District will now be the largest ambulance operating area in Sonoma County is nothing short of amazing. Again, this wouldn't have been possible without the hard work of Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit. We look forward to the addition of Bodega Bay Fire, and equally important, we look forward to providing not only a better fire delivery system, but also a more robust ambulance delivery system. Thank you for your time.
The next commenters are Priscilla, Todd, and Beth.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Priscilla Abercrombie. I represent the Northern Sonoma County COPE organization. We represent about 40 communities throughout Northern Sonoma County. We are an all-volunteer grassroots organization that represents people that live in the community that gather together to get better prepared. We work in collaboration with our fire agencies governmental agencies and nonprofits. Super excited to be able to say thank you for getting the annexation through for Fitch Mountain, Dry Creek, and our Mill Creek communities, all representing COPE. I also just really want to say thank you to Supervisor Gore in particular for your support of Fitch Mountain. We are super excited to have this happening finally. And I just wanted to also speak out about the tax measure being put forth called the fire tax. I really want to ask that the organizations involved in putting this forth get public input and work in collaboration with community-based organizations that represent our residents to get their voices heard and involved in this process. We want to help support our fire agencies and want our communities to be safer, and we can do that all together. So thank you very much.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Todd Everett. I'm a 20-year resident of Wallace Creek and part of the Mill Creek COPE. And I just want you to know, as you probably are aware, approval of this resolution is really vital for the safety of our property and lives. We really want to be proactive and prepared to address the threat of wildfires in our area and want to take a long-term approach to addressing the best way to take care of our area. To accomplish this, we need a dedicated and stable source of funding. We need property tax payments for fire protection under the control of the people who live in the affected areas. And we need a consolidated district in order to engage residents in developing a comprehensive and coordinated plan for fire protection and prevention, and to share resources intelligently among all of the jurisdictions within the consolidated area. So please pass this resolution so we can move forward as quickly as possible with completing the consolidation. Time is really of the essence, and I thank you all for your dedication to trying to work out all the complicated issues involved in this consolidation.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Beth Brizzoni. I'm the Bodega Valley Ford CMAQ representative. I would like to ask the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors to vote to fulfill the promise made to West County residents and visitors to ensure and fund the consolidation of Bodega Bay Fire Protection District with Sonoma County Fire District, and to fund Goldridge Fire Protection for the annexation of CSA 40, particularly Bodega, Valley Ford, and Two Rock volunteer fire departments. Please remember, government's first and most important job is to protect its citizens. Thank you.
The next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Darren Bell, Fire Chief of Kenwood Fire District. First of all, I'd like to thank the FSPI group, the Board of Supervisors, the Fire Ad Hoc Group, County Council and our council, and especially Supervisor Gorin and my board in getting to where we are today with the sharing agreement for us and the county. I can't emphasize how important it is for you to approve it today for the future stabilization of Kenwood Fire District. And I appreciate all the hard work that everyone has done to get us where we are today, because it's been a ton of work. Also on the measure, the sales tax measure, the only way that Kenwood Fire District will be able to consolidate in the future is with a sales tax measure due to the funding gap of us bringing our current employees up to the current pay level, looking at 3 on staffing and paramedic engine companies. We need that funding to move forward for consolidation. So I can't stress how important it is to start working now on the education of the public for the future of this. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to everybody.
The next commenters are Justin, Pat, then Grant.
Morning, Supervisors. Justin Fox, Director of Bodega Bay Professional Firefighters, Local 1401. First off, thank you to all the supervisors for the opportunity to speak on this subject. The agreements before you represent a partial solution, but a big win for the fire service countywide. It solves the gaps within the county's fire and EMS services. In specific, I would like to thank Supervisor Hopkins for getting Bodega Bay to this point with a solution in sight. The emergency sustainability funding she advocated for has allowed us to maintain our levels of service and pursue consolidation in Sonoma County Fire District. The consolidation of Bodega Bay and Sonoma County Fire District not only protects the future of fire and EMS services within Bodega Bay, it enhances those services to West County and the entire Sonoma coast. The consolidation provides an increased level of staffing and resources that are needed and that Sonoma County Fire District can provide to meet the ever-changing challenges that continue to grow along the coast. Increased efficiencies and the possibilities of increased services such as ALS ambulance coverage, technical rescue, and marine rescue services are made possible through consolidation such as the one proposed for Bodega Bay and Sonoma County Fire District. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Pat Abercrombie, a resident of Fitch Mountain and current president of the Fitch Mountain Association. As a resident of Fitch Mountain, I want to pile on with the expression of appreciation to Board of Supervisors, particularly our Supervisor Gore, the Fire Services Working Group, the boards of the various fire districts, and community members who've made this annexation hopefully reality, and I'm hoping it does pass here in the next few minutes. It's a generational or greater change in approach to fire services in Fitch Mountain, in the Sotiomi and Geysers areas, and it's monumental. With regard to the tax measure, I'm speaking as the Fitch Mountain Association now. I heard a lot during the presentation about community outreach and education, and frankly, we haven't had much contact with up to this point. And I believe, as Priscilla said a little bit ago, the opportunity to contact hundreds of people on Fitch Mountain and thousands through the COPE network is available if it's accessed. So if you're serious about getting community input and educating the community, leveraging it through these existing organizations would be a kind of an easy way to do that. So we look forward, if this pursuit continues, to being involved in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then the next commenters are Fred and then Doug.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Fred Peterson, a director of Northern Sonoma County Fire District, and have been involved in this process for well over 7 years. I especially want to, I hope it passes. I would be devastated if it didn't. I want to specifically thank the fire ad hoc supervisors, Rabbit and Hopkins. It's been a long process. You guys have put in incredible hours and worked through a lot of negotiations, but never lost sight of getting this done. And to our supervisor, James Gore, who's been our biggest cheerleader advocate, got money through the budget process to allow us to get to this point. And I want to thank our partner fire districts. There was at one point where things could have fallen apart. And I'm very proud that we stuck together and showed real solidarity to benefit us countywide. I look forward to supporting a tax measure that does have input and gets us to where we want to be. So I think this, for us, our work just starts with this, but without this, we can't do what we need to in Northern Sonoma and to protect our area, and hopefully by proper prevention and fuels work to keep other areas of Sonoma County unaffected from major wildfires like we saw we can have even in the winter time. So many thanks to all of you, and I have my fingers crossed that the board sees fit to move forward with these agreements. Thanks so much.
Hey, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Doug Hamilton. I'm the president of North Bay Fire. I also want to commend the board, the fire ad hoc, and most particularly the fire services working group, past members and current. This is a monumental accomplishment. It does not come without thousands of hours of effort on everyone's part. Representing all of the remaining volunteer fire companies in CSA 40, we enthusiastically support the proposed agreements and thank everyone. Most particularly, I want to recognize retired Chief Mike Mickelson on behalf of the volunteer fire companies. Without his dedication through this process over the last 10 plus years, I don't know that we as volunteers would be at this point. I also want to reiterate Chief Hines' comments. It's a huge milestone, but we still have stations and engines and a lot of needs going forward. So we pledge to work through the annexation process with LAFCO and also to support a tax measure. The Fire Services Working Group has accomplished something I didn't think possible when I started my involvement, and that was they totally collaborated for the best interest of the residents, businesses, and visitors to Sonoma County. My hat is off to you, and you've built my confidence. I look forward to working with you all again. Thank you.
Hey, Blake, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Blake Cooper. I just wanted to say that I'm very glad to see this agreement going through today. One thing I did want to raise, though, has to do with the proposed tax that obviously won't be able to pass this season, but you're all hoping to pass next time. The last measure failed simply because people didn't understand what it was for, and they saw it as just another tax being added on to an already difficult burden. People in rural communities, especially in District 2, are hurting right now, and giving them another parcel tax or sales tax is something that most folks are not looking forward to. If this has a prayer of passing in the future, it can't just be education. People need to know exactly how this money is being spent and for what thresholds. Community groups have to be engaged, and the public needs to see the direct benefit of every dollar they're adding to their bill. There also needs to be a fair amount of work done in other areas in the county to make sure that people, frankly, have the income levels they need to afford this. If we're going to get the desperate money we need to fund these services, it can't just simply be another mailer campaign. One supervisor in particular already led a campaign that failed before because they didn't understand the public and what they were going through. Please focus on how people are doing in this county and look at ways to engage them so that they feel like they're part of the solution and they're not paying for more tax revenue that they're not certain is going exactly where it should be. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Gore and board and public. That will conclude public comment for this item.
Well, thank you very much. As I look at what we have here, I want to first allow any of my colleagues to weigh in on anything that they heard, but ultimately want to move on to our other items. It looks like we have a lot of support. Items, what I'm looking at is ultimately after supervisor comments, I have items A through F. We'll be looking for a motion and a second to approve those. Item G, which is receive an update on the results of the polling conducted for a potential sales tax. That doesn't need a vote of approval. It looks like there's going to be some work to be done and to bring that back. So I want to see if there's any comments or questions from my colleagues, and then we'll move on to a motion.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yeah.
There were some comments earlier in the public comments regarding the NFPA standards, and that was what was really behind the measure going forward. That's what we call the silver plan, and that silver plan was proposed by all the fire professionals to bring us up to a higher NFPA standard, which does actually include response times, because it doesn't matter how shiny your truck is, that if you don't get there in time, bad things can happen. So this is not the $55 million that would be required for the silver plan, but this is vitally important going forward and moves us along that path. And again, I go back to, obviously it's silly season and with that last comment, but at 64+%, the public really is right there. And with one campaign mailer, that would have passed. That's in hindsight, but that also goes into how we move forward. So I think we're on the precipice. I don't think we want to compete with the city of Santa Rosa, for instance, in terms of their public safety measure going forward. But I think this is a step in the right direction, keeps us moving along that path, is a very big generational change, and will secure our fire community for the short while. And then we'll continue to work on the issues as they develop. So thank you.
Thank you. Good clarification. Terry, there was also a question that I thought was a technical one, but a good one. It talked about in the agreements, the time frame of executing with LAFCO versus the time constraint that was mentioned, referencing 120 days, 2 years to go through LAFCO. Any follow-up on that?
Okay, Supervisor Gore. Actually, I'm going to defer to Kristen Harrell, the Deputy County Counsel, who was instrumental in putting these agreements together, and she knows all the finest details. So she's better well-versed. Kristen, are you available?
I am, and thank you, Chair. The 120-day deadline that is in the agreement is simply the application for reorganization must be submitted to Sonoma LAFCO within 120 days of completion of the municipal services review and the sphere of influence that is to be conducted by Sonoma LAFCO.
So what that means, Supervisors, is that once these agreements, if they're approved today, they will be signed, but we want to make sure that these districts follow through in consolidating with LAFCO. So it's an expectation that once the processes have finished up at LAFCO, that they will follow up with proper application. And so it's just a term to make sure that there's a proper follow-up in the LAFCO process.
Thank you very much. Any other colleagues? Okay, I'm going to look for a motion.
I have a comment.
Supervisor Corsi, yeah, comment.
I just wanted to make a brief comment here. And I'm going to support all of this. I believe it's absolutely necessary, and also a lot of positive steps here for our county. Reducing fire agencies from 43 to 23 is a huge accomplishment, and I want to thank my colleagues for the work that's gone into this over the past 7 years. Thank you, Supervisors Rabbit and Hopkins, for your time. This has not been an easy process. And it deserves the celebration, the celebratory mood that we're in today. And I don't want to rain on that parade, but I think it's important to note the uncertainties and the risks that the county takes on in these agreements. And I don't do that to diminish the importance of what we're doing here. I do it because I want everybody in the county to understand the importance of a future tax measure to support this. We're taking on risks to the general fund that are new. We're getting into the fire business in ways that we haven't been before. That starts out fairly small, but it grows every year. When and if the Fire Services Project Fund goes to balance of zero, that takes on extra risk for the general fund. That means that every person in Sonoma County is involved in this. Our communications team put out a summary of this measure today that said there are no impacts to residents of District 3. And it's true that none of the fire services in District 3 are, in the new District 3, are impacted by this. But the residents certainly are, because the general fund will be competing. This impact on the general fund competes with homelessness and housing and roads and climate action. So everybody has a stake in this. I want everybody to realize that, including the approximately 20% of the voters who live in District 3, that we need to look at the fire tax down the road, make sure that we have a distinct revenue source for fire in this county that's not depending on the general fund. And I look forward to that coming forward. And again, I want to thank and congratulate the work that's represented here today.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look for a motion on the table.
I was going to defer to my colleague, Supervisor Hopkins, but if she's not there,
I'm ready for the second. You go.
I would love to make the motion to approve the actions before us on the fire consolidation and going forward. So thank you.
And I will make that second.
Okay, thank you. We'll just include all of them, items A through G. G is nothing definitive, just receive an update. So this confirms all of these. Once again, like the rest of my colleagues, I want to thank all those involved in the process, and even more so, all those community members who are passionately fighting for a more resilient, safe future. Heard the folks from Fitch Mountain. This is huge, and this is a big win. And we got a lot of more fights to take on, but we have to also stop and take note and appreciate each other and this partnership. And I want to thank everybody for coming here today in agreement. There's always more to come. We need more resources. During the Kincaid fire, not the Kincaid fire, the Walbridge fire, we saw what it was like to depend completely upon mutual aid. And a system where, as opposed to in the Kincaid fire, we had the only fire in the state. And one of the main reasons was not only our preparedness and our local teams, but we had the whole armada here of California and then some. And so more to come. And thank you so much. Roll call vote, please, Marcy.
Supervisor Gorn. Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Aye.
Chair Gore.
Aye. The ayes have it. This is a 5-0. Thank you all so very much for all the work and more to come. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 35. Actually, I'm going to take a 5-minute break for my colleagues, a bathroom break. We'll be back here. Well, it's 10:12. We'll be back here at 10:20, 8 minutes for everybody on the call to get set up for the next two items. We have the calendar items of significant interest, TMDL, total maximum daily load requirements, and supervisorial district staffing. And then we'll break for lunch and come back for the Sonoma Development Center in the afternoon.
Thank you all, and we will resume the meeting. Just one moment. And Chair Gore, you should be able to unmute it this time.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Appreciate everybody out there. Okay, let's keep moving on. Big item. That was, I appreciate everybody on that. Okay, so item number 35, Board of Supervisors 2022 calendar items of significant interest. Review and adopt the 2022 board calendar of items. Want to pass this over to Cheryl Bratton, and I see Christina Rivera leaning in. Before I do, I want to let folks know who are going to do public comment, who are going to be advocating for different things to be added to the agenda, that this board, we're going to review this item now. We always plan every year, and we have it on the agenda. You'll see that immediately after we finish our June budget deliberations, we have an agenda item in early July that reviews the board agenda for the second half of the year. That's an opportunity for us to line things up. The board has reviewed all of the department head performance plans for the year, and you see a lot of these items listed here within. For board members, if we're going to be looking at adding any items, we have to be looking at what we're going to take off of the calendar. There is not an insurmountable amount of time. I say that not really to you, but I say it to myself as well. There's always things that come up during the year that we have to add, but oftentimes what we try to do is coalesce issues around things that already exist on the agenda itself. Also, for anybody who's listening in who wants to see something on the agenda item, know that they're on our meeting on next week on February 1st. Not only are we going to be going through the strategic plan and allocations of funding out of that, and also for the climate fund and allocations of money out of that, but we're also going to be announcing positions, appointments for boards and commissions for board members and ad hocs, initial ad hocs for the year. Ad hocs is a colloquial way to say subcommittees of 2 board members that dive in on specific issues. And so your comments about items before the board, some of these issues might be addressed through ad hocs or through board liaisons for the strategic planning pillars, and there are 5 of those. So with that being said, either CAO Bratton or Assistant CAO Christina Rivera, I see you leaning in, so I'll pass it over to you. I think we're not going to have a big presentation on this item, but more so see if there's any questions and comments from the board, and then public comment. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Gore. Christina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator, pinch hitting for County Administrator Bratton, who is adapting to some voice problems right now. So we are here, as Chair Gore suggested, to review our calendar for 2022. Is the same process that we used last year on 2021. It attempts to balance workload countywide, as Supervisor Gore indicated, and it also attempts to give our community a clear perspective of what's coming down, and they can engage that way. It is a two-step process. Today, the board will take a look at what we've drafted, and we'll ask questions. We will bring it back on February 8th to finalize. Our goal is to keep it, to keep each of your board meetings about 80% program, which means about 5 hours of regular scheduled discussion time. This allows for the board to have then the flexibility to address time-sensitive new issues that may come up, sometimes having to do with land issues. This is a practice that we have brought to you in order to adhere to your board rules, procedure rule 45. And with that, we'll take it back to the chair for discussion to the board, and if needed, the calendar can be viewed as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. So before I go to public comment, I'm going to see if the board members have any question. Sorry, leaning in here. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I appreciate staff, and I appreciate them bringing this forward in this manner. And what is what is kind of always a little bit nebulous is the fact that there are some issues that are related to other issues that are related to other issues, and it kind of all kind of comes back. And I know that that also leads to an extraordinary amount of staff time. And although they're very dedicated, there's only so many hours in a week, as well as not as worrisome, perhaps for us, very long meetings. But there are a few issues that I think will come to fruition, or I've heard of 4 items. The first one, and I do think that this is important that we take up sooner than later, and it could be taken up in conjunction with another item, specifically the government center, is the idea of the project labor agreements or the community workforce agreements, the threshold amounts. I think that we should revisit that sooner than later. It could be rolled into a conversation regarding however we progress our work with the government center, but I think it's going to come up, so we should be prepared and make sure that we deal with it accordingly. Related to that, and I know that we all received briefings by Kristen Madsen regarding an art ordinance, which I'm not opposed to at all, but I do think that we have opportunities within the own government center as well as the airport. Airports are great places to really highlight some really great community art projects. And I think if there's something that, some halfway item on that to make sure that we're committing in that direction, perhaps not the entire ordinance that might be proposed or not, because I do think that there's additional outreach that needs to be done. And then I know that another issue, and I know that Supervisor Hopkins, I believe, has probably heard on this one from her district a lot, is really kind of, can we do some upgrades, some revisions to the building code that would allow for, say, composting toilets? And I mean, obviously, we only want to have one building code for everyone, that is, and no subsets of that, but one solid standard so that everyone is safe. But there are some issues that we need to address that I think would be timely, and how those come through and whether they're standalone items or whether they're rolled into something else, I leave up to staff. The last one is something I received from, and I know that each individual city has slightly different, the tobacco ordinances that are out there. And I know, again, obviously public health is extremely busy with the pandemic. So maybe in that second half of the year, if there is time, and again, I just put it on the list, if there is time to kind of look at specifically the flavored tobacco and some of those other things. And I think that we all know of instances where you have one store on one side of the street and another store on the other side of the street following 2 different rules on things like that. And I think we want to make sure that we have some consistency going forward for all the right reasons. So I appreciate the opportunity to opine on that, look forward to the process as we go forward, and appreciate always the dedicated staff we have, and encourage them also to say no to certain items, because I know that they don't want to do that and they're overworked. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Hopkins, and then Supervisor Bourne.
Thank you. I want to start with sort of a general question, and this would be for you, Chair, which is, how are we going to kind of draw the line between calendar and ad hocs? Because there might be some instances where we say, hey, maybe this would be appropriate to form an ad hoc, and I know that we're going to be discussing that next time. But for instance, there are a few topics that I would like to bring up sort of along with Supervisor Rabbit. And I'm just wondering how you want to handle that conversation of, will we sort of flag and say, hey, maybe this would be good for an ad hoc, let's talk about it at the next meeting, or how do you want to handle that?
Well, I think for the first part, I would love for you guys to just open forum about the issues that are on the table. And then once we go to public comment and come back, I think what I should do is just look back to you all and kind of propose some ideas or ask you if these are more appropriate for an ad hoc or something else. I'll forward a couple of the ideas that we're already having for ad hocs, even though they'll come next week. And then we'll have a final review of this on the 8th. There's going to be 2 weeks in between. So the ad hocs will actually be announced next week, a week before this. So I think there'll be some, we could obviously pull it off of consent and add some items if we needed to. But I think when we create the ad hocs, we want to bring back the charters, and those charters for the ad hocs could include projected times later in this half of the year, or in the second half of the year as well.
Great, thank you. So following up on Supervisor Rabbit's remarks, I am also interested in getting PLAs on the agenda Also making sure that in our opportunity, I think it's in March for the building code update, that we are talking about tiny homes, about the evictions that we've been seeing and trying to address that concern in the community. Also with that is actually a parallel conversation around my favorite topic, which is composting toilets. And so that might be sort of more appropriate for the on-site wastewater treatment systems conversation, but I think that it's important to kind of bring that up as a potential solution in both of those conversations. In addition to looking at sort of the timing of the living wage ordinance and understanding kind of why that's calendared where it is, and if there is any opportunity to bring that closer to the beginning of the year, there's also interest that I've heard in terms of a labor piece. And I don't know if that would be sort of a separate ordinance that would follow on afterwards, or if that's something that we want to tackle kind of after we get through the review and the update of the living wage ordinance. And then I've also heard, interest from the community in terms of looking at farm workers more broadly in Sonoma County, and sort of how we can work on, some of the concerns that farm workers have raised, while also maybe potentially bringing that forward to a state advocacy place, because ultimately these are the issues that are being grappled with by every county, not just Sonoma County. So I'm interested in having that conversation, perhaps after the public comments. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Goring, and then Corsi.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. I think those are a number of the issues that have been lingering over a number of years. Farm workers is relatively recent, but it really is coming about from the fires and workers working in smoke and shrouded conditions, worker safety issues. I absolutely would love to see some action on that, or collaboration with the community and the state on some of those issues. I know we have a lingering issue regarding well path and vacancies of health providers at the jail, and I notified the sheriff of some of the concerns that were expressed to all of us. And I would encourage all of the folks to talk with the sheriff first and then come to us. But I think it's important, as our previous discussion, to put this on the agenda so we can have a public conversation. I know it is really challenging to recruit and retain healthcare workers, especially now. But nevertheless, this is an important issue for our board and our community. I agree with you about putting the tobacco retail license, Supervisor Abbott, on our agenda. Another long-standing issue that we put on the back burner, and it's time to bring that forward. And always interested in discussion on project labor agreements and moving forward. And I have to admit, I'm an enormous proponent of public art, and so I would like to see that put on the agenda for that discussion, both for private development. We're looking at the developmental center years from now, and as perhaps a place for artists, artist studios, art spaces, but also public art. And the Sonoma Valley Trail would be a great place for public art, and the Springs Community Plaza. Hope you all looked at the newspaper article about Ken Wilson's and Brian Tetrick's big bad bear that's being erected at St. Anne's on Highway 12. Can't wait to see the head revolve in the wind. So we need more of that to inspire us and support our artists. So absolutely supportive of that. So the question that I have for you, Supervisor Gore, is you said, okay, if we add things to our agenda, we're going to have to take things off. I recognize we have limitations on staff time and supervisorial time, but these are all issues that have been hanging fire over the past couple of years. And because of the pandemic, we just sort of put them on the back burner to move forward. So I wouldn't say that many of them are new items. They're continuation of our concerns and support for some of these items from years past. So are you thinking that we have to then pull items off of the calendar if we want to add these onto the calendar?
Well, it's dynamic how it's going to go forward. You know this. So I would just say that that's to the best of my ability is that the goal is, as I'm looking through the sheet itself, is to make sure that we're at that area of 4 to 6 hours max on regular calendar. So as we go through agenda review, I mean, this is comments not just back to me, but the vice chair is also an agenda review with me. And so, one thing is that multiple of these items that you're talking about, oftentimes what we have is we have workshops, and over the last couple of years, even whether virtually or in person. And then workshops would be an appropriate place to discuss an issue and then talk about, does it have a place in the agenda and what are the upcoming agendas? And as always, if the board has a desire, if the majority of the board has a desire to move forward and agendize something, we will do it. That's how it works. But at the same time, what I want to be cognizant of is something that you all do as well, which is looking at those department heads in a workshop or whatever and saying, what does it take to bring this forward? So that it's not just more things on with the assumption that it can happen without other things delaying. We've done that with some departments. Sonoma has a comprehensive work plan. Obviously that changes too in terms of timeline and other things. So, and then the final thing I would just say is that I want to acknowledge that there's a bunch of really hefty planning documents that we're trying to bring to resolution this year. The local coastal plan, the first real public forum on the general plan, Sonoma County general plan update. Supervisor Gorn still stuck with the Springs specific plan, the airport specific plan, and then the Sonoma Developmental Center specific plan, which will have to come back to us too. Those things.
Wait, we're going to be done with that today. Oh, just
yeah. Well, there you go. So I guess just long story short is that this is the first chance to hear from it. Obviously, as we go through, the board members can always use board member announcements. Also communicate through the CAO of things that they're interested in seeing. I do want to state that one of the things that we're gonna try and hold to is resolutions that are political in nature, is keeping those different from the things that we actually have dominion and jurisdiction over. We have a lot of requests to pass ordinances to lobby the state or the feds. When we bring our ledge platform forward, we're going to look at that. Each supervisor can always endorse propositions, initiatives, or positions on things at the state and federal level. But for our part, we're going to try and keep our agenda to our business in the first half of the year and let us as individuals sign on to those things as needed as well.
I appreciate that. And this board works so well, so collaboratively, and we will focus on the issues that are really important, like land use issues, but also look at ways that we can address some of the issues that have been on the back burner. One of the issues on the back burner was climate change, and Supervisor Hopkins and I planned quarterly workshops on climate change 2 years ago, but then COVID overtook all of our intents and occupied all of our space, and it really does to a certain extent still this year. But we've received a lot of comments from community members wanting to make sure that we have not lost sight of the importance and the critical nature of climate change. And we'll have more conversation next week as we talk about the strategic pillars and hopefully talk about the plans of the ad hoc moving forward, and enjoy working with Supervisor Hopkins on that. So I look forward to spending some quality time on that as well with our community. So thank you to my fellow members.
Well, and Supervisor Gorn, I want to tell you that I've been thinking about that as well with respect to climate. So we are, now we have our own staff that we've hired individually here in the county. All of that hasn't launched in terms of what it is. The coordination that you provided as past chair of SCTA and RCPA, the work on Sonoma Clean Power, not only the creation of it, but that working together. I want you and Supervisor Hopkins to lean in on the climate item and state what you might need from the board and the others to support that work. I see that almost as even though it's one of 5 of our pillars, I see that as a core working group going forward for the rest of this year, but also launching into what's the real construct for future years. Because addressing climate change isn't just about our appointments to RCPA or our appointments to Sonoma Clean Power. There's a core ability on our policies, where we're at, our sustainability division and other things, and being a leader in that charge. So please bring that next week. And if you and Supervisor Hopkins, beforehand talk about it, whatever you want to explore this year, that could lead into the next couple of years on continued action. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. Had a little trouble unmuting there. good thing about coming at the end is I don't have to come up with a long list here. We already have one. And I think that all of these issues that have been mentioned are important and deserve our attention. I look forward to the conversations about how we bring that attention to these issues. As you said, Chair Gore, we have an opportunity for the second half of the year, but we have opportunities before then through ad hocs and through the board liaison strategic plan process. So I'll be involved in those conversations with you, with the rest of the board. The only item that I would add to the list that's been thrown out there is an idea that's been floating around for a while, and that's a ban on new gas stations in the county. I'll just throw it out there. Some of these things fit in well. Like for instance, new gas station ban might be part of the climate action of strategic plan. Flavored vapors products could be part of the health and safety part of the strategic plan. We'll get there. I do want to respect the list that we've already spent a lot of time talking about and committing our department heads to through their work plans. But the conversation is not over on these other things. Thanks.
You make a great point. These are all integrated. And I think one thing that I want the colleagues to consider is that when we come back and talk about ad hocs, or where as a part of our strategic plan, we already have those groups in place with staff identified, is not only the what of those, but the how. So for instance, the opportunity that on a lot of these issues, we could use our board chambers or use Zoom where two of those colleagues could make sure that their staff support and they do some of these public forums so that we socialize those issues so that by the time they come back to the board, in a sense of like the fire ad hoc, there's a lot of vetting, there's been a lot of public consumption, people don't feel surprised. That's one of the things that I've always heard from folks about ad hocs and subcommittees and other things is how much we go out there, whether those are Brown Act identified meetings or they are forums at night or during the day that fit the community. So I think a lot of this is a part of what I'd like us to talk about next week, and for the board to be prepared to talk about what their ideas are. Once again, in this position of chair, I'm just trying to facilitate agreement amongst where we're at rather than tell us where we need to be. So with that being said, I want to look at a couple of these items and then go to public comment. There's already been a discussion that was put out about project labor agreement, current language. So there's two things that I think that connects with. One that we can look at is the county, there's the county complex coming forward. It says financing and PLA, project labor agreement. And so I'll go to either the county administrator or Christina Rivera a little bit later to talk about how some of these items can be stacked, right? Like if we're going to be talking about a county complex funding agreement and a PLA, if there's a project labor agreement language that we need to talk about from a policy perspective, we're going to see that item multiple times. We know there will be questions about it, so let's make sure that the agenda item includes a conversation for that project specifically, but for other issues. The other one that we have in a little bit later in the year is, I mentioned before, is procurement, which is contracting. And for those who don't follow government talk, governmentese, procurement and contracting is really how we spend money. Not only do we spend it locally or otherwise, but do we have standards that we adhere to with that funding that include, certifications or local hiring or other things associated with it. So I think the goal of procurement is also to make sure that that's a regional approach. I know for a fact that the mayor of Santa Rosa, Chris Rogers, has an initiative that he's taking before his council as well on that. And the public investment into this community or out of this community is substantially more than our allocations out of our budget at the end of the year. How much we spend on goods and services and how we do that. The other thing that I would say is that with respect to the living wage, the first time we're going to see the living wage ordinance is on March 22nd. And I think there was a question from Supervisor Hopkins about labor peace and living wage. And so this Christina, I see you on the camera as well. As much as we're talking about PLA and labor pieces with the county complex, let's also look at that date of March 22nd. And living wage and the labor peace discussion as a part of that, whatever we need to bring back. And then so I see some of the other ones, composting toilets and flavored tobacco, farm worker and other things as being embedded in. I think also the gas station discussion as a part of the general plan or as a part of one of these climate ad hoc. So I think a part of this is going to be integrating the work in. So I'm going to go to public comment after I go to our county administrator, Cheryl Bratton.
Thank you, Chair Gore. I just wanted to clarify, living wage is not on the draft. I think you're looking at an earlier draft for March 22nd. It's on the calendar for, I believe, August or September.
Okay. Well, let's track that down. I'm sure we'll get some comments on that too. And
I actually do see it on September 2022. On September 20th. September 20th is your page 6 of the draft calendar.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, we'll go to, first of all, I appreciate that. We'll come back to that after public comment. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Marcy, let's go into public comment.
Thank you. Please, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you would like to comment on this item number 35 on today's agenda. And Chair Gore, I will confirm with you the amount of time for comment. Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Thank you. We're going to do 1.5 minutes for each on this. We have quite a few hands up. Please make sure you state your piece, what you'd like to see, and be as direct as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The first commenters will be Bridget, Zira, and Jonathan.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for taking my comment. My name is Bridget Palmer. I live in Santa Rosa, and there is a friend here who would also like to make a comment, so we'll each make a brief comment. I respectfully urge you to pass a temporary emergency ordinance to stop Permit Sonoma from ordering evictions of people living in safe, affordable, alternative housing. I spent part of my childhood in this kind of housing. It enabled my recently divorced single mother to get a foothold on her new life, and I look back upon the experience as an adventure that helped to build my character. I went on to be a valedictorian of Santa Rosa High School and attend Stanford University and run a business in Sonoma County. I believe Sonoma County is a region of forward-thinking people with empathy and creativity, and I believe that with your leadership, new policies can be crafted that will provide a framework for the development of a viable, much-needed supply of affordable housing. Please put this issue on your agenda for early 2022 and pass a temporary emergency ordinance to allow people to stay in their homes while workable solutions are explored.
Hi, I'm Ellen Vieira, also live in Santa Rosa, and I just wanted to say that I would like to urge you to pass a temporary ordinance to stop Permit Sonoma from ticketing and fining properties with tiny homes. This was done in order to allow fire victims to live in travel trailers and has been extended already. We know that only supervisors can vote for a moratorium on such items. And so we urge you to put this on your agenda and to go ahead and vote on a moratorium for this so that we can have this taken care of for now while we work on other solutions. I want to thank you for the opportunity to express my feelings on this issue.
Thank you very much. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Zaira. I'm with Indivisible Petaluma, and I'm a supporter of the North Bay Jobs with Justice 5 for Farm Workers and Fire campaign. I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to take the responsibility and the authority they have here locally to prioritize farm workers' health and safety in the 2022 calendar, which would include language justice, hazard pay, disaster insurance. And also, I did want to add on to the ban for gas stations. You know, Petaluma has already done that work, so you can look to Petaluma for that leadership as well in support of the ban for gas stations county level. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And the next commenters are Jonathan, Sunny, then Glenn.
I'm Jonathan Greenberg of Sebastopol and the editor of the Sonoma Independent. I just want to say that the composting toilet issue, which is agendized in March, is an issue and it's very important, but it will take years. In the meantime, we are urging supervisors to place on the agenda and take accountability for the choice that you have to pass an urgency ordinance that would provide the same protection to unpermitted people who are lower income and live in identical houses to fire zone victims as you have passed, for the fire victims and extended. I want to point out that 20,000 people live in housing like this, we estimate, around our county. Any 200 of them are evicted every year by Permit Sonoma. This will take years. You have a responsibility and a choice to fix this dysfunctional system. If you do not place this on the agenda, if you do not vote for this year, you will be responsible for 200 people being added to the homeless population. That's twice as many people as our county spends $20 million a year acquiring housing for. You have 3 items on the agenda 3 times to discuss the new $1 billion home for Sonoma County, the controversial home. That you have not placed this on the agenda is an oversight that really needs correcting. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Sunny Galbraith. I'm a high school teacher and North Bay Jobs with Justice board member and 350 Sonoma Steering Committee. I'm asking the board to prioritize climate mitigation and adaptation, including farm worker health and safety in the 2022 calendar. We ask the board that the board treat the climate emergency as they would treat any emergency by addressing it urgently and constantly. Our frontline community members are especially in need. Every major decision should be evaluated on the basis of climate and equity. Farm workers in Sonoma County are particularly at risk in the climate crisis, and I ask that the board, specifically, I urge the board to make sure that we have a dignified Ag Pass program in place by June 1st so that we can get ahead of wildfire season. This Ag Pass program must require companies that are granted passes to require that all health and safety evacuation training be provided in workers' preferred languages, including Indigenous languages, that workers receive hazard pay, and that workers be given disaster insurance. As a teacher and climate activist and labor activist, it is deeply important to me that we address the root causes of the climate crisis and protect all of our community members from its effects. And I'm in support of the gas station ban and composting toilets. Thank you very much.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Glenn Brassington. I am in 9th grade and I go to Orchard View School in Sebastopol. I live in Roanoke Park. I believe that to reach zero carbon emissions by 2030, Sonoma County must begin to make drastic changes to our transportation system. The transportation system alone accounts for 60% of our carbon emissions. Another point that I would like to cover comes from one of my recent school assignments. I learned about the dangers to farm workers during fire season and the local 5 for Farm Workers campaign that is fighting for their rights, health, and safety. This impacted me deeply as I am Latino and bilingual and know people in this situation. I urge you to include and require companies who use the new Ag Pass program to ensure hazard pay, disaster insurance, and instructions in native languages of farm workers. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on such an important topic. My name is Ani Fowler, and I'm currently a student at the Santa Rosa Junior College. I've been engaged in environmental action since high school when I started realizing the current global climate change emergency we are facing. Just yesterday, I was watching the news with my family and we heard firefighters informing the public of how wildfires are now the new reality and a year-long concern for everyone to be aware of. That was a surreal comment, and it made me question how it was that we came to this dreadful point. These climate change related issues are now becoming our new norm and are projected to increase in the next few years, especially for the younger generation, many of which are still in school and don't have the ability to attend these kinds of meetings and speak up. I believe that by running every major decision through an evaluation based on climate and equity, as well as treating modern climate change as we would any other emergency with rapid efficiency and relentlessness, our county will be able to aid in changing the current trajectory with the global climate change emergency and will set an example for our surrounding communities. It is a major concern to me that prioritizing climate action is something we still need to discuss, especially with the current state of the world. I do appreciate all that you have expressed and done in terms of our need for environmental actions and recognizing its magnitude. I would also like to take this time to ask for a just transition to a fossil-free future and ensure farm worker safety in fire zones, as others have stated, and echo others' wishes for composting toilets and gas station bans. As youth who will have recently or will soon become a voting age, it is absolutely crucial that we know our leaders will be representing our values and doing what they can to ensure a livable future for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next commenters are Lena, Steve, then Woody.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lina Blanco. I'm a resident of District 5, and I support North Bay Jobs with Justice's 5 for Farm Workers and Fires campaign. I believe that the board has an opportunity to use their local authority and responsibility by prioritizing farm worker health and safety in this 2022 calendar. We say wine holds our county together, but the wine industry only exists because of the labor of our county's farm workers. For 4 years, immigrant and indigenous workers have been repeatedly sent into hazardous working conditions during the fall harvest without these institutions listening to what workers say they need to be safe. By not acting now, workers will be forced to endure the same working conditions. That's why we can no longer continue with an interim Ag Pass program. If there is going to be an Ag Pass program, then there needs to be an actual Sonoma County policy in place by June 1st so that we can get ahead of wildfire season. This policy must include 3 criteria from the 5 for Farm Workers in Fires campaign. That's 1, language justice, 2, hazard pay, 3, disaster insurance that my other neighbors have already spoke to. These demands are absolutely achievable, but we need the board to take action in partnership with farm workers and concerned neighbors like me. This is what climate justice and a just transition for farm workers looks like. Let's listen to workers, listen to the land, and remember that worker safety comes first. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, board members. This is Steve Bertlebow with the Transportation and Land Use Coalition. We are very concerned, of course, about the climate issues and about the steps that need to be taken to deal with them. They're very, very broad and affect every part of county government. I appreciate Supervisor Gorin's suggestion that there be quarterly reports on progress. And these need not take a lot of time, but just the fact that you do report publicly on what's happening is going to reassure people. The issue of driving needs to be addressed. We need a report soon on how much we've reduced our driving over the last year or 2, and we need to have periodic reports on reductions. Reductions need to happen at the rate of about 6% per year. So thank you for the opportunity to make these suggestions, and I wish you well.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Woody Hastings. I live in unincorporated Sonoma County near Sebastopol. I'm the co-coordinator of the Coalition Opposing New Gas Stations, www.con-gas.org. Since our founding, we've played a role in halting 3 gas station proposals in the county. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Commenting on what was just said about the quarterly climate workshops, it seems to me those could get started this year virtually. I'm here today to urge you to include on your calendar an evaluation of a measure to restrict or prohibit new gasoline stations in the county, and perhaps an urgency moratorium to forestall any new applications coming in while you work on an ordinance. And thank you, Supervisor Corsi, for mentioning this issue. I'm motivated by the climate crisis. There's an urgent need at all levels of government, including local government, to take transformative action, as the latest climate science shows that we're on a trajectory toward irreversible runaway chaos by 2030 without swift action to change course. Your climate emergency resolution of fall 2019 affirmed that the crisis is real and that you intend to act accordingly. Let's see, I'll skip ahead. The RCPA, the Regional Climate Protection Authority, was created by the county and its cities in 2009 with a charge to coordinate countywide climate protection matters. And this past September, the RCPA adopted a resolution that they're willing to support you. Anyway, I'm urging you to place the gas station prohibition on the agenda.
Thank you so much for the comment. And the next commenters are MV, Sonia, then Dana.
Hi, Supervisors. Thanks for this. We wanted to, I'm MB Watson with the National Union of Healthcare Workers. We represent the WellPath healthcare workers in the jail. We wanted to encourage you as you're planning your calendar for 2022 that you request or that you schedule a board report or hearing regarding healthcare staffing at the jail. 2 months after the board approved a contract with more accountability and transparency, WellPath is already out of compliance with the language that the board asked for. They're not staffing or even making the effort to fulfill the reporting requirements. Right now, just 40% of RN positions at the jail are filled. That's 6 out of 15 nurses. Out of 16.2 new employees they agreed to hire, they've only been able to hire 0.8. We've been trying to work with WellPath to address their recruitment and retention problems, and they have basically said they're not willing to do anything. More disturbing, though, is their refusal to offer any training or incentives to support translation services for inmates. We know that this is a civil rights issue to be able to get healthcare in jail. Both the short staffing and the lack of bilingual translation are real legal liabilities for the county. And we encourage you to schedule a hearing in April at the 6-month mark of this contract to hold this contractor accountable. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sonia Rifkin, and I'm the research coordinator with the National Union of Healthcare Workers. I echo MV's request for a hearing to look at WellPath compliance. I want to thank the board for including new language in the contract that requires WellPath to report on staffing levels. And I assure you it's already serving its purpose, but what we're seeing is alarming. MV spoke to the RN shortage. To add to that, there were 19 open job listings as of yesterday. We've met with the sheriff and will continue to, but this is not solely a labor issue between the staff and the sheriff. WellPath's strategy for recruiting and retaining staff is a county public health issue. And I know the board has recognized this in the past, and we hope you'll continue to. We've seen strong enforcement efforts work. As some of you know, the Alameda County contract with WellPath allows the county to recoup funds from WellPath if they don't fulfill the staffing matrix. And the county recouped $2.3 million over the last few years. In 1 year, they recouped $1.7 million for 6 months of short staffing, which is equivalent to 8% of the cost of the contract in that period. So, contracting out in this way is supposed to improve quality, save money, but not put private contractors outside of the reach of public accountability. So they've already fallen short of the reporting requirements the board approved. They haven't provided schedules as they're supposed to. So again, I ask you to take steps toward prioritizing a hearing, a transparent forum to assess their compliance and the impact on community safety.
Thank you so much for the comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Dana Martin. I have been an RN at the Sonoma County Jail for almost 6 years. I love my job and the people I serve and work with, both custody and WellPath employees. I became a nurse to serve the underprivileged people of my community. However, I primarily work in booking for the last 2 years, which includes running on emergencies anywhere in the jail. While the job has certainly become complex and burdensome due to the pandemic, there have been several times when I have had multiple emergencies happening at once. We are constantly prioritizing and reprioritizing who gets immediate attention. WellPath was not meeting the staffing matrix requirements prior to the new contract and continue not to meet the new staffing matrix requirements. This is very dangerous for inmates and staff. It creates an extreme liability for the county as well. This is not about money. It is about patient safety. These are the most vulnerable people in our community. This loss of staffing did not begin with the pandemic either. It was there prior to the pandemic. I urge you to put this on for a review. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Alexa, Julie, and Rosalind.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Alexa Forster. I am a professor at Santa Rosa Junior College and a mother and Santa Rosa resident. And I don't want to take a lot of time because many people have hit the themes that I was going to touch on. I do want to say earlier in this meeting, Chair Gore, you said, if you want to see my priorities, look at my calendar. And I have done that, and I do not see rapid decarbonization of Sonoma County in the calendar as it is. And I appreciate the comments from the chair and the other supervisors about how that's going on in the background. But I would really like to see more opportunities for public engagement and education around this. I support the 5 for Farm Workers campaign as an immediate step for climate justice and a just transition. I also would like to see focus on transportation. I really don't see that. I see our CPA coming once on the calendar around composting, but transportation is our largest source of emissions, and it is also an amazing opportunity to make good on our equity goals. So I hope that that can be added to the calendar or worked into other items on the calendar. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Julie Wingett, and I'm also a nurse at the Sonoma County Jail. And I'm asking the board to schedule a hearing in April to monitor WellPath's compliance with the contract. WellPath's excuse for the staffing shortage is that there's a shortage of nurses or healthcare workers everywhere. That is true, but other places are able to hire healthcare workers. I was hired on at Sutter per diem in November. There were 4 other nurses orienting at the same time as me. During the new hire meeting day, there were 24 nurses in that meeting, 24 new hires. The shortage of workforce should not lower the quality of care, nor should it lower the workplace standards of our nurses and mental health workers. The current workforce cannot pick up the load of a shortage and continue to uphold high standards of quality of care and quality of the workplace. WellPath is responsible for providing the resources necessary to uphold the standard. Those resources include workforce. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Rosalind. I live in Occidental in a tiny house that I co-built.
Like thousands of others living in alternative dwellings across Sonoma County, the one consistent problem we have is that it's not often possible, or it's cost prohibitive, to connect our tiny homes, yurts, travel trailers, etc., to existing septic systems. And so many of us use composting toilets. The EPA has done the research and recommends composting toilets for not only rural areas, but suburban areas as well, to conserve millions of gallons of our dwindling freshwater supplies. Composting toilets make sense in an age of climate change where aquifers and wells across West County are drying up. As some of you may know, Occidental Arts and Ecology program have had a pilot program going on with Permit Sonoma since 2016 that is scheduled to end next February. I confirmed with James Pelican of OAC that they are on track for permit approval, which will hopefully create a path to permits not only for OAC, but for the thousands of others like myself with composting toilets. But that is still a year or more away. And so we're asking that a moratorium be placed on Permit Sonoma's red tagging, which has resulted in the evictions of up to 200 people every year, adding to our homeless encampments. Please support the ordinance for a temporary moratorium on alternative housing red tagging for composting toilets. Thank you.
Hi, Greg, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Greg Dameron, and I'm Vice Chair for Tobacco Free Sonoma County Community Coalition. And I'm also parent of a teenager who's an SRJC student. Thank you, Chair Gore, and the other county supervisors, Supervisor Rabbit, Gorin, Corsi, for recalling the commercial flavored tobacco ban. Since schools have reopened this past fall, we've been hearing from high school students across Sonoma County that the teen vaping epidemic seems to be spiking more than it did before COVID closures. And we're hearing alarming reports from public health workers who work with teens and parents, school administrators. County undercover operations last month are confirming preliminary reports of alarming rates of sales to undercover teen purchasers across the county. Chair Gore, in your district, a few hundred feet from Mark West Elementary, retailers have created tall multi-tiered plexiglass displays that are full of high nicotine dosage youth-targeted vaping products. These products are inexpensive, single-use in many cases, and are showing up with cigarette butts in our creeks and waterways, watersheds, and beaches. As we consider the toxic impact of nicotine with youth, let's also consider our environment, and we really encourage a flavor ban, commercial tobacco flavor ban, and device ban, e-cigarette device ban. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are David, Marty, then Fred.
Thank you, Davin Cardenas, Petaluma resident, Director of Organizing with North Bay Jobs with Justice, and echoing my friends and colleagues' comments about supporting the 5 for Farm Worker campaign and passing an Ag Pass program this year by June 1st to get ahead of the wildfire season. And the Ag Pass, including language justice, hazard pay, disaster insurance. And this, again, as you know, coming from the voices and needs of farm workers and our process of listening to the land and listening to workers. And I think as someone else said, being a beginning of a just transition in our region, the industries in our region are gonna change. They're gonna, transition is inevitable, but justice is not. And so we want to take that first step and really respect the needs and the voices of workers in our region. So we urge you to pass an Ag Pass program this year before June. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and stay.
Marty Bennett, Unite Here. The proposed calendar indicates that the revision of the living wage law will not be completed until September. The North Bay Labor Council, North Bay Jobs with Justice, and the Alliance for a Just Recovery strongly oppose a delay. The process has taken 6 years, and with 3 fires and 1 flood since 2017, inequality has deepened after each disaster. The board needs to demonstrate its commitment to economic and racial justice by completing the revision no later than April 1. The county can move expeditiously because all of the proposed revised provisions are in place in other California counties with living wage laws with no reported problems. Second, county staff now concurs with the estimates by a UMass economist who has calculated the cost for implementing our proposed revisions, including providing 12 paid sick days leave and expanding the ordinance to the county fair and county airport. In addition, the board should schedule consideration of a separate labor peace ordinance immediately after completion of the living wage law to ensure that the county's proprietary interests are not jeopardized by a work disruption or strike by employees of a county contractor if workers attempt to organize a union, as occurred at the landfill in 2018 when the Teamsters successfully organized.
Thank you. Fred, Davida, then Sherry.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Fred Allebach from unincorporated Sonoma Valley. I'm glad to see you've recovered from redistricting. I suggest the following items you add to the calendar. Please support North Bay Jobs with Justice Farm Workers campaign. Labor needs a seat at the table in county economic development, not just management. I support a vaping and flavors nicotine ban. I support a living wage all the way to $40 an hour. I support a gas station ban. For climate, please put affordable housing as climate justice on equal footing with greenhouse gas reductions, and don't lock third class in steerage while first class gets all the lifeboats. Finally, please agendize a discussion of safe alternative housing. I support Supervisor Hopkins' comments on tiny homes and gray water. These safe alternative living situations are better than being homeless. It won't hurt you to put this on the agenda, but it will hurt the approximately 200 people evicted by the county per year and the 20,000 people here living in these situations. 200 people is 4 50-unit affordable housing projects, and these are hard to come by. Follow Spike Lee and do the right thing today. There's never a wrong time for compassion and justice. There's always enough time to do the right thing, especially when it's you who makes the rules. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is David Sotelo Escobedo, resident of District 5 and communications coordinator at North Bay Jobs with Justice. I'm here to ask the board, take authority that you have to prioritize farm worker health and safety in the 2022 calendar. And I'd like to remind the board this past weekend, we already saw the first wildfire of the year start up on Geyser Peak, in the chair zone district. And it's just a stressful reminder of the reality we live in now and the reality of climate crisis. There's not just a season for fires anymore. They could just happen just like that at any time of the year. And climate action is inseparable from justice for those who know and work the land. And for the past 4 years, under the board's ad hoc interim approach to an ad hoc program, it's been immigrant and indigenous workers who've borne the brunt of the consequences of inaction. And this past year, farm workers took a bold step in making their priorities clear, and we need to listen and honor those concerns that they've raised. And to not take action and continue kicking this issue down the line would be entirely irresponsible. And that's why we need an Ag Pass program, an actual local policy in place by June 1st so that we can be prepared for the worst time of the years for fires. And that policy must include criteria that come directly from workers' experience, means language justice, hazard pay, and disaster insurance. And I know someone already, echoed Supervisor Gore's own comments earlier and saying it best is like, if you want to see our priorities and look on our calendar. So let's make farm worker safety a priority and get it on the 2022 calendar. So let's listen to the land, let's listen to the workers in 2022. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
And the same thing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. I guess it's almost afternoon. Chair Gore, members of the supervisors. My name is Cherie Cabral with the North Bay Building and Construction Trades Council. And I'm not going to take a whole bunch of your time. I'm sure you have a ton of speakers this morning, but I want to thank you for giving consideration to taking a look at the existing project labor agreement policy that is in place with the county to bring that up to current standards on a state and federal level with regards to the language that's contained in it, and also look at how we can modify that in order to make it more productive and efficient to better serve the members of the community and provide for jobs and apprenticeship. I also want to take a moment to encourage the Board of Supervisors to elevate forward the living wage ordinance discussion a little further, a little closer on your timeline so that it provides some relief for the folks who actually should have already been seeing some of those living wage increases, but have not yet. So thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you.
Next commenters are Justin, Thomas, then Kai. And so I'm sorry, Justin, your Zoom account is of a needs an update or something along those lines, so I'm not able to allow you to make your comment. If you are wanting to, you can also call back in using the phone-in information on the agenda and press *9 to raise your hand. Any comments can also be emailed to bos@sonoma-county.org. And I do apologize. And I'm going to move forward with the next commenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, great. And thank you for forwardly addressing the issues for the upcoming year. I want to speak to two things, climate and equity justice. The first thing is I mentioned before about groundwater and saltwater intrusion. This is incredibly important, and you really need to do two things. One thing is ascertain where the saltwater intrusion is and develop a plan consistent with state law about the 50-year sustainability. At 300 feet deep, this groundwater storage in the area of Petaluma and Sonoma is about 360,000 acre-feet each. This can be used to create a benefit for the northern basins and the North Russian River. As you can imagine, that's about 2 years of storage use of what Sonoma County Water distributes south. We really need to look at pump storage hydroelectric power. This study from Australia of the United States identified many thousands of locations, of which a few would be beneficial. They mentioned that would be the greatest battery storage available to us, better than all battery other storage. I'd recommend you ask the Office of Equity to look at the Hearn overcrossing, Hearn Avenue overcrossing for equitability of the design and the evacuation purposes. Needs to be a part of the SMART campaign, and Sonoma Developmental Center needs to address native land rights. And
thank you so much. And the Sonoma Developmental Center will be on the agenda later today as well. Please unmute and state your name. Or Kai?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Kai Lewis. I live in Sebastopol. I'm all for composting toilets. I'd like to second what Rosalind said. Other states and localities have already legalized composting toilets, and I'm baffled as to why it is taking so long here in California. And I'm looking forward to hearing the conversation about that later this year. And in the meantime, I think Sonoma County permit enforcement should place a moratorium on all permit enforcement action that effectively leads to an eviction from these tiny homes and small additional dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Pedro, Blake, and Tim.
Hi, this is Pedro Conceição. I'm an organizer with SEIU United Healthcare Workers and also a delegate to the North Bay Labor Council. I'm calling in support of the living wage ordinance. I think it's important that we get this done in the first quarter of 2022. Workers can't afford to wait any longer to get this done. I would also like to express support for the North Bay Jobs with Justice's fight for farm workers and fires. We need to have an ag pass policy in place by June 1st, before the wildfire season begins. And this policy should prioritize the health and safety of farm workers by including language justice, hazard pay, and disaster insurance. Today, I want to ask the board to take urgent action and listen to the workers who have been on the front lines. And I thank you for your time.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Blake Hooper, and I just want to ask that the board please focus on adding project labor agreements and prevailing wage discussion to the county complex. This will be a critical project, and for far too long, the county has been like Lucy with the football when it comes to actually following through on our PLA agreement. The threshold needs to be lowered for major projects, and it would be criminal for this project to move forward without an agreed upon project labor agreement and prevailing wage. Please add an emergency ordinance to protect alternative housing to the calendar as well. Talk is cheap when it comes to solving our affordable housing crisis if you're not willing to protect the housing that we have. Most of these units are trailers or they are tiny homes. And right now they are going through what amounts to de facto eviction because there's nothing on our code that helps support them getting up to proper code. Supervisor Hopkins has already suggested the way around this. This would be passing an ordinance very similar to what was done following the fires. I know this can be done, and it's of critical importance for over 200 residents in this county right now. Please add the living wage ordinance revisions to the agenda. Please move them up further. This should not go up to 7 years if it's already been 6, just to make critical revisions that'll be core to people in this county. And finally, please vote on the farm worker protections that you were supposed to vote on last year. Fire season is happening now and they need your support. Thank you.
And thank you. The next commenters are Tim, Renee, and Jenny.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, great. My name is Tim. Good morning. My name is Tim Ryan, and I'm speaking today also to ask you to place an emergency ordinance on the 2022 agenda to stop PRMD from ordering people to vacate their tiny homes, RVs, trailers, and other forms of safe alternative housing. And I'm aware that this is going to be a difficult issue to address. And I think that's why we are all asking for a temporary ordinance or moratorium first. And that way that will give the board time to work with county council, PRMD, and other agencies to figure out how to come up with a long-term solution. I do just want to reiterate that 200 people are losing their homes from PRMD enforcement actions every year. And so every 3 months, you know, that this goes on, we're looking at another 50 people losing their homes, going back into the housing market, the most scarce part of the housing market, which is very low income housing in Sonoma County. I also want to just clarify that, you know, what we are asking for is safe housing, safe alternative housing that has sanitation, water, electricity, be that with composting toilets, holding tanks, or other provisions. We're not asking for unsafe housing. And I want to also point out that this isn't a replacement for supportive housing for folks that really need it. The people I've talked to affected by this issue are retired folks on a fixed income, younger working class people, and single mothers with children. So please place this discussion on the agenda and to work on a permanent solution.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Renee Cooper. I'm a resident physician with Santa Rosa Community Health and also over at Sutter Hospital. I'm here also in support for North Bay Jobs with Justice for the 5 for Farm Workers fire campaign. I want to also extend a thank you to Supervisor Hopkins for bringing farm workers into the conversation. I'm here to request that the Board of Supervisors prioritizes the health and safety of our farm workers this coming fire season. If the Ag Pass is going to be passed, we need to make sure that those it impacts the most, the people crossing the fire line, are protected. North Bay Jobs with Justice has been working with farm workers, and they've collectively requested the 3 basic criteria that others have brought up as well, which is the language justice, the hazard pay, and the disaster insurance. This is a particularly important conversation for me, as many of my patients are farm workers and have at some point worked through fire season despite the devastating impacts on their health. My patients time and again come in with lung disease worsened by smoke inhalation. The most devastating part is that their disease burden treatment would be to avoid exposure. However, to avoid exposure would be for them not to work. For them not to work would be them losing out on their income to be able to put a roof over their heads and food on their tables. So creating a policy to protect farm workers' rights to choose their health over having to work to feed their families is the right thing to do. Please protect our workers and help me heal our patients.
Please unmute and state your name. Jenny, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sorry about that. My name is Jenny Blaker. I'm the co-coordinator of the Coalition Opposing New Gas Stations, CONGAS. That's really why I'm calling in today. But I first of all want to say that I really support all the previous speakers who've talked about farm workers, housing, health and safety, and the climate justice crisis in general, and the Jobs with Justice campaign. But the reason I was going to call in and speak was to say that please include the prohibition on building or permitting new gas stations or expansion of existing gas stations. Currently, gas stations are being built to last for 40 years, and we should not be building new gas stations now. We also believe that passing an ordinance would save staff time and resources in the long run, because they would not have to spend time dealing with the permitting process and the inevitable opposition. Several of the cities are moving forward on their own ordinances. As you know, Petaluma has banned new gas stations without any negative pushback. Windsor, Sebastopol, Cotati, Roanoke Park, Santa Rosa are working on it. All the cities are in various stages of this process. So I urge you to introduce a prohibition on building or permitting new gas stations, and support the other speakers who've already gone before, talking about the importance of justice and fair policies on housing.
Thank you so much for the comment. And Sonia, then Michael, and then Renee. Sonia, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sonia Tafajan, and I'm with Tiny House Consulting and Second Unit Permits. For the past 7 years, I've been helping people pull permits, both for accessory dwelling units as well as tiny houses. But with tiny houses, we have a very narrow zoning, which allows people to pull permits, to live in a travel trailer, RV, or a tiny house, which is certified as an RV, but this is only allowed for a caregiver, a disabled person, or a farm worker. I lived under this zoning for 5 years as a caregiver. And of course, I complied with all of the requirements, including hooking up to septic, electric, and water. It works well. However, one of the impediments to most people being able to hook up to septic is that it's very expensive. And oftentimes our septics aren't up to par for actually even the number of rooms that are already permitted. So I'm going to say that I absolutely support the composting toilet initiative, which I think we're going on to year 13 of trying to get that done. I also want to say that we need to expand the zoning that we've been using.
Thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time. And Michael, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael Titone. I'm from the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I also want to support the eviction moratorium for evicting folks in tiny homes, RVs, and trailers, as well as legalizing composting toilets. I think it's just absolutely shameful that in our current housing market, current state of homelessness, we're evicting 200 people a year based on minor code violations. This is something totally preventable, and we should be using all of our power to make sure that we stop evictions. We don't need to wait for a natural disaster. The disaster is now. It's our current state of housing. I also fully support the right for farm workers to have language justice, hazard pay, and disaster insurance. There needs to be a policy in place before the new fire season to support farm workers in having these needs met. And this is absolutely a justice issue for everybody living in Sonoma County. Our county depends on workers, and we need to support them as well as we can and not send them into a fire zone ill-equipped to deal with the conditions. So please support that. Thank you.
And Renee, if you can please unmute and begin.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Renee Saucedo, and I'm a resident of Roner Park, also program director of ALMAS, which is part of the Grayton Day Labor Center. I'm here to also support that you approve the demands of health and safety for agricultural workers and that you do so before June 1st. I also am here to ask that you pass our resolution on the dignity, health, and safety of immigrants in Sonoma County, which we submitted last year, which among other things commits the county to advocate for a just immigration reform. It also supports farm worker safety, and among other things, it supports MBOP's recommendations related to disaster relief towards the Latinx community. We were told by a couple of you last year that our resolution would be voted on this month, January 2022. We are dealing with approximately 30% of our county population. If this isn't equity justice, I don't know what is. The Build Back Better bill is still alive in the Senate, and our federal leaders need to hear from you now on passing a just immigration reform bill. Please do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next commenters are Guillermina, Margaret, and Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I need translation.
No problem. For our English-speaking listeners, please note that the translators that support our Zoom meetings will provide Spanish to English translation through Zoom. You can select the English translation by clicking on the interpretation globe and selecting English. Thank you, Guillermina. Please go ahead.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Guillermina y soy miembro de ALMAS, del Centro Laboral de Grayton. Yo apoyo que aprueben las demandas de salud y seguridad para los trabajadores agrícolas antes del 1 de junio. También les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad, salud y seguridad de los inmigrantes del condado de Sonoma, que compromete el condado a abogar por una reforma migratoria justa. Y les pido que aprueben la reforma migratoria porque habemos muchos inmigrantes aquí y estamos trabajando, somos trabajadores esenciales y pedimos una reforma, exigimos una reforma, ¿verdad? Porque nosotros somos gente trabajadora que venimos a trabajar acá, que no nos venimos a meter en problemas. Y nosotros exigimos una reforma migratoria para todos los inmigrantes que viven aquí. y que están aquí, ¿verdad? Nosotros tenemos hijos ya aquí y nuestros hijos están viviendo emocionalmente, están viviendo mal, ¿verdad? Porque se preocupan cada día qué va a pasar, qué vamos a hacer, los van a sacar de aquí. Entonces yo les pido que les exijo, ¿verdad? Que pasen una reforma migratoria. Gracias.
And thank you so much. Margaret, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Margaret DiMatteo, and I'm a housing policy attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I live in District 5, and I've witnessed numerous alternative housing structures on private property that do not appear to create any nuisance or public health or safety issues. Legal Aid of Sonoma supports safe, affordable alternative housing and an end to Permit Sonoma's policy of citing property owners and red tagging, which forces roughly 200 low-income people, many of them seniors, into homelessness each year. An estimated 20,000 of the county's lowest income residents live in unpermitted housing and are only one anonymous call away from losing their home. This far outweighs homelessness, especially during a pandemic, fire recovery, and considering the existing eviction moratorium, which allows evictions for violence, threats of violence, or when a tenant poses an imminent threat to the health or safety of another. These tenants do not pose this type of threat. An urgency ordinance modeled on the urgency ordinances 6362 and 6363, which allow fire victims to live in travel trailers and which was recently extended by the board, needs to be added by the board today in order to head off more unnecessary evictions. At least 10 other California jurisdictions have seen this need for change and acted accordingly. I also want to take the opportunity to echo my neighbors and colleagues and urge prioritization and a vote on farm worker rights and safety measures and much needed revision of the living wage laws by June 1st latest. Thank you for your consideration of these important matters.
Okay, the next commenters are Paul, Gabriella, and Eloisa.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Leah, and I'm speaking for Paul and me. And we live in Sebastopol. We have been the proud owners of a beautiful yurt, and people have absolutely loved it. And it's a low-income housing option that is so appreciated by people. We have a wonderful healthcare worker who's living there right now, who doesn't know where she's going to go if we don't get an immediate moratorium on this so-called eviction. And it's just really mind-boggling to me that so many people are homeless and there's so little housing and there's so little homeless or low-income housing being provided, and yet we're churning through more and more people all the time, as you've already heard from a lot of the speakers. 200 places a year might be more than 200 people, because some of them might have a child or a couple might be there. So I strongly urge you to immediately stop, have a moratorium through Permit Sonoma so they don't keep allowing for these evictions. We don't even know who might have complained about it, and it's sitting there for 3 years and people were loving living there. And there we go, one more low-income housing down the tubes. Thank you for your time, and thank you for making this a very high priority.
Thank you for the comment. If you can please unmute the next commenter and state your name.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan? Okay. Me llamo Gabriela y soy miembro de Almas del Centro Laboral de Grayton. Yo apoyo que aprueben las demandas de salud y seguridad para las trabajadoras agrícolas antes del 1 de junio. También les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad, salud y seguridad de los inmigrantes del condado de Sonoma, que compromete al condado a abogar por una reforma migratoria justa. Yo pido de favor que nos ayuden a todos los inmigrantes, ya que somos trabajadores esenciales en este país, trabajadoras agrícolas, amas de casa, limpiadoras de casa, y nos gustaría tener más beneficios, trabajar y estar seguros en este país, ya que tenemos más de 10, 15, 20 años acá y merecemos ser escuchados y que por favor aprueben la reforma migratoria, ya que nos sentiríamos más seguros estando acá con nuestra familia y así también poder visitar a nuestras familias que dejamos en nuestros países, vivir con más seguridad y tener las mismas oportunidades en este país, ya que se ha formado parte de nosotros en estos tiempos después de vivir tanto tiempo acá, y les pediría de favor que aprueben la reforma migratoria.
Thank you. Luisa, if you can please unmute it and begin.
Me llamo Eloísa Hernández.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sí, me llamo Eloísa Hernández. Soy miembro de Almas del Centro Laboral de Grayton. Yo apoyo que aprueben las demandas de salud y seguridad para las trabajadoras agrícolas antes de junio 1. También les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad y salud, seguridad de los inmigrantes del condado de Sonoma. Para mí ya es tiempo que aprueben la reforma migratoria, ya que yo tengo más de 15 años viviendo aquí en este país y no he podido ver a mis papás y pues la verdad es triste no poder ver a mis papás tanto tiempo y no sé si un día llegaría a verlos. Y les pido ese favor que si aprueben la reforma migratoria para que un día nosotros podamos ir a México para visitar nuestras familias. Gracias.
Thank you. The next commenters are Jack, Attila, and Patricia.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Jack Buckmore, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. And I'd like to start out with a quote from the great American poet Yogi Berra, where he said it's deja vu all over again. Last year at this time, we were asking you to review the living wage ordinance, and you agreed to do that. We worked very hard through the Living Wage Coalition to bring you all the information necessary to make a decision. And we fully intended and thought that we would have that done last year. Well, we want to thank you for the COLA that was put in place. That made a big difference. But now we see that the remainder of the living wage amendments has been put off till September. I would ask that you move that up to the first quarter. Please make a motion to do that. We've waited 6 years, and again, we worked tirelessly on this last year. So yeah, deja vu all over. Let's try and get this done. I also want to support changes to the PLA ordinance, as well as express our support for the farm workers Fight for 5. Thank you for this time this morning, and I hope that we can complete the living wage ordinance in the first quarter, especially the sick leave provision, which is needed right now. As I look at the county's dashboard, we had 988 new cases of COVID today. It's needed right now. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Attila Nagy of North Bay Jobs with Justice Board, here in support of the Farm Workers and Fires campaign. Sonoma County's economy and all of us depend on the work of immigrant and indigenous workers. I urge you to prioritize farm workers' health and safety, especially during the fires. Workers have been repeatedly sent into dangerous working conditions during harvest without consideration of their needs. We can't continue with a program like this that has allowed this to happen. Farm workers need your urgent action. There needs to be a Sonoma County policy in place no later than June 1st to be prepared ahead of the worst fire season, the time when, which is already happening. The policy must take into account the farm workers' experiences and their concerns, as outlined in the Farm Workers and Fires campaign. Farm workers and their families bear the brunt of the impacts of the climate change fueled fires. Listen to the workers. Remember that their safety and well-being comes first. I also urge you to pass a county immigration reform resolution. Thanks for your time.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Mi nombre es Patricia Garibay. Soy miembro del Centro Laboral de Grayton, aquí en el condado de Sonoma. Y estoy aquí en apoyo a que aprueben a las demandas de salud y seguridad para las trabajadoras agrícolas antes del 1 de junio. También les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad, salud y seguridad de los inmigrantes del condado de Sonoma, que comprometen al condado a abogar por una reforma migratoria justa. Tenemos años y años viviendo en este país. Nuestras familias, nuestros padres, nuestros abuelos vivieron aquí. Y hablándose hoy de todos los temas que afectan a las comunidades, es una tristeza sentir que nuestra comunidad, sentir que nuestras familias no pueden ni tenemos acceso a vivir una vida digna porque somos excluidos por ser gente sin un estatus legal. Creo que esto es justicia. Somos gente que aporta al país día a día, que quizás no volvamos a ver a nuestros padres, a nuestros hermanos. Yo les pido por todas esas voces que no tienen la oportunidad de levantar su mano y de decir lo que está pasando, cómo se sienten. Les pido de favor que consideren nuestra petición. No estamos pidiendo mucho, solamente ser reconocidos. Necesitamos, es parte de nuestra dignidad.
And the next commenter is Copper Woman, then Lee and Emmett.
I'm coming.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Copper Woman, and I live on Heather Lane in Sebastopol. You might remember me coming before you in October and singing my song about being a 70-year-old woman facing eviction from Permit Sonoma, and visiting again on December 14th as well to talk about my issue. I was red tagged in August, and I have to state that I'm grateful that they've extended my stay where I am until the end of February. And what I've learned is that it's extremely hard to find property owners that are able to provide a space for a tiny home and hook it up to their septic tank. Many homeowners are not even able to do that, even if they wanted to, due to the size of their septic tank. I ask and urge the supervisors to vote for a temporary emergency ordinance ordering Permit Sonoma to stop the evictions of people living in tiny homes, yurts and trailers, etc., thereby allowing me and others to continue living in our alternative dwellings on private property. This would provide the time needed to work on the change the regulations that are in place with Permit Sonoma regarding the alternative low-cost housing. If a moratorium on evictions passes, it would let me and a lot of other people rest easy knowing that we would not be asked to leave where we are currently parked in our safe alternative homes. I ask and urge you to vote for a moratorium when the issue is on the agenda in March, and so many people like myself will be able to stay where we're living in our safe, affordable houses Wouldn't it be great to see the lines of RVs parked on various streets slowly disappear because those people have found some
Thank you
place
so
to.
much for the comment. Lee, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Lee. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Sonoma County has an overabundance of very serious human rights violating issues. Our collective reputation for being unconcerned with climate and social justice is seen in the policies we allow. Policies that benefit those who poison not only the land, but the heart and soul of our community's most vulnerable workers. The food and wine that comes from this region is tainted by that pain. Our reputation for terrorizing the land and humans is upsetting but honest. I urge leadership that uplifts humans and the planet. For those of you who hold office at this time, consider policies that care. I urge you to consider how damaged and vulnerable we all are if we are only serving those whose businesses create harm, serving those who prove their values and priorities do not include care of humans or land. There is no benefit from business who practice vicious extractive practices. I encourage you to support North Bay Jobs for Justice's 5. I also encourage you to consider that those who teach fire ecology, indigenous fire ecology, traditional earth knowledge in this land would have told you that fire season starts 30 days after the last rain. Please consider policies that care and listen to people who know and have wisdom of this land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Emmett Hopkins with Sonoma County Climate Mobilization. Thank you all for the opportunity. Every time we've faced an emergency during recent years, whether fire or flood or public health crisis, this board has immediately, diligently, tirelessly addressed those emergencies. So thank you for that dedication. These emergencies are all linked to the climate emergency as declared by this board in 2019. And to quote then board chair Supervisor Rabbit, quote, climate change is the most critical issue we face today, and we universally are not acting fast enough to avert substantial damage, end quote. We need to address this emergency as relentlessly as any other. Please continue the climate ad hoc and ask staff and ad hoc to update the board regularly on progress, at minimum monthly updates. Please prioritize implementation of the RCPA's climate mobilization strategy and also consider climate implications in the context of every other major agenda item. Please prioritize bold, transformative changes over piecemeal projects. We also need to commit to making sure our frontline community members, such as low-income, BIPOC, elderly, youth, immigrant, homeless people, people with disabilities, and farm workers, as outlined by the Fire for Farm Workers campaign, are not disproportionately impacted by all of these emergencies. We have limited resources, but we are really mainly limited by our own imagination and courage, and we can only succeed if we keep the emergency at the front of our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, Socorro, and Austin. Michael, are you able to unmute? Sorry, Michael, I'm not seeing you unmuting in Zoom, but you should have the ability to do so right now. I'm going to move on to the next commenter, but I'll make note in case you're able to rejoin for comment. Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name. Socorro, we're not hearing you very well. Can you hear me? Yes, please go ahead. Yes, please. Through the chair, would it be possible to request a little assistance either from yourself or my colleague Christina Rivera to let Socorro know that she can begin, but that we were having trouble hearing.
Señora Socorro, no podíamos oírte bien cuando estabas hablando, pero por favor, inténtalo de nuevo.
Yo soy Socorro Díaz, miembro de Almas del Centro Laboral de Greyton. Yo apoyo que aprueben las demandas de salud y seguridad para los trabajadores agrícolas antes del 1 de junio. Y también les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad, salud y seguridad de los inmigrantes refugiados de Sonoma y que se comprometan a abogar por una reforma migratoria justa. Gracias y espero que me haya podido escuchar.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And the next commenter is Austin.
Thank you so much. My name is Austin Hill-Shaw, and I'm originally from Denver, Colorado. I moved to this region about 3 years ago after living in the Bay for about 10 years. And I'm just so grateful for all of the people, Board of Supervisors and everybody here who is wanting to make the world a better place in their own ways, their own lens on the world. So grateful for that. I work as an architectural designer and do healing and coaching work. And I now actually, as of 2 days ago, find myself homeless. I left an abusive marriage just over about 1.5 years ago and moved into a trailer on land owned by a loving family. And they were so instrumental in keeping me, how should I say, well, and allowing me to grieve and move through that process of separating from my 2 lovely daughters. And I just wanted to make a plea that, again, people don't have to go through this experience that I just went through of having to vacate and now be homeless for the time being and not sure where the next place is going to be that I am going to land. It is so essential that we provide housing for all the people out there that need it so that they can stay in touch with family and community and feel close to the land and all those that they love. Thank you so much.
Hi, Joan, if you can please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Joan Reynolds. I'm a registered nurse and I work at the Sonoma County Jail. And I was hired back in June. And in the short 6 months that I've been there, more than half the people that I started working with have gone, including the management of the nursing and medical force. And they were squeezed out basically by WellPath because they supported what was happening, what the nurses were trying to accomplish. At any rate, I'm anxious and hopeful that the board of directors will put the WellPath contract up for review in April and enforce the fact that they need to comply with the agreements that they have made. And that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee, so please listen. You will hear the prompt to press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Can you hear me? Can I speak now?
You are here. This is item number 35 on our agenda today, and you're welcome to begin.
Thank you. My name is Carol Taylor, and I really would like to have the living wage ordinance scheduled for April, because otherwise you are going to waste hours and hours of public comment. You know, we're noisy. Well, you know, I don't know if you remember, I know Goran and Rabbit may remember that we made so many phone calls about the original living wage ordinance that you asked us to please have people stop calling because it was tying up your staff time. I can guarantee that if you delay this conversation until September, you are going to have hours and hours of your time and staff time taken up with this issue. So I hope you'll schedule for April. Thank you for steering this ship through some very rocky waters. I know it's been really hard on you guys, and I just want to say I appreciate all you've done. Thank you very much.
The next commenters are Denise, June, and then AJ.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Trenfalia, and I am a 30-year resident of Sonoma County, and I live in Petaluma right now. I'm the president of RITSIA, which is a teachers union representing Roanoke Park and Cotati. I am a supporter of North Bay Jobs with Justice 5 for Farm Workers and Fires campaign. And I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to make sure that the farm worker health and safety is prioritized on the calendar. I want to lend solidarity with our labor movement in this ask. For me, what this means is making sure that the Ag Pass program is on the June 1st agenda so that we can really get ahead of our wild season and make sure that we are supporting our most precious labor force, our farm workers. This includes, as it's been already stated, but I'd like to reiterate that we need language justice, hazard pay, and disaster insurance. This is really important to me because, as we know, Sonoma County has always been a place of welcome, and we need to make sure that those actions fit those words and that farm workers deserve protection as they are the key labor force that supports this wine industry. This is our moral responsibility. We cannot treat our brothers and sisters less than. This is not a local issue.
And
this
thank
is
you
now
so
a
much for the
global
comment.
issue.
That does conclude the time. June, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is June Bershers, and I'm here to encourage you to prioritize climate justice. And that includes that there needs to be more time on the calendar to specifically address transportation in an equitable way. We need to make progress in more transformative ways for climate justice and consider our public transit system and plan for fare-free transit, as well as the relatively easy ordinance to prevent new gas stations, which you could do soon. Calendar time needs to be allocated toward the needs of vulnerable frontline communities and essential workers. Please support the 5 for Farm Workers proposals and take action to have a dignified Ag Pass program by this summer. And also, please schedule very soon an emergency ordinance to prevent eviction from existing safe alternative housing and enable compost toilets. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name. AJ? AJ, I'm not hearing you right now, but you should see a prompt that the host is asking you to unmute.
Okay, now I hear you. For some reason, it went dead momentarily. Dear Board of Supervisors, please order Permit Sonoma to halt evictions of these current sort of illicit houses. I think that alternative monitoring possibilities exist for alternative waste disposal systems. I also would like to request specifically that you ask PRMD to please grant another extension in the case of Copper Woman, at least until the end of March, where there may become a moratorium. Because I heard her say that her extension ends in February. I also think that the Board of Supervisors could look into significant things along with this moratorium, like education regarding hazards and safety measures related to composting toilets, which may mitigate any health hazards. I want to remind you that Sonoma County made history decades ago, maybe scores of years ago, with the Farallons Institute and Sim van der Rijn, who went on to become the state architect for the whole state of California after writing his landmark book, The Toilet Papers. But maybe you're too young to remember the Farallons Institute and those experiments with composting toilets. Anyway, my dear supervisors, you have a chance to make history and helping the homeless by taking a chance at this.
Thank you so much. Hi, if you can please state your name and continue. Annabelle?
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Anabel García, yo soy miembro del Centro Laboral de Grayton y estoy con el grupo de Almas y Trabajos con Justicia y nosotros estamos pidiendo que aprueben las 5 demandas de los trabajadores y que nos firmen la acta de tener salud y seguridad en el condado de Sonoma para todas las trabajadoras y también si pueden apoyar nuestra reforma migratoria. Necesitamos que firmen la resolución de que tengamos papeles para todos, porque es una emergencia, no tenemos nosotros beneficios y somos trabajadores responsables, pagamos nuestra renta. En el tiempo de incendios necesitamos que nos paguen doble las personas que trabajan en zona de desastre, que es algo de la naturaleza, ¿verdad? O por ejemplo en las inundaciones también. Si hay gente trabajando, que paguen doble, porque nos exponemos a peligros y todos tenemos la misma necesidad de pagar un techo y comida para nuestros hijos. Y también en otra situación, en este momento, la mayoría de las personas necesitan renovación de matrícula y pasaporte, y en el área de Rosland no tenemos un centro comunitario para que el consulado pueda venir a renovar. Es una emergencia para todos los indocumentados. Tenemos muchas cosas pendientes que hacer en nuestra vida y creo que los supervisores necesitan apoyarnos. Ellos tienen las resoluciones en sus manos. Ellos pueden apoyarnos en lo que necesitamos como personas y como humanidad. No sé si sea algo para nosotros que no tenemos un pasaporte o una matrícula vigente. En ese tiempo de impuestos nos la piden para renovar, para hacer nuestros impuestos. Y no tenemos esos documentos en regla. Y las 5 demandas de los trabajadores, pues en el tiempo de incendios es muy importante, ¿verdad? Espero los supervisores tengan la bondad de escucharnos a nosotros como comunidad y escuchar nuestra necesidad en todo sentido, en el trabajo, en lo personal, en la vivienda. Gracias.
Thank you. Mary, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mary Sandberg. And I represent SEIU 1025, the county. I'm speaking to urge the Board of Supervisors to take up the living wage ordinance in the first quarter of 2022. We've been working with the county to push forward enhancements to this ordinance. This covers both our lowest page extra help services to the county through contracts. As the largest employer in the county, it does behoove the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we are applying fair wages, good working conditions for all workers, particularly the provisions of 12 days for paid sick leave. This really needs to be taken up now rather than later, considering our pandemic conditions. And then we are asking the Board of Supervisors to quickly pick up the labor peace ordinance that we are also working towards. This will only help the county avoid work stoppages that could occur if there were a strike by contractors at a contractor site. And then also we're very concerned about the plight of the farm workers that are being sent into evacuation zones, and really would like to see that being put forward in the second quarter of 2022. We cannot wait. Fire season is all the time now. Thank you for your time.
And Vicky, if you can please unmute and begin.
Sí, hola, mi nombre es Vicky Francisco. Soy del grupo de Alma del Centro Laboral de Grayton. Yo apoyo que aprueben las demandas de salud y seguridad para los trabajadores agrícolas antes de junio 1. También les pido que aprueben la resolución sobre la dignidad, salud y seguridad de los inmigrantes del condado de Sonoma, que compromete al condado a abogar por una reforma migratoria justa. Yo llevo aquí 21 años en este país y he trabajado en el campo, en el jardín, limpiando casas y cuidando niños. Le pido a los supervisores, por favor, que aprueben esta reforma migratoria para bien de todos los inmigrantes. Somos personas trabajadoras que contribuimos a este país, y les pido, por favor, que el Señor les toque su corazón para que aprueben esta petición que estamos haciendo los inmigrantes. Gracias. Dios los bendiga.
Thank you. And with that, just Vicky. Hi, did you want to continue the comment?
Lo siento, fue sin querer.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias también a usted por compartir con nosotros y todos que hablaron en español. Marcy?
Thank you, Chair Gore. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sincere appreciation to all those who called in. Quite a few of the issues that we talked about as a board before we got to public comment. So it seems like our finger is on the pulse on a couple of these. So what I want to do is I want to kind of go around to my colleagues a little bit. As I mentioned before, some of these issues were already here. I think what you all can expect is that if we, the current plan is to bring back this item on the 8th, not next week, but on the 8th. So one of the things that I want to hear from everybody is maybe not as much specific dates, but general times and issue areas, like Supervisor Hopkins, maybe a little talk about composting toilets. I know that with respect to art and public art, there was a couple comments about that, whether that is a tax tied to development in the county or whether that's an issue about opportunities for public art on county properties and other things. I think are two different issues. The PLA conversation was a conversation about maybe linking it up with the county complex item coming forward. And then you know, outside of composting toilets, what I also heard was, and for all of us, was the interest in the living wage ordinance. We had a very clear board meeting with direction from the board. I don't think we need to have another workshop based off of that, but how do we agendize it appropriately? I was incorrect in looking at my notes that included from a previous draft, the living wage ordinance on the 22nd of March. So with that being said, I just kind of want to go around to my colleagues a little bit and then commit that Supervisor Corsi and I an agenda review. Would we be looking at this and reviewing stuff next week? And then as we come forward on the 8th, if it's not ready for prime time by the 8th, or if we need to talk about it again, we can do that as well. But I want to go around a little bit. So I'm going to start in the opposite direction and start with Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Gorin and then Hopkins and Rabbit.
Thank you, Chair Gore. All of the items that you mentioned, as I said before, I think are worthy of our attention. One that you didn't mention, I think, is very important for us to respond to the community in some way. And, you know, not saying we have to do it today, but I think we need to respond in some way by the meeting of February 8th. And that's on the farm worker issues.
Yes, absolutely.
How are we going to approach this issue? So I just want to make sure that we highlight that and hopefully
Absolutely.
have some answers in a couple of weeks.
Well, I think a part of that is an interest from a little feedback from you all as supervisors as well, is because as much as we talk about farm workers, which is a primary focus here, it's also a bigger question that we've asked about access to evacuation areas, appropriateness. I know Supervisor Hopkins, as a chair last year during the Walbridge and the Myers Great Fires, talked about families having access for pets and for other things. Obviously, there's a different issue when you're talking about health and safety and whether that comes also in coordination with state agencies, OSHA and others that come through. So I'd love to get some thoughts from the other colleagues as well as that, Supervisor Corsi. And just to hint at this, I was definitely looking at outside of our normal strategic plan pillars and where we're all set up. There was a few ad hocs that I was interested in already bringing forward to the board for consideration. You know, one area is that with the strategic plan pillar we talked about with Supervisor Bourne and Hopkins on the climate side, so much money going into that. The other one is something was definitely going to be this farm worker, but also worker safety issues within evacuation zones and in coordination. The third was going to be a healthy forests discussion and movement going forward that deals with some of the fire tax, vegetation management, and work of ag and open space and other county agencies. So I just throw that out there for my colleagues. And Supervisor Gorn, I'm going to go to you and then Hopkins.
It's way up at the top to get that unmute button, so we all struggle with that. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the members of the community to remind us what issues are important to you. We don't have many of these opportunities, but here it is when we're talking about calendar. Thank you, Chair Gore, for outlining all of the issues that you heard about. And I would echo those conversations. And thank you, Supervisor Corsi and Hopkins, for once again affirming that farm worker protections are so important. I do have a question. There was a number of comments asking us to think about at least some part of the living wage before April 1st. And I know that the chair and vice chair heard that, and I trust you to look at the calendar to figure out if we can accommodate at least part of that. But I also recognize that our agendas are really packed, and today is no exception. So I won't prolong the conversation. I appreciate you capturing all the comments.
Well, I think with respect to the living wage ordinance, when we go back into agenda review, I've heard loud and clear from the members of the board, but I also heard loud and clear when Supervisor Hopkins hosted this session later last year with distinct direction on the living wage ordinance. So I think there has to be a question of follow-up with staff, and we can do that in agenda review and propose a time to bring it back to you all.
And as chair of RCPA, thank you, Woody and Jenny and everyone for your Congress efforts. And we affirm that at RCPA. So I would want to make sure that that is somewhere on our agenda as well.
And as we saw, I think for you, with one is the climate goals and the role of the pillar or ad hoc or standing committee, whatever that is going forward. So next week we'll dive into that. And I think also there's aspects of the general plan with respect to general plan update on siting facilities, locations, other things. So Supervisor Hopkins and then Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And before I get to my comments, I do just want to mention that I did speak with County Council this morning, and I reconfirmed that it is perfectly appropriate for my husband to represent the interests of the nonprofit organization that he works for and the community members he works with, but in public comment before the Board of Supervisors. But in complete transparency, I do want to acknowledge that my husband was one of the, I think, 50 some public commenters that we had speaking before us today.
I thought I heard it's from Hopkins. Was that? Yeah. Okay.
Familiar voice, small town, right?
It was Lyndon.
Separation.
I figured it was Lyndon, maybe the 3-year-old, right?
Right. Could be any one of us, full household. But I just want to say thank you to the members of the community for all of the wonderful comments and support. And I'm just proud to be part of a board that I think is committed to bringing forward all of those big picture, big ticket items that the members of the communities raised. And so just kind of briefly reiterating what I heard from my colleagues before the public comment, and then sort of what I heard from the public comment, sort of the tiny home building code, evictions, composting toilet conversation important to bring forward, PLAs, the living wage ordinance, the issue of farm workers, climate, gas station ban, potentially also with the tiny homes, talking about the potential for an urgency stay of enforcement, whether that's even possible or, or a possibility when it comes to legal parameters, as well as support for immigration reform and of course the general plan. And one thing that I wanted to footnote on the immigration reform piece was that that is already currently part of our legislative platform. And so it might be appropriate at a future meeting to sort of bring back, and I know we did this last year, different letters of support that we had sent, and for sort of any letters from the chair to maybe become part of the public records that members of the public are aware of what's happening with respect to support for immigration reform at the federal level. So those are kind of the main things that I had heard. And just again, I really appreciate all of the members of the public for being part of this process. And I look forward to it being an iterative process. So hopefully we hear that, we bring it back to the board, and we are able to approve that final calendar. And thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for moving that process forward from here.
Yeah, and Supervisor Hopkins, the one that I'm going to have to kind of noodle around on a little bit and figure out with our timing, how much time it takes, and consulting with Permit Sonoma and us is the composting toilets, tiny homes discussion. I just, I don't mean that in the way of delaying or anything. I just mean it. I'm looking for something to either tag it to on the agenda or something, a time that I would bring it as a standalone. Do you think it'd be appropriate to bring that as a workshop discussion, as opposed to, something where we can give direction on what we need to do and look at scoping of something like that? Any way that I know you've been kind of front and center on this a little bit, and I hear a lot of people from West County.
Yeah, my understanding in conversations with the CAO was that was something that we could begin the conversations in March around, we were, I think, looking at the building code update at that point in time. And then we also have the on-site waste treatment system conversation. But I think it would be important to have an ability to have a conversation around, is there a need for some kind of stay of enforcement in certain cases? What are the tools at kind of code enforcement's disposal to try to keep folks in their home while we work towards solutions for some of these dwellings, which are habitable and do not present any kind of a safety risk to the inhabitants, but are not currently permissible under our code. Okay, great. Building codes and odds manual for anybody who, but it might need to be sort of a 1, 2, 3, like there might be a few different prongs to this one. And I'd appreciate hearing from County Council sort of the opportunities in terms of stay of enforcement or moratorium or those kinds of conversations as well. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you all very much, and thanks everyone for calling in. I think what's interesting, I've never, in my years on the board, where we go over the calendar at the beginning of the year, this is by far one that has brought out the most folks with the most ideas, and I think that usually our work is everything is up for discussion and trying to find a slot. And I go back to, we have our 5 pillars, for instance, and certainly climate change is, people want us to name climate change as a item of going forward, and it is. In my mind, it's already built into what we're doing going forward, and that's different than little specific one-offs that are that need to get picked up. I do agree that there's, I'm open to everything that we everything that was brought forward, as long as it can fit within the what staff has the ability to bring forward. I also heard a few things. I'm in favor of the gas station moratorium. That could come out of our CPA and take the pressure off our own staff. I heard one person mention saltwater intrusion. Obviously, that's a sustainable groundwater management issue that is not the purview necessarily of the Board of Supervisors. So there's some divvying up of those tasks that I think we can take going forward. Again, I mentioned the 4 things at the beginning. Certainly on the PLA, I'm open to the living wage ordinance, making sure that we have that in a timely manner, as long as the staff can get that. Someone mentioned our code in terms of the alternate housing. Our code is the California Building Code, and it takes, there's a process to address that. Our code also involves water boards and other regulatory agencies. And I know that we can work through that, and whether it's through part of the OTS, picking off the compost there, or whether it's something else. Right now in the California Building Code, a yurt is not a habitable structure. And that's an issue. Obviously, fabric walls are not going to meet California's energy code. So then what do we do about that? And how do we actually maneuver through that? So I'm certainly certainly open to however we can parse out the calendar moving forward. But I think there's a few things that we know are going to come up that we just need to take care of sooner than later, so that we can have a smooth, productive year.
Supervisor, for the purposes of the PLA, do you feel that it's appropriate, as I was talking about, as linking it to the county campus discussion coming forward, since it's soon?
Yeah, and I think what we're really talking about, I know, is some of the terminology and most importantly, probably the threshold. But I think you could take that all up in one fell swoop. And again, if we're efficient on it and we can work collaboratively on that, I leave it to you and staff to work out some of these. I don't think that one. Some of these might be better off to have some ad hocs to kind of work through some of the details. Some are probably just a matter of slotting it in and expanding the scope a little bit of the subject before it.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand up, Supervisor Hopkins.
Yeah, just one thing that I wanted to add, which I know didn't come up in public comments, but I've certainly been hearing from a lot of residents about, and that's just checking in on, homelessness response in Sonoma County. We did allocate that budget funding last year. We do have multiple home key projects. And one of my concerns is that right now we can't meaningfully address encampments simply because we don't have anywhere for folks to go. And, I appreciate that Supervisor Corsi really leaned in during last year's budget hearings. And there's been conversations around, do we have scattered sites? Do we have a centralized site? But I think the challenges of RVs that really have nowhere else to go in the county is an acute one right now. And I continue to hear concerns from residents. And so I'm just wondering at what point we might consider checking in on the funding measures that we've undertaken, having some conversations with our HART and IMDT teams, and sort of seeing what is, getting in the way of a true continuum of care service provision.
Yeah. Well, you're spot on. I think, right now we have an RV encampment up here, probably a couple blocks from my house. And because of the lack of space, because of the surge of COVID, we're not displacing that encampment. We're actually going to lock it down and provide services for 30 days, and then with the understanding that it's going to move. But that has to line up with our safe parking program investments. So Supervisor, I know we have some stuff on the 8th with respect to Project Home Key updates and awards. We also have County Fund for Housing and other things. I'll look to on that point for the homeless discussions, is how we get appropriate updates on, and Supervisor Corsi for agenda review will maybe take that back as well and figure it out, since you're the point on the homeless continuum of care as well, figuring out a way to get some holism out of these discussions.
Yeah, and I think that I don't have the calendar in front of me anymore. I took it off my other computer and now I can't get it back fast enough. But I think there is an item talking about the $4 million we set aside from ARPA at some point during the year. And if somebody can find that quickly, that'd be helpful.
If if we're not doing it right now, I think we'll take that back, Supervisor Corsi, and come back and propose to everybody. I think I'm hearing the input that from the board about where we're tracking. You know, we're going to go back. We're going to go through agenda review. This is going to come back on the 8th with revisions or potential changes where we add things together. But I just want college to know that we're going to make every attempt to do this. The only thing is with respect to everything being impounded upon our full supervisor meetings, I want to also encourage us to think about that we might come back and talk about with our strategic plan, our pillars, is if that's an appropriate place for us to hold some meetings as two of us, whether, as I mentioned before, in the board meeting chambers or on Zoom, to get input on some of these items, so that then if we get kind of the understanding of that, then some of those items could come forward more streamlined rather than workshops for heavy deliberation before the board with all 5. And that's we'll look at that as well over the next week or so. Thank you very much. So there's no action needed on this right now. I want to thank the community for that. There's, you know, we're having a meaty morning and we have a meaty afternoon. I want to move item number 37, the supervisorial district staffing item, to either the 1st or the 8th. I know we have we have the climate and the strategic plan next week. And I think we're going to do announcements. We have a pretty heavy week on the 8th. I'm going to ask the county administrator if she thinks we should move that to the 1st or the 8th. I'd rather do it next week if we're able to. But talk to me about your time.
Sure, I think I'd recommend we move it to February 1st.
Okay.
More time.
Okay, thank you very much, Cheryl. I appreciate that. I think we'll have more time as well. So move that item over, and then we're going to do one more before we break for lunch and closed session review. So the total maximum daily load requirements. Wait, excuse me. I want to go back to this. Item number 35. Marcy, on the bottom of my thing, it talks about having a roll call vote. Do we have to, I don't know, Bob or anybody else, do we have to take a vote on the discussion that we had before this? Because I don't think so.
You were correct. I believe it's just informational. It's a mistake.
Direction to staff is sufficient.
Okay. Direction given to staff, no reportable actions. Isn't that how you're supposed to say it, Bob? Okay. Item number. So first, thank you everybody for calling in. Really appreciate the comments and the focus. So we're going to move to item number 36. We're going to have a very brief presentation from staff, if any. Supervisor Hopkins, after we have staff go through whatever it is, I want to allow you to jump in and just give a quick context. I know that this item in the past was funded as an adjunct to the CDC and kind of had a vacant home. So I just want to, to me, this is pretty cut and dry, but I want to be able to give you an opportunity to lean in, especially since the TMDL started as such a focus in districts 4 and 5, impacting the Russian River. But guess what, supervisors? It's been extended to so many other creeks and streams and other things that it's really now a countywide initiative. So I'm going to pass it over to Christina Rivera or Cheryl, and any comments, and then over to Supervisor Hopkins. You don't have to wait for me, just jump in right after.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Christina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator, to introduce item 36, in where we are recommending that the existing position, which is a term limited position that was dedicating the efforts to the Lower Russian River total maximum daily load requirements, be converted to a permanent position at the administrative analyst level and be housed within our new county administrator's climate action and resiliency division, and be financed with general fund instead of the dedicated dollars that we had for the Lower Russian River water issues. So with that, open to questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge kind of the change of scope of the TMDL as approved by the Regional Water Quality Resources Board. And It was, originally I think that there was a tremendous amount of emphasis, rightfully so, placed on the lower Russian River as well as Fitch Mountain. But this is an issue that is truly countywide, and with sort of the number of parcels that were identified in every single supervisorial district, and also the length of time that it's really going to take to actually get through some of these projects. I think it is appropriate to look at a permanent staff position and one that serves the entire county, recognizing that, of course, there will continue to be quite a bit of work. I also just want to add that there is a sense of urgency for this position. We have now been without a TMDL ombudsman, which was formerly held by Alicia Laughlin for several months. And so we've got a citizens advisory group who, our office has been supporting in the interim, but a lot of folks who are really eager to work proactively on solutions and take those next steps, and looking for the person they can partner with. So looking forward to hopefully getting this, launched and to have that truly countywide focus.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board for staff?
I do have a question, which is what I asked CAO Broughton. I'm not sure why it makes sense to include this position. I'm not objecting to this position. I think it's probably very helpful and needed. But why in the climate change division of the CAO office rather than Sonoma Water?
Thank you. Through the chair, Cristina Rivera again. Thank you for that question. We did review that with our colleagues at Sonoma Water as well as with Permit Sonoma to better understand where would that be a good fit. What we learned was that in the case of Sonoma Water, their mission does not include septic systems, does not include that type of solutions. And though they are collaborating with us, they too felt that an ombudsperson type position that is more centrally located and coordinates with different agencies would better fit. And that's the location for that we're recommending is, like we said, the Climate Action and Resiliency Division, as it is consistent with the spirit of water health and waterways health.
And then the second question is, where is the funding coming from to fund this position? Is it coming from Sonoma Water or Permit Sonoma?
It's being recommended from the general fund as an ongoing operating cost.
Okay. And the final question is, although these issues may be prevalent in all of our districts or many of our districts, I'm unclear about whether or not and how this is a problem in Sonoma Valley. Do we have this as a challenge in Sonoma Valley? Obviously, septic systems are from Glen Ellen North to the city of Santa Rosa, part of Valley Life as well as South. But I'm not sure that TMDL is an issue in the Valley. And did we get any information about that?
Thank you. Through the chair, we are going to invite Ms. Barbara Lee, our division manager for the Climate Action and Resiliency Group, and she can help us understand that a little better. Thank you.
I also want to mention Supervisor Gorn, maybe didn't see it, but on the agenda item for this, there's two attachments. One of them is the summary report. The second one is a map that has blue line streams highlighted.
And I have seen the map. Yes, I looked at the map. Thank you.
So just from my,
I'm just trying to figure out where the challenges are in the various parts of the county.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the invitation to speak. Barbara Lee in the County Administrator's Office. In response through the chair to Supervisor Gorn's question, there are a number of different TMDL processes underway by the two water boards that affect the County of Sonoma. The water board that affects the Sonoma Valley has recently adopted TMDLs dealing with runoff for sedimentation purposes from vineyards in the Sonoma Valley area. Those are primarily applied through permit processes right now, but they are working on a universally applicable TMDL that will apply to all hillside vineyards. So that would be an activity that this position would engage in the development process and then support compliance assistance once the standard is in place.
Thank you, Barbara. I really appreciate the information. And yes, it is complex because we have 2 regional boards covering the various parts of the county. So thank you so much.
Okay, sounds good. Supervisor Rabbit, I'm going to pass it over to you now. And then I see Supervisor Hopkins stand up again.
Quick, I know she had her hand up first, but I just wanted to, Barbara, perhaps you can tell us, are we really looking at an analyst position? I'm just wondering, I'm in favor of the position. I just want to make sure we understand the skill set that person will bring. Is it more of an analyst, communication, kind of overarching, pull all this together, or is it more on the technical side? Because I think that would be important to make sure that we have that right skill set in place.
Through the chair, Supervisor Rabbit, this position is currently classified to be an analyst position. However, there can be a fairly robust set of technical skill set that accompanies that. For example, our climate analyst, Annie Yip, has a highly technical skill set, as you're well aware. In addition, as the position will be reporting to me, I have over 25 years of regulatory program development and enforcement experience and a degree in chemical engineering. So I think between us and doing some recruitment for the right skill set, we will be able to fully support the range of needs that this position is expected to satisfy.
Thanks, Barbara. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. And Barbara, one of the things that we've continued to map around with this is one is the implementation, but which continues to change from the water board with respect to the TMDL specific on septic systems on waterways, right? But the other side of it has been always the discussion with the state about them always saying, hey, yeah, well, we have a revolving fund. But part of the conversation, I even think about 3 or 4 years ago, Supervisor Hopkins and I, was, well, then let's build that as we implement it. Because what they want is us to start implementing and then to figure out a way to create a revolving one with the state and others. So, a lot of others have asked us questions over the years about the opportunity to link if this kind of an improvement would be something that could fit under our Skype program, our Sonoma County Energy Independence program, low interest loans, or even pay down those with our bond. Obviously, the socioeconomic issues along a lot of these waterways are definitely a barrier to implementation, but look forward to figuring that out with you. Supervisor Hopkins, I see your hands up again.
Thanks. I just wanted to provide a little bit of additional information for Supervisor Gorin. Just recommend Googling Russian River TMDL parcel map, and that will come up with the APMP map from the Regional Water Board that actually has the parcels highlighted, so you can see sort of what areas of your district are included. And it might have been updated, that's from 2019. There might have been some amendments since then, but it's kind of based on the concentration of population as well as the proximity to a blue line stream. And so that will kind of enable you to see what neighborhoods folks might be concerned about with respect to the regulations. So wanted to add that piece of information.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to move this over to public comment. Marcy?
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this item. And Chair Gore, I'll confirm with you the time.
We'll give them 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Steve Trippy. I am co-chair of the Lower Russian River Wastewater Citizens Advisory Group. And thank you for considering this action. We've been pushing for a long time that this is not just a Lower Russian River issue, but that it is countywide and has significant impacts on individual homeowners along the Lower Russian River, the Upper Russian River, throughout the county. I should say there's a separate TMDL from the San Francisco area that covers Petaluma, where some parcels have been identified as needing to be part of this. Want to thank Supervisor Hopkins in particular and Supervisors Gore for meeting with us over time, and wanted to applaud this position, reminding it's kind of a hybrid position. The original ombudsperson's position was to really provide support to individuals in terms of information along the Lower Russian River. So it's not just a technical position, but it's one that involves communication with everyone. And then to lend our support. We've been doing this for 3 years, and I know I'm not a septic water guy, but the CAG itself would like to lend its support to the new individual and to the development of this position to share what we've learned. We would support discussions on alternatives to septic, including composting toilets, but others that are out there as part of the solutions for individuals. The last part of this is that I would hope that this position would be somewhat of an advocate. The financial burdens on individuals in the communities is going to be significant in whatever solutions are applied. We're about to engage a consultant that will be looking into those options under the auspices of Sonoma Water, and that information would be available and applicable countywide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Pat, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, Pat Abercrombie again from Fitch Mountain. I just want to echo some of what Mr. Trippi just said, and to emphasize that this new position, it sounds like has an expanded role that will go beyond just the lower river. Fitch Mountain, as I've said a few times, the only thing worse than being a disadvantaged community is being disadvantaged in a non-disadvantaged community. Fitch Mountain is not a disadvantaged community, but we have quite a number of lower income families that still live here, live in small cabins on small properties, and the challenges they're going to face when this TMDL comes down will be significant and complicated. So having access to this ombudsperson here in the Fitch Mountain area will be a great asset. So thank you very much for having that taken into consideration. Thanks for the time.
And thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Marcy, and thank you, Steve and Pat. Years of work on this. I know when both of you got involved in advocating for your community, probably like those of us who ran for office, didn't think you'd be spending so much time working on septic systems and wastewater, but there we have it. Communities are built on water in and water out. So I want to thank you all for being here. Any other comments or questions from my board before I look for a motion to approve? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve in a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Roll call, Marcy, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, the ayes have it. I want to thank you all very much. Okay, so now we're going to go to public comment on closed session items. Just for the board's understanding, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Once we recess to closed session for you all to grab your lunch, take a moment, and then we will get back on at 1:15 on our other link for closed session items. And then we are going to work hard to get back here to stay on track for the afternoon. We have both the ILARO State of the Office report and let me see, 42, well, we have that before we get to the Sonoma Developmental Center specific plan at 3 p.m. So we're still tracking good. Let's go to public comment on closed session items, Marcy. wait, excuse me, Supervisor Abbott, did you have a hand up? Yeah, go for
So
it.
we're taking this 37 for lunch.
I'm sorry, before I was just pulling back up, you might have missed it before. I announced that we were gonna put item 37 onto next week's calendar, either next week or the 8th, and the County Administrator Bratton asked for it for next week, because we
Okay,
have
great.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Now public comment on closed session.
Thank you very much. This is going to be items number 38 through 40. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to comment on one of these items. And thank you. I do see a hand raised, and I'll ask to have the timer up.
A minute and a half, please.
Thank
very
you.
much for close.
If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Thomas. So thank you for the opportunity. Trying not to skewer our revered institutions, whether it's USGS or the fire, when they fail hard. With regard to Scotts Dam and Lake Pillsbury, it's approximately 2 square mile lake. Got to keep these numbers in mind. It has a 30 to 40 square mile drainage area. It's 1% of the 3,500 square miles of the Eel River. The Press Democrat has reported a few times that it's 289 square miles, and they get that from the USGS, and it's wrong. Okay, I've contacted them both, and they have not completely gotten back to me, but it's only 30 to 40 square miles. The point is that, with respect, and do forgive me, that these are integrated issues. Santa Rosa's wildfire benefits are only effective if they prevent fire from coming down. In other words, they don't benefit from EMS at all. And so when that fails, it fails hard. Sonoma and Petaluma's groundwater can develop to add water to the rest of the system. Very, very important. And you can't just direct it to groundwater. They're going to follow your lead. We need you to lead. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. And that will conclude public comment on the closed session calendar. Thank you. With that, Chair Gore, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, we're going to recess in the closed session. Board members, we'll see you at 1:15 to keep going. Thank you.
try and welcome back all. Just one moment while we get set up for the afternoon. And thank you, Chair Gore. You should be able to unmute and we can begin.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our afternoon, I want to, first of all, thank my colleagues. We're moving through, even though it's a full agenda, and thank all the staff members as well. We are going to go to Bob Pittman, County Counsel, for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And we've got 2 closed sessions to report out from. Starting with the January 10th special meeting. On January 10th, the Board of Supervisors held a special closed session that was continued day to day through the 13th to consider the matters listed as items 1 through 13A on the agenda. On items 1 through 13, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to consider the public employee performance evaluations for the following department and agency heads. Item 1, the County Administrator. Item 2, County Counsel. Item 3, the Director of Regional Parks. Item 4, the General Managers of the Sonoma County Water Agency. Item 5, the Director of Permit and Resources Management Department. Item 6, the Agricultural Commissioner. Item 7, the Equity Officer. Item 8, the Interim Director of Health Services. Item 9, the Interim Executive Director of the Community Development Commission. Item 10, the Interim Director of the Economic Development Board. Item 11, the General Manager of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District. Item 12, the Public Defender. Item 13, the Director of Transportation and Public Works. No reportable action was taken on these evaluations. Direction was given to county staff as appropriate. On item 13A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with the Human Resources Director regarding the public employee appointment for the position of Director of the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the Human Resources Director. That concludes the report out from the January 10th special closed session. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 38 through 40 on today's agenda. On item 38, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the Water Agency to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, FERC project number 77. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to legal counsel and staff. On item 39, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of County of Sonoma versus the Fields of the Wood, Inc. By a vote of 4-0, the board directed legal counsel and staff to execute a right of entry agreement with the receiver appointed by the Superior Court in the County of Sonoma versus the Fields of Wood, Inc. On item 40, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to their negotiators. That concludes the closed session report out.
Thank you, Bob, very much. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to, we have 2 items before we get to the Sonoma Developmental Center specific plan. We have items number 41 and 42. The first one should be a rather quick one, and I want to move on to 41, which is the Interim Director of Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach, ILERO, Extra Help Personal Services Agreement. This is an item for the board and the chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute an extra help personal service agreement with Garrick Byers for interim director of ILERO, effective January 25th, 2022. I'm going to pass it over to Garrick and Christina Kramer, whoever wants to start first.
Hello, thank you. Yes, as you said, this is an extra help personal services agreement to appoint Mr. Garrett Byers as the interim director of the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Oversight, commonly referred to as IOLARO. As you know, there is a director vacancy for the position. We are planning a nationwide recruitment, and to plan, execute, and have an individual be appointed that position does take several months. The IOLARO office does need an interim leader. Mr. Garrett Byers is a very experienced public defense attorney. He meets the qualifications of the director of IOLARO, and he has been since September of 2021 doing audit work for the office. So he's been a public servant with quite a bit of experience, and this interim services agreement would place him at the E step of the salary range for the position, which is currently $175,297 annualized, and he would be eligible for other benefits as eligible for in the county salary resolution. And that he would be, if approved, it would be effective immediately. And that would conclude my summary of this item.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody else presenting on this before we go to board?
No.
Okay, thank you. Looking for any questions from my colleagues. Okay, we're going to go to public comment in a minute. First of all, Garrick, I want to thank you for being with us. Any comments before we go to public comment?
Well, just to thank you and to say that I'll answer any questions that everybody has.
If you don't mind, since those listening, some of them are here for the IOLARO report, the next item, can you talk about your current role in the office and just how you got here, and just if you can, just a minute or so.
Okay, sure. My current role in the office, the title is Law Enforcement Auditor 3. I audit complaints and administrative reviews that have been completed by the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's Office. They send them to IOLARO. I audit them. I'm currently working on our rather large backlog, and I've made inroads into that. I come to the office because Carlene Navarro suggested that I apply. I've known her for many years, and she thought it would be a good fit, and I think she was right.
Thank you, Garrick. I appreciate it. I want to also acknowledge that this position and the interim, and then whatever comes afterwards with our process, has to go through a very rigorous background check and review to get access to the information. And so, Garrick, I want to thank you for stepping up. You have that review, and we have this need to continue the operations of the office while we do this national search. At the same time, the board is going to review, but HR has direction to do work with the community and with, I believe, figure out some inclusion with IOLARO and others for the panels and how we do the hiring process. And so I want to thank everybody for engaging in that going forward. So I'm going to once again look and see if there's any questions from my colleagues. If not, I'm going to go to public comment. Okay, Marcy, can you tell me how many folks we have doing public comment?
Thank you. One at present.
Okay, sounds good.
So please, if you can raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this item, or press *9 to comment.
Excellent. We'll do a minute and a half on these, consistent with the ones that come afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, if you can please state your name and begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Supervisors, Mr. Byers. I'm Jerry Threed. I'm the first director of IOLARO. I wanted to say welcome to Mr. Byers, and I wish him very well in the interim position. It's a little bit different position than the one you've been in, so I encourage you to get out and meet as many people as you can and talk to everybody that has experience with the office. Just to get their feedback and possibly guidance if they have any to offer to you. And just one thing I noticed, when I was looking, interested in the annual report today that there was no notice on the ILRO Facebook page of it. And I know that the office has lost someone recently that might have been taking care of that, but some attention to that function of the office would be welcome, I think. So mostly just wanted to say welcome and best of luck to you.
Thank you. And Chair Board or Chair Gore, that will conclude public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the comment too about also referencing this on the Facebook page, Garrick. Obviously, make sure you take a look-see when you get in there at what are the operations, obviously communication. This is an office that has the intention from the board has always been a high degree of community outreach and connection. And so appreciate you being here. Coming back to the board, any comments or questions? Well, Mr. Byers, this has been the quickest, most productive movement forward in a position that I've had in 7 years on the Board of Supervisors. I do want to thank you for coming in under the conditions that you did, which was to support, and then now also stepping into this position. We need to make sure that this stuff goes through. So I've already said that, but I want to really thank you and look to the board for a motion and a second to approve the appointment aforementioned.
I'll move to approve.
Okay. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Corsi, second by Gorin. Let's do a roll call vote on this.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins?
Yes.
Chair Gore?
Yes. Okay, the ayes have it, 5-0. Mr. Byers, thank you very much for stepping in. We got a lot of good work to do in the coming months, and look forward to working with you and collaborating with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go on to item number 42. Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach State of the Office Report. And so we're going to receive the ILRO 2020 and 2021 annual report. Our presenters are the aforementioned illustrious Garrick Byers, Interim Director now, and Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach. And we're going to pass it over to you, Garrick, to take us through the presentation. And then after that, we'll go to board member questions and then public comment.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I trust that I can be heard. Let me screen share and see if this will work. Looks like I've got the ILRO actual annual report up. First of all, this is the annual report itself. It came into this office on Wednesday. I trust that it has been distributed. It is on the ILRO webpage, and I will get it on the ILRO Facebook page just as soon as I can. So let me see if I can continue to get to screen share on this. And here we go. Where is my Facebook? There we go. There's my Zoom. Oh, hope I'm on Zoom. There we go. Come on. Well, I'm not perfect at working this computer, apparently. There we go. It's got my control. It looks to me like it's supposed to be screen sharing, but I guess I'm not screen sharing at this moment. Let me try it down there. It says I'm screen sharing, but you don't see, do you see the slides for the annual report?
I believe you just need to open the PDF.
Yeah, I've got the PDF open. It's
We're just
showing
seeing
on my main screen.
So you need to select when you screen share, you need to select which screen you're going to share. So now we see it and you just
Now you
wanna
see
blow-
it, great.
Yeah, just
Okay,
blow it up.
swell. So, first of all, just a little bit about the structure of the annual report. The first 5 pages are table of contents, executive summary. I'm going to give a kind of executive summary here. The second section is our legal authority. You probably know or remember that, I'm sure you do, that the Board of Supervisors passed an initial ordinance. It was amended, substantially amended by Measure P. Measure P was affected by the Public Employee Relations Board ruling in June or July. It's now on appeal, and that's discussed in Section 1. Section 2, IOLERO's budget and staffing. That I'm going to discuss in detail in just a minute. In Section 3 are the 4 operational branches of IOLERO, and I will be discussing those in some detail. Section 4 is the main section of the annual report. It consumes about 44, 45 pages, and I'm going to summarize those very quickly. Section 5 is the conclusion, and of course, there'll be time for questions. So starting with the IOLERO budget and staffing, starting with my predecessor, so to speak, Carlene Navarro. She started in March of 2019. And at that time, it was 1 director, 1 attorney, 1 director, attorney, and administrative assistant, a fairly low budget. You can see that the budget grew fairly rapidly due to board action and also to Measure P. At this point, full budget would be a 1 director attorney. That would be me as interim right now. 2 attorneys. At this moment, we're down. We're just at 1/2 of an attorney. And one of the things that I hope to do is to fill at least one of those slots. A program manager, I hope to fill that slot, an administrative assistant, who's really important to the operation. So the budget looks adequate to me at this point. Now, so we have 4 operational branches. I talked a little bit about the audit branch. That's what the attorneys do. Mainly is review sheriff's investigations of complaints and their own self-generated administrative reviews. And that's what those 44 pages are of audit summaries. And I'll summarize those at the end here. The Community Advisory Council it was created early on in IOLERO's existence. Measure P made it into an advisory board or advisory committee for IOLERO and through IOLERO for the board. The CAC is a very important part of IOLERO's function. Their community outreach is obviously a very important part of what we do, and an organized part of that is the CAC. Board members each appoint 2 members of the CAC, and the director appoints 1. They're a fine functioning body. Okay, community outreach. That's obviously also that's part of our name, independent office, etc., of outreach. That's been curtailed somewhat by the COVID pandemic, of course. It's been a little bit curtailed in the last couple of months because the director, Carlene Navarro, has now taken the bench. I'm hoping to pick that up again. Now, in the annual report, which was written by Ms. Navarro with help from our current attorney, John Berger, she does detail 21 community outreach events that IOLERO held during the last year and a few months, despite the pandemic. So IOLERO has been very active in community outreach, and I'm hoping to be able to pick that up again. And then finally, proactive work. Now that's discussed in the annual report with the community outreach, the community policing project. Ms. Navarro started that with, she contracted with various organizations, one of them Sonoma State University, to do a study of what kinds of questions is the community interested in, where the annual report says that that reaching out to the community, having focus groups to really find out what it is that the community wants with their relationship with the sheriff, was supposed to start in January. That obviously got delayed because Ms. Navarro taking the bench. I'm hoping to start that up again. So those are our 4 branches. Now, it's important to know that when we report to the public, to the board in the annual report and to the public, it's important to know that what we can share is limited by law. By law, the citizens' complaints are confidential. By law, most of the investigation that's done is confidential. Nonetheless, the law lets us, and the board has permitted ILRO to report on these in summary ways and to report on our recommendations and our other advice to the sheriff. And that's what we've done. Now, before I summarize those briefly, I just want to mention that 2 recent bills for SB 1421, Senate Bill 1421 in 2018, effective 2019, and very recently SB 16 have made some of what used to be confidential into public record, that is subject to request under the California Public Records Act. There is now 8 categories from great bodily injury to sexual assault to dishonesty. And so that has, the legislature has helped open up some of this. It's also helped ILRO thereby to be a little more forthcoming with what we can reveal of what kind of complaints are coming in and what the sheriff is doing about them, what ILRO is recommending that they do about them. Okay, so when it's a citizen's complaint and the sheriff investigates it, when they're done, if they sustain the complaint, that's probably going to lead to a personnel action, discipline usually of some type. The other 3 do not lead to discipline. Exonerated means that something did happen, but it was within the sheriff's policy and within the law. Inconclusive means they really can't tell. That may also lead to some informal counseling and so forth. And then finally, unfounded means that the complaint really doesn't have a solid ground. That, of course, doesn't lead to any discipline. And then ILRO takes these and reviews them so that we may agree, we may disagree, we may find it inconclusive ourselves, we may mix, agree with some, disagree with others, and we will normally make recommendations for improvement or a change in policy, that sort of thing. So this year in the report, 38 complaints were processed by us. That means we received them, we reviewed them, we forwarded them on to the sheriff's department. Now, they get their complaints also from citizens coming directly into the sheriff's department. So they get them from at least 2 sources. And then the sheriff's office sent back to us 31 completed complaints during the year. And ILRO was able to complete 30 audits. 25 of them are in the annual report. The reason that they're not all in the annual report is because there has to be a deadline. There has to be a point where you say, okay, this is what we're going to put in. We're not going to delay this any further by getting the last ones in. Those will be in next year's. Now, we do have a large backlog that occurred before Carlene Navarro started. I don't want to go into how that happened. We are now on track to finish that one, hopefully within the next few months. I've made a lot of progress on them myself. That's how I originally started working on backlog. I'm still going to work on backlog some, but with the interim director duties, I'm going to have to sideline that somewhat. Right now, we're almost caught up on the current ones, so we're going to get that backlog done, and I know people have been waiting for that. Okay, so the ones that we audited so far in this year's report, the sheriff sustained 5 of those. And of those 5, ILRO completely agreed with 2 of them. We agreed with part of them on 2, and part of them we disagreed with. Basically, usually we felt there should have been additional violations found, usually. And we felt that one of them was incomplete. Incomplete has been a common one. I'll talk about that in a minute. The sheriff exonerated 12 of those complaints. They found something did happen, but it wasn't a violation of policy. We agreed with 3. We felt that 2 were incomplete. Now, incomplete means this to ILARO, that they didn't look into everything they should have looked into. Maybe they ignored one of the policies that should have been examined, or maybe they didn't look at some of the evidence that should have been looked at. That's usually what we mean by incomplete. We disagreed with 3 of them that they shouldn't have been exonerated. We felt there were policy violations. We didn't find any law violations that they didn't pick up, but we did find this policy. And mixed, we agreed some and others. And then the sheriff found that 8 were unfounded, that whatever was complained about didn't really happen. We agreed on most of those, but we did feel that a couple of them were incomplete. And finally, trends. As I mentioned, the incomplete investigations, we're still getting some of those. We're getting fewer than we used to. I'm working on backlog. I'm still finding a lot there. And issues with medical and mental health treatment at the jail. That is a recurring theme in many of these, particularly with people with mental issues. Made a lot of these complaints. We would like to see that part of the sheriff's functions beefed up, better medical treatment, better mental health treatment. That concludes my report. I'm obviously happy to answer questions. I've read the annual report very carefully and so forth, and I'm very familiar with things. So if there's any questions, let me know. Maybe if I can figure out how to stop screen sharing, I will do that. Did I stop screen sharing? No. My computer is not happy with the way I've got it. It's got things set up. Oh, there we go.
Well, thank you. As you're going through that, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation and for being ready to go. Appreciate you. And so first thing I'm going to do is look to my colleagues and see if there's any questions or comments before we go to public comment. I know we've gotten a lot of emails on different aspects of this, but I know a lot of folks are interested in what the public has to say. So any questions or comments from my colleagues? Or we'll reserve them for later. Supervisor Rabbit, see you leaning in.
Yeah, just one. I wanted to follow up on that. Obviously, we heard from some folks during our previous item, just the mental health in the jail. And obviously, I think we heard last week from our 3 hospital executives about mental health in the hospitals. And I'm just what you found in generally speaking, was it staffing levels? Was it addressing an issue? Was the inability to address it on time? Is there a trend or something that we can take from that on the mental health in the jails that we can look at that's different perhaps, or corresponds with what's happening in the general society in that issue?
If I had to put it in 2 words, it would be staffing issues. There's 2 that stand out to me. One was a person who had rather obvious mental issues. If they weren't mental issues, they were certainly mimicked it. And he was placed in a, not a safety cell, I forget the precise word for, a sobering cell for 14 hours without attention. And and of course he misbehaved a lot, particularly when he finally got attention, he misbehaved. The audit, which wasn't done by me, it was done by Ms. Navarro. She felt that if there had been attention paid to this person much sooner than 14 hours, the person might not have acted out so much, might not have had the mental problem exacerbated so much. But she wasn't able to tell precisely why that happened. It was more likely a staffing issue than simply ignoring the person. It was more likely staffing, but she wasn't able to tell for sure. And then there were a couple of audits, and there was medical and mental, where she felt that she didn't have the expertise to analyze exactly why it seemed to her that the person wasn't getting adequate treatment, both over the short term and the longer term. That I'd like to be able to do something about that. That perhaps having experts look at this also, if I can, consistent with the PERB decision. But at any rate, and neither did, this is important, perhaps more important, neither did the investigator for the sheriff's department. It was obvious that somebody was having a medical issue. It went on. It was obvious that somebody was having a mental issue. It went on. And she couldn't tell, why is this? Was it staffing? Was it inadequately trained personnel? She couldn't tell for sure. And so that's what I can say about that.
I appreciate that. I'm just curious if it's the initial evaluation or a miscategorization of the individual's, mental health status at that particular point in time, which I know has to be challenging because you got to that short period of time to make that assessment, put them in a safe spot, and then move on. But I do think it goes to the bigger picture again with mental health issues everywhere. And the challenges that we have with that. So thank you for the work and welcome aboard. Appreciate having you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I don't see any other colleagues leaning in right now, what I'm going to do, Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. Mr. Byers, first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
I wondered, based on this this set of investigations, and your reviews, can you discern any particular patterns of behavior, good or bad, within the sheriff's office, either patrol or in the jail?
On the whole, I see people who, in the main, are trying to comply with the policies. Not all of the sheriffs seem to be trying, but many of them, they cite the policy, they talk about the policy, but I see not knowing all of the policies. In a sense, it's not surprising. There's hundreds, or at least 100 of them, but in a sense, it is surprising that this is their job. This is what they should know. This is what they should do. I'm thinking of one in particular where a mother was arrested and transported to the jail. Her children were eventually went to the Child Protective Services, and when the sheriffs were debating what to do, they debated about arresting the mother. They didn't debate about what do we do with the children. They knew to call Child Protective Services, and they were called, but I didn't feel that they were familiar with the child abuse policy that was involved. So that's what I'm seeing is spotty. Most of them are trying to comply, but their knowledge of them is a little bit spotty. And so I have suggested in a couple of them, they're going to be in the next annual report. I've suggested training on this policy or that kind of thing. That's the main trend that I am discerning.
Have you, and I'm sorry if you already talked about this, I may have missed it, but have you had a chance to meet with the sheriff?
I have not. I've met Lieutenant Cutting, who's the Professional Standards Bureau head, but I have not yet met Sheriff Essick.
Okay. I hope you get that chance soon, and maybe you can have these kind of conversations.
I think as interim director, I think that's likely to happen soon.
Good. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues before I go to public? Okay. We're going to go to public comment. Wait, nope. I see a hand up. Supervisor Hopkins, jump on in.
Thanks. And I also just wanted to say thank you so much, for stepping in as the interim director. But I want to check in on, it sounds like you haven't got an opportunity to meet with the sheriff yet. How are your introductions going with the community? Have you had an opportunity to interact with the CAC? What are you sort of anticipating, and how do you plan on introducing yourself to the community while you're in this role?
I've introduced myself to Evan Zellick. I have taken part as audience in, I guess, 4 now CAC meetings. I started in September, and I have not met much of the public because my job has been to work on that backlog that I talked about. And I've been doing that pretty much full time. As the interim director, as I mentioned, I'm going to have to move away from backlog and move towards community outreach, which I think is probably the main thing that Iolero has suffered on since Carlene was appointed to the bench. So I'm going to pick that up and get that started. But so far, as you're pointing out, it's really been very limited so far. That's going to change.
Thank you. And I appreciate that you obviously can't speak on behalf of the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, but I was curious about sustained complaint number 3, which was regarding social media comments focused on Jewish folks and African Americans, and sort of the sharing of racist content or content with racial undertones, I believe, as a sheriff's office. And I was just wondering sort of what, go into a little bit on potential recommendations to address this, because I believe this is a top concern of communities of color, really trying to look at bias and, looking at the way that people express themselves potentially outside of work.
That's one of the examples, I think, of a policy that's wasn't really properly paid attention to. In one of the audits that I did, the complaint was really, the person was a African-American, Black person, and his complaint really was, I think I was discriminated against. It was put in general layperson's terms, and the deputy involved and the investigator concentrated on how they should address the issue that was in the possible criminal issue, which was a minor one. It was simply trespass. How they should address that, and they did not look at the policies to be non-biased, to be non-prejudiced, and as a result, I think that the person felt, and I think personally it was justified, felt mistreated. I definitely wondered as I read that, would that person have been treated in a different way, in a nicer way, in a more pleasant way, had the deputy had in mind, okay, I need to make sure that I'm treating this person just as fairly as I would anybody else, including a white person, for example. So that's something. I really didn't think the person was prejudiced per se. I thought he wasn't paying attention to that sensitive aspect. Does that answer? Does that help speak to what the concern you were raising?
Yeah, I think I was kind of going at sort of what potential policy recommendations, could be brought to bear to, avoid this kind of circumstance in the future.
Yes, and I did recommend simple steps that could be taken in that case, and I'm hopeful that they will be taken. I have not yet talked to Lieutenant Cutting about that particular one, but I'm hopeful that, because they're simple steps, and I think that once they're known, I'm hopeful that people say, oh yes, of course, I need to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great questions. Supervisor Gordon, you want to wait for after public comment? Okay, sounds good. We're going to go to public comment. And first of all, let me pull this up. If anybody's on public comment, please raise your hands. I see a couple of folks have been waiting, so we're going to give you 2 minutes apiece. And Marcy, why don't you go to public comment?
Thank you. As Chair Gore stated, if you could please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a phone-in attendee to make a comment. And Nancy will be the first commenter, followed by a phone attendee.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking my my call. I am Nancy Pemberton. I'm one of the members of the Community Advisory Council, and I actually wrote letters to each of you, but I wanted regarding my assessment of the annual report. I wanted to highlight two things, though, actually three things that I think are critical. The first is that the Sheriff's Department isn't even present as a representative, official representative to this meeting, and I find that quite discouraging. Secondly, I think that the issue on the medical and mental health treatment goes beyond simple staffing issues. I think that we need to look at the contract with WellPath, which is the for-profit company that provides the medical care in the jail and has a terrible reputation nationwide. And thirdly, I want to talk about the incomplete investigations. I think that the trend that we see, whether or not there's a trend in the behavior of the deputies, the trend with the investigations is very troubling. We have investigations where particular policies are simply ignored when they exonerate somebody. For example, there was a use of a taser with a fleeing suspect, which was in violation of a specific policy that was not addressed. And the interviews of deputies by the investigating officers seem to be incredibly perfunctory and very deferential. In fact, the IOLERO annual report suggests stopping asking leading questions. That's sort of a very basic interviewing technique that is used to get the answer you want, not the answer that you need. So I would suggest that
Thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time. And for the next commenter, you will hear that you'll press *6 to unmute, and please state your name after doing so.
Chair Gore, members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Byer, Jim Duffy, thank you for taking my comments today. I want to echo what Nancy Pemberton said, that there's no sheriff's representative at this presentation. This is the very first time in any of the annual report presentations before the Board of Supervisors or the special report on the deficiencies in the sheriff's investigations, when that report was presented to the Board of Supervisors, that the sheriff's office has just completely blown off attending this hearing, and I find that outrageous. We need to get written responses to this report and the recommendations from the sheriff's office. So I call upon the supervisors to pass a resolution or send a communication to the sheriff's office encouraging written response. I want to thank Supervisor Hopkins for highlighting the sustained complaint number 3 and the racist extremism issues that were brought up by Director Navarro in the annual report, and encourage the supervisors to lean in on that issue and to really support that recommendation. I also want to second the comment by Nancy Pemberton that you should probably look at the WellPath contract and review whether you really want to be using this agency or whether we should bring it all in-house. It might be cheaper to do it out, to WellPath, to contract these services out, but it is not doing our incarcerated community members any favors when they're getting substandard care. With regards to the staffing in the IOLERO office, it looks like what has happened recently is that a position called Programs Manager was created.
And thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time.
Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Jerry Treat again. Thank you for the report. I think this is a very valuable report, and not going to repeat my email comments. I want to focus on 3 audits that I think are very important and deserve careful attention. The first is the audit of a complaint where the sheriff knowingly hired someone with an extensive history of excessive force allegations in another agency who resigned there before the investigations could be completed. There was an extensive public record showing the actions of this deputy before he was hired by the sheriff, yet he was hired anyway. While the audit correctly noted that the deputy could not be disciplined for past behavior at another agency, it failed to adequately criticize the sheriff's office for hiring this type of applicant with red flags significant in his record. Also, the audit and investigation of anti-Semitic social media postings shows the sheriff cares little about extremist beliefs among its employees. The fact that the office took refuge behind a false claim that the First Amendment protected this deputy's actions on social media is cause for great concern. This actually is consistent with previous actions of the sheriff's office. As director, I had recommended that they look at tattoos of applicants to ensure that they're not tattoos reflecting extremist beliefs. They refused to do so, citing the First Amendment. There was another case where the sheriff's public information officer was about to be exposed in a public media for racist Facebook posting. And he retired before that could happen. But before that happened, the sheriff said he could do little about that because the deputy had a First Amendment right to publish whatever he wanted on his private Facebook page. Let's be really clear. The case law teaches us that a deputy's First Amendment rights end where their speech undermines the ability of the agency to provide fair and impartial policing, and the public deserves that. So that's all I have time for. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Barbara Grisecci. The word that keeps coming to mind as I look at the past 4 years of ILARA report complete as it relates to investigations. It appears to me that these issues aren't really getting resolved. They keep moving from report to report. And that's something of great concern, that isn't an improving area. The lack of sheriff department representatives in the meeting today is extremely concerning, as is the lack of sheriff's response to each of the recommendations that ILARA has been making. And my recommendation going forward is that with the ILARA report requirement of that annual report, that there should be a report from the sheriff every year as a requirement responding to the areas of improvement that were outlined in the prior year, i.e. This year, we should have seen all of the areas recommended for improvement last year and a report card from the sheriff as to what they've done and whether that's been effective or not. If we can't get the sheriff to be at the Board of Supervisors meeting when ILARA is reporting out on current year's investigations, and they won't respond to the recommendations, we're going to have to start having some teeth here to make them respond. We need that accountability. We need to see when the community comes to them and ILARA comes to them representing that community with deficiencies and with recommendations, they need to be taken seriously, and then we need to see whether they've made progress or not so that we can evaluate the quality of policing that we're getting from the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I want to come back here to a couple items and comments from the board and see where we're at on a couple of these things. The first thing I want to ask is to the county administrator and or the team here is, was there an offer or a request for the sheriff's office to be in attendance for the report of this today? Bob, I saw you were on mute or speaking.
No,
CAO Bratton.
Sure. So in the past, I think there's been coordination between ILARA and the sheriff's office. I was just checking last year. It did not appear the sheriff was involved in last year's annual report, but it may have gotten missed this year with the transition of the director.
Okay. Well, I'd like us to follow up on that and make sure, because obviously we want reality to be reality, not perception to be reality. If in fact there was a request or an offer to come here, but we also don't want to assumed that there wasn't. So, so CAO Bratton, maybe you can kind of check in on that before we finish this item. No matter what, I'd want to provide an opportunity for this. I do also reflect upon the requests for formal responses from the sheriff's office to this report, but also reflect on the fact that Mr. Byers, you talked about getting this report on Wednesday and sending it to us for this. So I want to just acknowledge, coordination and making sure we tighten this up and whatever we need to do to be able to do this right and go forward. The goal is to have this report be acknowledged. The goal is to have everybody have an opportunity to respond appropriately, for the public to review it. And so if this is a first opportunity for the public to see it, then we might have some follow-up opportunities to do this as well. I want to look to see if any of my colleagues have any comments on this as well, or any questions. Okay. With that being said, I know we have a lot to follow up on with this. I know we have a hiring process that we want to take care of in the right way. Garrick, I want to thank you for stepping in. Garrick, I think also maybe one thing we could look at is as a follow-up with the community, with the Citizens Advisory Council, and maybe even posting on Facebook or the newsletter out of Iolero, working with us in our office to clarify some of these questions that came up about sheriff's office and were they invited and the timeline of what happened here. Just the facts on that, right? No need to either justify one way or the other. And then I think also as you get settled and keep moving on, I think the goal for us is to make sure that we support you in the interim role. And so consider that an offer from me as the chair, but also others on this board to weigh in or to support you as you engage with folks in the community as well. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, I don't want to rush out of this, but I don't think we have conclusion on that. And I do want to get to the Sonoma Developmental Center. CAO Bratton, you got anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah, so an email was sent out on December 27th to Brandon Cutting in the sheriff's office.
Okay. Well, I want to, even though that went out by an email to individuals, I want to make sure I reach out to Sheriff Essick and give the benefit of the doubt on this on both sides, just to make sure one way or the other we know what's where. And so, with that being said, I want to make sure that we provide an opportunity for Garrick, CAO Bratton. One thing that would be helpful is to get him any information on the discussion leading up till now that he can share with the Iolero and the CAC. And once again, Garrick, I could be available, and I'm sure we could harangue in Vice Chair Forsey as well on some things going forward as you continue to do your good work. So there is no action needed on this item. It's informational only. So I'm going to thank the public commenters. I think there were some very germane requests there, and I think there's also a lot of excitement and enthusiasm on the recruitment process. And from my side, a lot of thanks and gratitude for Garrick for you stepping up into a role that you did not come here originally for. So with that being said, I want to move us over to item number 43. We have it was a time certain at 3 for those who are with us, about 15 minutes late. This is a big item. This is the Sonoma Developmental Center specific plan, project description framework. Want to give a shout out to my colleague, Susan Gorin, Supervisor Gorin out in representing the country of East County, and for a big thing for the community out here. Want to acknowledge that there's probably going to be a lot of people calling in. If you're listening in right now, what we're going to do is first go to a presentation by staff. Then we're going to go to board members for questions or initial comments. At that time, I'm going to open up kind of a pre-round of public comment I know we have a couple agency heads or district leads. I've got a note from Supervisor Gorin that somebody from the North Sonoma Valley MAC Municipal Advisory Council. Susan, if you can, please send that email to Marcy so that she knows who to tee up first. And at the same time, I know we have the chair of the Coastal Commission as well, former Congressman Doug Bosco, with some comments about Coastal Commission inclusion and potential opportunities for coordination on this. So there's a couple kind of district, agency, or special district leads. So I want to go to those first, and then we'll do public comment. For those from the community who have provided, from what I understand and what I've seen in my email box, substantial and sustained engagement in this process. I want to also let you know that we've seen and we've been reading all of your comments about issues and where you want this to be. I also want to acknowledge that that depending on how many folks we have commenting, I might open up about 45 minutes of public comment or an hour of public comment, whether that's a minute or a minute and a half, and then come back to the board and then go back to public comment again. This is just to make sure that we get your input. We want to honor that. This is not just a requirement, it's something that we're committed to. At the same time, I got to make sure that we have an opportunity to deliberate. So help me help you is the request for those of you who are going to be raising your hands. So I'll ask for the number of hands, and if it's more than an hour, I'll probably cap public comment, come back to the board for a little bit of deliberation, go back to public comment again a little bit later. But with that being said, first of all, I want to pass it over to Susan Gorin and let her introduce our presenters, Tennis Wick, Scott Orr, Brian O, Sita Kutira, with Permit Sonoma, and with our County Counsel's office.
Thank you so much. Boy, this has been a long time birthing this baby, and we're not quite born yet, but I really want to thank staff for all of their work and the community. We've just been receiving emails and petitions and comments by the bushel load, and I think this is reflective of the passion and the concern that the community has for the planning process and the result. I really need to thank Brian O, Scott Orr, and of course our director, Tennis Wick, who I understand might still be in jury duty, as well as Sita Kutera, and maybe Jennifer Klein, and a few other great folks involved in the planning effort. And boy, you've been burning the midnight oil on this in so many ways, and making presentations to many, many community groups. But I know we should also thank the official planning team of Diet Bhatia for all of their work with the community. And I think I have a number of comments and contextual comments and questions, but I await the staff report first.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. And I want to pass it over to Tennis Wick, who can lead us through with the presenters.
Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board, and for the introduction, Supervisor Gorin. Director Wick is in jury duty, so I will be getting us started today. Supervisor Gorin did a great introduction of the team, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn it directly over to Brian O for the presentation and to go over what we're going to be talking about today. But I do want to give a special extra thank you to the members of our planning advisory team who've been helping us along the way. So, Brian.
Thank you, Deputy Director Orr, Chair Gore, Vice Chair Corsi, and members of the board and members of the public joining us today. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come present, not just on our update, but to provide a balanced report back on what we're hearing from the community. I'll provide a little bit of a background and overview of where we're at in this process. It's a 3-year planning process in close partnership with the state, both the leadership at the elected level. So just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Senate Majority Leader McGuire, Senator Dodd, Assembly Member Aguiar Curry, as well as our state counterparts in both the Department of General Services and the Department of Developmental Services for their work and support. Sort of just a double mention to the planning advisory team. They advised Director Wick on this process from day one. And so we have been working closely with them, and they have been providing some really intentional and clear advice on the planning process. And then you have 3 of us here, but there's a larger project team. So we have within Permit Sonoma, it really takes a village to make projects like this work. So big thanks to Bradley Dunn, Ross Markey, and Eduardo Hernandez, as well as the team from Dot and Bhatia, Rajiv Bhatia, Jossie Ivanov, Helen Peterson, Tanya Carlone from Consensus Building Institute, and Jim Hyde from Urban Dream. And so today I will we'll do a quick check-in on the schedule, and then the bulk of the workshop will be a staff presentation, which will be followed by a board discussion. And so we are just starting year 3 of this 3-year process. This is very much a closely coordinated and in a parallel track with the state-led disposition of the property, which the state owns and will continue to own through this process. And the county is really in the lead role to provide a planning process, ultimately to identify a specific plan, as well as creating an environmental impact report. And so the short-term outlook here is once we have this discussion with the board here and hear from members of the public on our proposed project description framework, that really sets us up for success to start working with the community to identify draft specific plan policies and programs, which will coincide with the preparation of an environmental impact report, and then ultimately a series of public hearings on both documents in late summer, and culminating in the potential adoption of a specific plan, certification of a final EIR back to this board in September of 2022. The Sonoma Developmental Center, in many ways, it's the heart of Sonoma Valley. Over 1,900 jobs, a wide range of jobs provided. Many of my neighbors, as well as colleagues that work within Permit Sonoma, have some connection to the Sonoma Developmental Center. And so this was a high job opportunity location. It also served over 3,700 clients and their families. And one way that this has been maintained, the history has been maintained, is the existing Eldridge Cemetery. And so, this is one of our main tenets, is how are we preserving that legacy of care and legacy of service that was provided to so many of our neighbors. Much discussion around the state legislation. So this was adopted back in 2019, and it outlined a clear action plan, essentially. So the specific plan, again, led by the county, disposition process by the state. 3 key tenets focus on open space preservation, prioritizing housing, particularly affordable housing, and housing for people with developmental disabilities, as well as part of that specific plan commitment, looking at economic feasibility and economic opportunity for the site. And so while we are currently in a county-led planning process, we are following a number of different planning efforts between the state-led effort 3 years ago, as well as many community-led efforts, such as the SDC Coalition So a lot of really great work has been generated from the community, and we are hopeful that we are being responsive to many of those concerns and having a balanced approach as we move forward here. I think it's also important to identify these 3 site objectives are in alignment with a number of state, regional, county goals and strategies around climate resiliency, housing affordability, and sustainability. It's been almost a year to this day since we presented to the Board of Supervisors on the Sonoma Developmental Center. At that point in January of 2021, we presented on a community-driven vision for the redevelopment of the site, a vibrant and sustainable community, mixed-use pedestrian-oriented core, which is a magnet of innovation, research, education, and visitation, preservation of agricultural and recreational land, while maintaining a legacy that meets the contemporary needs, emphasizes resiliency and sustainable building practices, and ultimately a hub of community life. We also presented on a set of guiding principles, everything from promoting a vibrant mixed community to embracing diversity, ensuring long-term fiscal sustainability, and promoting multimodal mobility. It's also, as part of the planning process, critical to be mindful of the regional context. So in many ways, as I mentioned, this from a local perspective, it's the center of Sonoma Valley, which is centered around recent trauma around wildfires and rebuilding of homes and lives. We have Glen Ellen and Kenwood to the north, Eldridge, the community of the Springs, and the city of Sonoma to the south. And in many ways, bridging 2 different communities and land use patterns, also with some natural limitations between the 2 mountain ranges, the Mayacamas and the Sonomas. And so in addition to the state legislation, the vision and guiding principles, and the regional context of the site, additional considerations have gone into the planning process, ensuring that as part of the specific plan process that we are have agreed to see through, there are the site costs. So this is just a quick overview. In the appendix, there's a much more detailed view of the numbers that we looked at. But more or less, when we look at the costs of rehab and to bring the infrastructure up to date, it's more or less $100 million. So between utility costs, the demolition of some of the existing buildings, the preservation of the 2 historic designated landmarks, both the main building and Sonoma House, we have a number, a starting point for us to consider and balance across these 5 principles here. And then also just looking at regional costs of redevelopment. So in general, when we look at residential adaptive reuse, there's a difference between adaptive reuse and new construction on residential. When we look at locally built affordable housing, the typical subsidy that we see is $60,000 per unit. And so these are costs that have been, that we are mindful of in this presentation of a project description. And then the non-residential. So there, it's a bit of an inverse there, an opportunity to really take a look at some of the high quality, in good condition, historic contributing buildings as adaptive reuse opportunities for non-residential. And so we take these 5 considerations and we presented a series of alternative proposals to the public in November of 2021. And I think one other important comment I'll make here is, in addition to the regional context, there are a number of somewhat competing interests. How can this site contribute to solving our housing needs? When we look at it at the state level, the executive order from Governor Newsom around housing affordability and increase of production, how are we balancing that with similar climate objectives, such as the 30% conservation of our lands and waters by 2030? These are all, again, guiding principles that the planning team has taken into consideration to ultimately present those 3 alternatives back in November of 2021. And so this is just a high-level summary of the 3 alternatives as they relate to the historic use of the site. And it's presented in a way to really have a dialogue with the community on the various trade-offs. So everything from housing production to affordable housing units, job creation, as well as historic preservation, and then variance in the amount of open space in the campus. So there's variance in there. We presented that at the start of November. And then we identified a community engagement strategy to hear from the community, to Supervisor Gorin's comments there. And so the strategy there, we had a number of different ways to engage with the community. A 300-person Zoom workshop. We went and did presentations to the local municipal advisory committees, the citizen advisory committees, as well as a number of presentations to the city council for the city of Sonoma. And then also, really meeting the community where they're at. And so there is a lot of interest in the community, and we were fortunate enough to be able to join some of those discussions. So having listening sessions with community groups such as the Sonoma Valley Collaborative. And I think one strategy that I think was very impactful was really working in close coordination with District 1, with Supervisor Gorin and her staff on a focused outreach strategy. And so our typical outreach events, I think how we wanted to best supplement that with a focused strategy to reach our young people, as well as Latinx community leaders in Sonoma Valley. And so one strategy that we employed in December was a much more intimate, in-person open house done in 100% in Spanish language. And this was thoughtfully put on in coordination with local faith-based leader, local church at St. Leo's. And so that provided some additional context to not just the alternatives, but some of the concerns that we were hearing. And so the key issues across all of these efforts, we also did an online survey which received 750 responses. Was consistent. There was concerns around housing affordability, the density and scale of the proposals, the wildlife corridor, and in some ways a wildfire corridor, and then concerns around impacts for visitor serving uses. So this was sort of direct tied to the hotel proposals across the 3 alternatives, as well as these traffic impacts that come with the redevelopment of the site. And so while the issues were consistent, there was a clear difference in perspective when we looked at the responses and how they self-identify with ethnicity and age. And so there was a clear distinction on these topics around housing and what we really should be prioritizing for this site. And so can't believe I went 12 slides without showing a picture of the site here. But this is the entire site in its glory, 930 acres. In the opaque green overlay, that's roughly 750 acres. And this is across all three alternatives, written in the state legislation. This is going to be preserved as open space. And I think there's also additional opportunities. So a lot of the concern around wildfire resiliency, restoration of the ecology, there's opportunities there, within the open space, the 750 acres. And then there's very clear delineation of the already developed campus. And I think another common a commonality across the three alternatives was being mindful of the existing natural resources. So expansion of the creek setbacks, how does the interface of the existing footprint interface with the wildlife corridor, both to the north of campus, but also along the two creeks. And so we see this as an opportunity to address a number of those issues. And then I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but just wanted to point out here, since it's identified here, this is a concept and an idea that predates this work. But whether it's through emergency access only or a full-time new road connection between Arnold and Highway 12, this was something that was presented in one of the alternatives. And so we've gotten feedback on that as well from the community. And this is one of my favorite views of the site. Oblique aerial here really provides, and so we're looking north of campus. We have the main building here, north to Glen Ellen, east side of campus, west side here with Arnold, and then with the Sonoma Creek here among the trees. And so this gives a great visual of the existing campus, but it's also a reminder of the care, the legacy of care that really went in those buildings. And that's a common theme that we carried throughout this entire planning process. So back in January of 21, the board asked us to think big. We are responding to that by building small. And so this is, again, a really great graphic here of this is what is being identified as conservation as part of state legislation, and how are we being intentional about building small, being mindful of the context to the region, to the open space, and then identifying different opportunities within campus for open space. And so at this point, I will walk through just a series of project frameworks. And this is what we're proposing and recommending to help inform, and we're looking to this board, as well as some of the comments on this proposal. And ultimately, we take that framework, and that will help inform preparation of our draft environmental impact report, where there will be a set of alternatives. And additionally, this will set us up for success in working with the community on a set of specific plan policies and programs. And so the framework here is guided in 3 experiences, one being the green framework. And so every opportunity I get, I load my wife and I load our 3 kids in our minivan, and we head up to the site. It's about 20 minutes from where I live. 3 kids, the stroller in tow, and we really, as wonderful as the greater open spaces, a lot of really great opportunities within the campus. You know, from playing poo sticks under the two bridges to kicking a soccer ball around on the ball fields. The amount of usable play and public and community space that this site can afford is really enviable. Another framework is the mobility framework. So really taking that concept of building small and building from within. This is the iconic central green. Everything from that central location is within a quarter mile. So more or less walking distance throughout the entire campus. And so we're grateful for the engagement from our local bicycle coalition with Director Eris Weaver, and you know, she had an opportunity to bike through campus, and we spent half an afternoon back in December really dissecting the existing road network and opportunities, so that you know the priority here in this self-sustaining community, you know, there is preference, there is sort of that natural inclination to use your feet and to hop on a bike and to be less car dependent. And so you know, I think that was a really great opportunity to learn from our local experts. And then you see here, there's two dotted lines signifying that while we don't have a proposed location for the concept of connecting Arnold to Highway 12 to the east, these are two potential places where that could go. And obviously we will take a look at the impacts of such a proposal in the EIR. And then the third framing is really, you know, how are we ensuring this is a place that is interesting, it's inviting, and has a sort of a fabric, you know, something that draws people here and makes it a place for, you know, not just recreation, but for play and for work. And so in many ways, you know, this is one of many ways that we could potentially preserve the legacy of care that happened here at Sonoma Developmental Center. We have the two landmark buildings, the main building, Sonoma House, but also there's an existing staffed firehouse by the state. It's, we believe it's the oldest existing firehouse in the state of California. Lots of interesting contributing buildings to this historic neighborhood. You know, another one that comes to mind that we hear a lot from the community about is the existing ball fields that run just along Arnold Drive. And so, you know, having that be a community space is an opportunity again to make you know, some of those inviting places for people to come and to live. And so there's additional detail in the attachment number 5 of the staff report. But I just wanted to just briefly go over, I mean, sort of the high level numbers here. 1,000, 900 to 1,000 housing units, the potential to create 1,000 new jobs, preservation of 25, and these are the ones that are in the dark gray here, preservation of 25 contributing buildings, and really, you know, taking a thoughtful approach. You know, we're fortunate enough to have part of our consultant team, you know, have successful projects built locally. Jim Hyde of Urban Green, and he's been really great in really identifying like how can we take a concept, take this land use plan, and put it into a successful strategy to redevelop. And so that's sort of how this is delineated across A through K. I think the one I'll just hover on for a moment here, Agri-Hood. And so this is sort of bridging that opportunity of housing, but also economic opportunity and as well as a nod to the historic agricultural use that happened east of campus here. And so this is probably the best snapshot graphically of the proposed project description framework. I think sort of high level comments here, there's a variety in the types of use, right? So there's a nice mix of housing, non-housing components, and really focused, really having sort of a Sonoma Square, Healdsburg Square feel. And this is all existing buildings and the building footprint. And so one primary concern that we hear from the community is the pinch point between Lake Sutton Field and the existing buildings here as a critical wildlife crossing. And so as we're able to build smaller and much more focused on the central community space, that allows us to have those opportunities where we can create some additional open space. And then I think the only other one I'll mention here, how are we maintaining the most flexibility here based on future demand and the market that may bear here. And so, we're looking at opportunities for flexible zoning areas. And so a lot of attention on the proposal for a boutique hotel visitor serving use as a way primarily to fund the preservation of the landmark main building. But how, we can provide some flexibility there that we've seen some concepts from the community around different ideas around a museum, public use. This would allow some of that flexibility to be maintained throughout this process. And so that's this. I'm going to just quickly walk through some on-the-ground examples. And I think this gives good context to the two-dimensional site plan. And so this really highlights the importance of the green framework, not just for recreation and conservation, but also for fire resiliency. So we look to our to the state north of us in Oregon, and they have an agri-hood that has a annual managed fire break program built into the housing development as a way to be more fire resilient. And I think ways to establish a community within your neighborhood has never been more important. So how are we providing interesting places for us to connect with our neighbors and community? And again, this is all part of the concept of building small, providing the spaces to connect with our neighbors and make them inviting places. This is one example of, we believe, the county's first agri-hood, just outside of Petaluma on 30 acres, 2-acre lots, as a local example of how we can look at some of the land that is next to the historic ag east of campus. And again, there's additional details in attachment 5, but just wanted to highlight a few here. Cottage courts, again, another project locally, thinking sort of building small, maximizing use of space, and still providing something that the market, the demand is there for. And so much of this goes to the concept of the missing middle. So again, small lots, almost a nod to post-World War II development. How are we providing naturally affordable housing and different types of housing products that aren't just your typical single-family homes and multifamily units? And so this idea of missing middle, again, providing some of that variety, different price points, and really different different audiences, right? So an opportunity for people that want to age in place. And these are things that, again, successful projects on the ground, maximizing their footprint. And then on the non-housing side, there's a commercial kitchen on site, northwest corner of the campus. Again, looking at some local examples of what we could potentially do with this type of zoning and to make it an attractive place for people to work. The inn at the Presidio, again, this was a model that we look at regularly. It's something that the community has identified as a neighboring sort of best case, a case study that we should be looking at. And so, you know, as part of our adaptive reuse of some of the existing buildings, looking at some of these local examples of what makes successful projects. We don't have to look too far. We look just north in the village of Glen Ellen, the redevelopment of the Chauvet. I think this is probably the most exciting part, really, is the government partnerships. And so, yes, Permit Sonoma is leading the planning process, but the potential here, you know, with all the different objectives that we want to meet, both at the local, at the state, at the federal level, you know, how I think it's the most important time now to really lean into these partnerships. So to the west, we have Jack London State Park. And so sort of the natural fit here to work with our state parks on interface between the two. To the east, you know, we've been working closely with regional parks as well as ag preservation and open space on how the county can play a role in preserving the open space. And then the water features, we have Sonoma Water at the table as well, in addition to our partners at the Transportation and Public Works Department, as well as Caltrans for Highway 12. And just sort of one example, I think we've seen a few of these concepts successfully done locally is you know, working with Sonoma Clean Power on a potential microgrid for the campus, you know, as a way to further bolster our fire resilience in Sonoma Valley. And so with that, Chair Gore, I will turn it back over to you. And I just offer this slide up. I can pull this up later, but again, these are based on some of the comments that we heard and the concerns from the community as potential talking points for your board to consider.
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate your presentation. So, item. So what I'm going to do is first of all, questions and comments, original comments from the Board of Supervisors. Goal is to try and keep it to questions in the beginning, but if there's anything that you want to state, feel free to do so. Then what we're going to do is, as I mentioned before, is go to public comment, bring it back to the board, and make sure we take the adequate time to do what's needed here. This is a long process. This has been a long process. And Supervisor Gorn, as I pass it over to you, I think I want to just mention, you and I had a conversation before. I know you have. I've had a lot of discussions with our state partners, and I'm sure that others have as well. Talked with the offices and individuals, Senator Dodd's office, Senator Mike McGuire's office, and others. And I think, you know, the one thing to understand is that, you know, when we got into this, there was a covenant made between us in terms of our partnership. This is the first time from what we can find that the state has taken a property that would have been surplus and given local land use to it. And from a historical perspective, I want to mention that at first those negotiations were about the county taking over the land, taking deed and fee and developing it. And ultimately there was a middle ground identified, which was a specific plan. This kind of a planning document. This coming back, I'm going to look over to you and kind of see where we go from here. But but I heard loud and clear from what I've heard, and I want to get your perspective too, is that from the state is I don't see any interest in the state being the big bad state. They're trying to be key partners with us. But the goal is to follow up on the commitment. And that means no delays on this project. I know we've seen some notes about people asking for a 2-year delay in the process. It's one thing for this to take time, to take months for us to get through it, but we want to, we're under, I would say, commitment, our own commitment to take action and have good deliberations on this. I think the second thing is that as much as we talk about the state's commitment to 30 by 30, there's also a state goal of getting housing and on the site. And yet at the same time, Supervisor Gorin, you and others is what we've talked about. There's this issue about existing use versus how it was used in an existing standpoint. I mean, this was an institution. The amount of homes and individuals were predominantly institutionalized. It was on a 24-hour system, so it wasn't the same as what a dynamic would be of housing and other things there now. The third thing that was talked about was economic viability. And so, and I know we have some other folks, as I mentioned before, I think I erroneously called it, Supervisor Hopkins, thanks for the correction, the Coastal Commission, which is a regulatory body, as opposed to the Coastal Conservancy, which is a funding organization. So there's a lot of opportunities here, but I just wanted to state that that's kind of what I've heard, just to kind of lay it out about a standpoint. And I wanted to just provide that as a background for you to riff off of, or let us know anything else that we need to as we go into this discussion and deliberation.
Thank you, Chair Gore. I want to set the context, a little broader context, and thank you, Brian, and all the members of the planning team for introducing new concepts, new suggested architecture, land use patterns. The 3 alternatives developed, released in the fall, just produced this cataclysmic response from the community. And I think the new forms may have mellowed that a bit. But let's drop it back just a little bit. You started your history talking about the STC as a caretaking institution, and indeed, it was the oldest developmental center in California. So of course, its infrastructure was fraying around the edges and pulled together with sealing wax and duct tape. So we understood why the state was interested in closing it down, and yet it was the home of Indigenous peoples long before it was a caretaking institution. And there are many artifacts on the site and evidence of the Miwok living and moving through the site. Tribal Chief Greg Saris is very interested in supporting on the site a museum that would document the Sonoma Developmental Center as well as the life of Indigenous peoples on the site. He also is very interested, when I talked with him about a year ago, in supporting and really talking about the importance of environmental education on the site. And it reinforces some of the themes that you mentioned, the integrity, the preservation of the natural resources, staggeringly beautiful, very important. And so that is the overlay of why this site is so special. But we need to recognize that there have been previous attempts by other electeds to sell off parts of the Upper Reach, met with resounding opposition and resistance by the community. And we have to thank our Ag and Open Space District for the purchase of the conservation easement across the top of Sonoma Mountain as a connection with the Sonoma Mountain Trail, and the late Assemblywoman Senator Pat Wiggins for locking people in a room and forging collaboration and transfer of 600 acres of the Upper Reach into the Jack London Park, and now operated by the Jack London Park Partners. And so we have that adjacency that you really recognize with the Jack London Park. Many people just hike through the park and through the riches of the developmental center. That includes the remnants of Camp Via, the resident camp for the residents, producing the fruit in the heirloom orchard up in the Upper Reach, canning the fruit, and being a part of the Eldridge community, and now could be retrofitted and upgraded for rental as a revenue producing or home for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, youth hostel. I'm not sure what it would be. The state so far has resisted efforts to use volunteers to clean up Camp Villa. It's a rich environment, and we should recognize how important that is, as well as the cemetery, the home for over 2,000 individuals who died at the developmental center. And a thank you to Senator Dodd for recognizing how important this is to the families of the developmental center. They've been hard at work in figuring out access and appropriate ways to memorialize the cemetery. Part of our mission, absolutely. Also on the upper reaches, the water treatment plant, now shut down, totally inadequate for treating the water for the campus. So that's some of the history, but recognizing the richness of the property, there were a number of organizations instrumental in starting the Coalition to Preserve SDC, starting with the Sonoma Ecology Center, still having a home on the Sonoma Developmental Center campus, the Sonoma Land Trust, especially Wendy Elliott, Pat Elliott, and the late Ambassador Ted Elliott. And Sonoma Mountain Preservation, still really rich and vital. When I was elected, they invited me to join, as well as representatives of the Parent Hospital Association. We met monthly for about 6 years with many departmental heads, Ag and Open Space, Regional Parks, Economic Development, Health and Human Services throughout the years, talking about how to preserve SDC as a caretaking institution. Sadly, for naught, because the state was determined to shut it down for lots of reasons, not the least of which is the philosophy shifting away from congregate care. But we also explored alternative caretaking institutions on the site. And again, the state was not interested in discussing interim uses of the campus because of its physically degraded infrastructure systems. However, there are buildings that you described that are so important on the campus. Certainly the iconic brick building, the superintendent's house, the museum. Historical folks are looking for a house for the museum or a building for the museum. Firehouse is really important. A number of buildings suitable for historic preservation and could be used with some rehabilitation money for homeless services, transitional housing, any number of different uses. I might point out to the board that the taxpayers poured about $5 million into the rehabilitation of the North Star, a crisis stabilization center for regional center clients. They came back to the campus to stabilize 6 beds, not many, but enough space to have more beds for the site. I think the county needs to very carefully think about how to use the campus for our needs. Certainly crisis stabilization, potentially homeless services, a service center that we've talked about broadly in the county, incident command center. And that's the other theme that I really want to talk about is the fact that 2017 changed the dynamics for the SDC and the entire Sonoma Valley forever. Folks living in the valley remember the gridlock, the chaos, the frantic terror the night of the firestorms of 2017. The fire overran Kenwood and lots of Glen Ellen. It came up to and burned the agricultural edge of the SDC, burned a number of the businesses and homes along Highway 12 bordering SDC, and certainly some of the businesses and homes on the southern edge of the campus. So there is legitimately so a fear of what could be, should be developed on the campus, knowing that this route is a primary evacuation route from Sonoma Valley, not only for that night, but for the glass fire as well, when Highway 12 was again cut off for the second fire in a row, leaving Sonoma Valley more or less on their own for a while, forging their own resilience and independence and can-do spirit until the county could provide some resources to stand up evacuation centers and get the resources necessary to help with communications and fire response from Sonoma Valley. So of course, the folks in Glen Ellen will say quite legitimately that they're very concerned about living in a WUI area, because indeed there is a strong element of WUI across this campus. Look at the beautiful trees in the upper reach. And so that essentially flavors just about all of the conversations from the community that you've read about and heard from and will again. But I have a couple of questions, and you really answered the first question, Chair Gore. And let me just ask Brian to respond to that, because nearly every letter wants additional time in planning. They think that we can negotiate with the state for additional time to bring the community together to forge consensus, and to then take the time to move through the approval process. Do we have time?
Through the chair, every indication, every conversation that we've had has been to maintain the commitment in that for a 3-year process planning.
Okay, thank you. People are concerned about the process of developing the EIR that we are charged with doing once we develop the preferred alternative. And you outlined a number of community meetings that we'll be talking about the preferred alternative as it moves forward. The scoping process will occur approximately when during that process?
Through the chair, based on the conversation that we have with this board today, and we want to take some time to think about and really hear the feedback, we will start the process of the environmental. And so we'll identify a project description, and then through the EIR process, identify a number of alternatives that we would test against.
Okay, so they should expect conversations regarding the scoping maybe in March or April?
So we should start to advertise scoping for in February.
I missed that. February? March?
February, correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah, scoping.
We will hear many concerns about pinning the economic feasibility for the entire campus and the responsibility for upgrading the infrastructure and producing all the services on the back of housing. And yet we know that housing rarely produces income to provide for services, let alone providing the upgrades for $100 billion of infrastructure needs that the state has not invested in for decades. Have you considered other economic feasibility strategies for the upgrades of the campus?
Through the chair, so we have a detailed economic analysis sort of grounded in what has been successful. We also continue to explore other ways of financing. So there's a section in the alternatives report that identifies different tax and infrastructure strategies, financing strategies that we are exploring. We're also, anytime there's an opportunity, whether it's at the state level or beyond, for additional funding for affordable housing production, these are things that we're also exploring in parallel to this process.
Okay, and my final question is, why shouldn't we ask the state to bear some of the responsibility for financing the upgrades to the campus?
So from my perspective, managing the planning process, it is to identify real costs and provide that information to this board to ultimately have that conversation. So as much as I would want to delve into that, I'm really here just to provide the numbers, provide some of those trade-offs and ultimately for the board to make that decision.
Thank you. I really want to thank all the members of the community over the 10-year period working with me, working with the county on recognizing the value of this site. Our legislators, representatives have been with us every step of the way. They've joined our coalition, participated in conversations. And I think based upon the strength of the coalition, the state legislators put their faith in the community to actually succeed in working with the community and develop a plan for the campus. And I hope through the board's deliberations today and the community conversations, we can get to a place of community support. I remain optimistic and I look forward to hearing some of your questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin, much appreciated. I'm going to go to my colleagues now and go around. Supervisor Rabbit, I see your hand up, followed by Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you very much. And Brian, thank you to you and Tennis Wick and all, the entire team, and to my colleague, Supervisor Gorin, that you've been living this Sonoma Developmental Center for ever. And thank you for all the work that you've put in. Also, really, again, I think the chair said it, though, thank you to our state representatives who are giving this opportunity to us. And I think we should really acknowledge that and celebrate that because this is a rare opportunity that we have to kind of control that development going forward. And also just because I know that we all got so much correspondence. Thank you to the community for caring so much, for really wanting to stand up and really make your opinions known. I think what's true, right? I can say this as an architect for sure. Until you put something on paper, it's hard to get a reaction from people. But once you do, boy, you really get a lot of opinions and criticisms. But that's a sign of passion, interest, and really trying to understand it. And I know that it's good. It's a good thing, actually. As my question really is, and it's rare today, what we're really doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, the planning experts, we're approving a project description in order to start the environmental impact report, really the programmatic environmental impact report that will cover the specific plan. So my question is, how detailed, how much flexibility can we put into that document, knowing that obviously if we increase square footage of office space or other space or the number of homes or whatnot, it'll affect what we study. My understanding is that the programmatic EIR would always study the worst case scenario, but it doesn't mean that the worst case scenario will be what actually gets built. And I guess my big question is, how do you scale that EIR would study to what you would actually have to condition and mitigate in the real world if it was something less? And how cumbersome does that make that EIR going forward? If you're following my train of thought here, I'm just trying to understand that a little better.
Certainly. Through the chair, what we have presented today is a framework for the project description that would go into the environmental impact report. We have started to, just sort of broad concepts based on the feedback that we're hearing from the community on what a balanced and wide range set of alternatives could be to the project description. And so while we aren't asking for a preferred plan today, I mean, you are correct, this is a bit of a unique point in time where typically we wouldn't be coming to the board. But again, a project that we feel is important enough that we do want to have this interim checkpoint. And so to the degree that we're able to maintain as much flexibility as possible through the EIR process, we'll look for every opportunity to do so. And then, obviously the idea here being, if this is the framework of a project description, we'll want to wait until we evaluate all the different alternatives really before coming to any conclusions.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and I guess it's you know, this is such a unique site. This is not an infill site. This is a historic site along quite frankly, a rural road in a rural community. But it also has the opportunities for us to think outside the box, quite frankly, and do something that would be, that might need more time, but time is of the essence, of course, as was discussed. And I might ask if we can build that flexibility in, and if people are trusting enough to know that you can build some flexibility into what the project description is in order to study it, and then still continue to work on and refine the project that you want to see built in the real environment. It seems to me at this particular point in time, I don't want to preclude us from cutting off an exciting opportunity that might be around the corner by limiting what we're going to study and then be stuck with that going forward. So that was both a comment and a question, but then obviously a comment at the end. And I do appreciate it. It is a first time I think I've gone through a specific plan. I've gone through specific plans before, and perhaps we've always done the project description as part of the overall piece of work, but it's the first time we've actually stopped and said, what does this framework look like and what are we going to go study? So thanks, Brian, thanks, Scott.
Supervisor Abbott, I appreciate that. I'm going to go to Supervisor Corsi. Jump on in.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And thanks, Supervisor Gorin, for all the work you've done to date on this. Thank you for the tour last year, early last year, I think it was. That wasn't my first time on this campus. Like Brian O, I've used it for recreation for a number of years. I like to ride my bike up to Camp Via and coast down that long hill on the way back home. I also wanted to ask the planning team, Brian and Scott, about what it is you need from us today. My understanding from what I'm hearing today from my colleagues and from what I've heard from our state colleagues to date is that that there isn't a lot of appetite for delaying this from the schedule that we're on. And I'm willing to honor that and move this forward. I agree with Supervisor Abbott that this is a unique opportunity, an exciting opportunity. I want it to be an asset for the entire community. And when I talk about the entire community, I'm not just talking about Glen Ellen and Eldridge or even the Valley. I'm talking about Sonoma County. So I guess, and I'll have comments later on, but my basic question is, Brian and Scott, you've got specific metrics in this staff report, talking about up to 1,000 housing units and 1,000 new jobs, 1.7 million square feet of existing building area. Nothing bigger than that, but you'd like to have that included in the framework, that much space to work with. And I'm kind of getting the idea that you'd like us to help you build that framework, and then later on we figure out what's gonna hang on that framework. Might be loosely hanging sets of clothes, or it might be more densely packed, like my closet, because it's a small closet, not because I have so many clothes. But just talk to us a little bit about that, what you need to leave here today, what you need from us to leave here today with what you need to keep this thing moving forward.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Corsi. I mean, in the simplest form, really, this is a checkpoint, and we're wanting to really hear some of these thoughts that have already been identified and mentioned, that we're on the right track here. And you are correct. I mean, thank you for pointing that out to the as part of the discussion. The framework in the staff report, I mean, that really lends to Supervisor Rabbit's comment about maximizing flexibility. So long as we can work within that framework to establish what that description is and sort of the direction that the board feels the planning team should take, that's enough for me to work off of to keep us on track and keep us moving forward.
And then just to make sure that the community understands, let's just say that we told you to go forth and take the numbers that you have in here and work with that in the coming months. How baked in do those numbers become if you walk away from this meeting with our okay?
Through the chair, it at least gives me a level of certainty that we're on the right track. As I mentioned earlier, we will test this and analyze it in the EIR against a wide range of alternatives. And so at this point, you know, we've heard the term preferred plan. It's hard to say that without going through the process, the environmental process. And so we want to ensure that this, you know, more or less this framework is how the board envisions the future redevelopment. Like this is 10, 15 years out post adoption and post disposition. And I think that would allow us some certainty to continue moving forward, but also as part of that partnership with the state, provide a little bit of certainty for them, right? So there is a parallel track of a disposition of the property, which is very clearly identified in the state legislation and the agreement between the county and the state. And so in order for them to meet their targets and their goals, you know, this is all helpful in having us all move forward with our respective parts.
And through the chair, Supervisor Corsi, I think a lot of it goes back to what Supervisor Rabbit said of, you know, we don't want to be at a point where we didn't look at something and wish we did. So going through this process with an EIR, it's essentially establishing the ceiling, you know, analyzing that maximum and then kind of chipping away at it based on what our findings tend to show us at the end. So it's easier to tighten up, very difficult to loosen up post EIR.
Okay. So I know we're going to have a lot of public input here and I don't want to take up a lot more time, but I want to ask one last question. And that is, when is the appropriate time for us to talk about things like percentage of affordable housing, whether there is specific workforce housing for, say, a hotel, whether there are limits on short-term rentals, those type of things. Is today the time for that, or is that another time?
Great question through the chair. You're sort of checking all the boxes when I think about the community workshops that we'll have around the specific plan policies and programs. And so we will have that opportunity to work with the community to identify what's most important to them and make sure that that's reflected.
Ryan, I'm sorry, you cut in and out a little bit at the end of that.
Sorry about that. I was just saying that there is a very focused engagement that we will have with the community to identify policies such as vacation rental restriction, and these would be policies identified in the specific plan. And so March is when we envision having that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much. You know, I feel like my colleagues have sort of asked most of the things that I wanted to ask, but I do want to just finally clarify one more time for members of the public kind of where we are in this process and the amount of flexibility that we can incorporate into the process going forward. I mean, sort of what I'm hearing and what I desire is that we're not going to take the SDC and like lock her into a corset, right? We want this thing to be more of a moo-moo where it can sort of be amorphous. It can kind of adapt to any body shape, right? There's an opportunity to kind of change this as we go forward. And I mean, I think that the other thing that's really important is that, I've heard a lot of feedback from the community about this idea of a potential road. Well, we're basically looking at whether or not even putting that road would be feasible, right? Whether or not it actually would have a negative impact on, say, the wildlife corridor. So kind of by listing it as a potential, it means that you then have the opportunity to investigate it to determine whether or not it's feasible or appropriate to then make that determination at a later point in time. Is that sort of an accurate kind of assessment of where we are here?
100% through the chair.
Okay, so we're going for moo and sort of that flexibility going forward. The other thing that I want to say is I just really appreciate all of the work of staff and of Supervisor Gorin at really trying to do not just sort of the often, kind of very broad, but very sort of brief public comment and engagement work that we do at Board of Supervisors hearings, but really having the time to actually meet and engage meaningfully. I remember hearing from planning staff about the work that was done in partnership with local churches. I read in the staff report about the work that was done in schools and with coloring and trying to engage families and youth. And I know that Supervisor Gorin and her office have taken a lead role in that process. So I just want to say thank you. And I'm really honestly here to listen and to try to maintain flexibility. And even though this is absolutely a countywide asset, as Supervisor Corsi stated, also to sort of uplift the local wisdom and certainly the wisdom from my colleague, Supervisor Gorin, as well as the local residents. So I look forward to public comment and to providing feedback. And I also do want to recognize, I think it was Supervisor Abbott who mentioned, we're not even taking a formal vote here, right? This is sort of a provide feedback and provide direction to staff. So this is just one step in the process, which is a very exciting process. And I look forward to engaging in it all with you.
Excellent. For my part, there's a couple things. I mentioned some of them at the beginning, but Supervisor Gorin, once again, thank you for providing a larger context. So protection of open space, housing with a focus on affordable. Obviously, looks like the numbers are pretty low. I'm just going to say as we go to public comment in terms of affordability, but I think there's also something to be said for our investment or our partnership with the state on that. From some of my conversations with the state offices as well, there is a desire to look at partnerships and affordable. And I don't think that's just on affordable, putting money into affordable covenants. It's also the opportunity for us to look at deed restrictions. Supervisor Gorin, in some areas, we've effectively, I don't know, through the legal process, looked at things like vacation rental exclusion areas, things like that. I think the other thing is for us to look at the economic indicators, like what's there, as you've mentioned before. A lot of talk around institution in the positive sense, some kind of a climate change institution, green jobs. Also, a hotel is listed in there, and there's kind of the which one could go for it. We have to have something from what the state has talked about that can pay for a lot of this, and so I think that's something I look forward to hearing public comment on, and from you, Supervisor Gorin, as well. The other thing I want to state is that, and this is for Susan, something you brought up a lot, and I talked with the state as well, is opportunities for us to partner on more of the vital services that existed there prior. That's things like our crisis stabilization unit, the recent expansion into our psychiatric health facility and other kinds of things, as well as Project Home Key having a specific set aside, not just for homelessness and seniors, but also for things like conservatorship beds, conservatorship housing. This is a huge need in our community. We all know that we're taking on far too much in our jail for that. And that's not to say that we create more locked facilities. It is to mean that we need to continue to provide options. The other things that I've heard is obviously habitat corridor and this nexus between how we can retain habitat connectivity, mitigate if there are roads that go in, and how the housing affects those roads. Housing coming in, triggering a need for access, fire safety, and then how that impacts on the habitat corridor. The final thing is that I've gotten emails and other things about people already attesting that they're going to bring CEQA lawsuits to us. I just want to let folks know that from my part, and our job is to make sure that we do the best with the information before us. Lawsuits, unfortunately, are part of our business with any kind of land use determination. I don't say that flippantly. I say that with respect to anybody who agrees or disagrees, but saying that our job is to make sure that we don't not take action based on potential threat of litigation, but that we also understand if there are gaps in CEQA or things that have been set up in a certain way. So, so once again, I look forward to kind of diving in and getting a closed session, or excuse me, public comment. And Supervisor Rabbit, I see your hand up before I go into public comment.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Since a couple of specific things kind of got thrown out there, the reason I asked my question really was, you know, I'm sure that, and I defer to the district supervisor, but I think that we've all probably been contacted by folks that believe it would be a phenomenal use of the land, or a portion of the use of the land, to have a adaptation, mitigation, climate change laboratory, as it were, and that could be very exciting. I think there's a lot to flush out. I think it might be worth pursuing, and that kind of led my train of thought about, well, what do we do to make sure that we don't preclude ourselves from missing out on an opportunity like that? Is it the square footage that would be required, or you know, how does that relate to the houses? Can you eliminate the hotel? I think all those kind of things are there. I think you know, I think we should, again, in this particular site, I certainly wouldn't want it just to become another subdivision, no matter how many homes you're talking, whether it's 400 or 1,000. It's a lot more than that. And I think the types of buildings that you're going to preserve, those 25 structures, I mean, a good portion of those, I would imagine, are some of the more institutional to begin with, that are probably going to be more amenable to a type of use. And I know that we have 300 and some odd thousand square foot of office space now. You know, what would that office space look like? And I think from the business perspective, I think it's important to chase something that there's the appropriate amount of space to make something work, and not just limit ourselves to a number because that's what we studied. But it's not either large enough to allow the uses to go forward, or perhaps it's too, you know, too large in some cases, or in the wrong mix. And I think sometimes I know that you know, we work with consultants in planning to try to make sure that we can accommodate that. But I do think in this particular case, sure would be nice to not preclude ourselves from something that could be extremely exciting. And it doesn't mean that the community wouldn't be part of that entire discussion. And it would be a lengthy one and a thorough one. And as we refine things going forward, but I think it could be worthwhile, because I think it could really make put this location on the map, and really put us in a place that would be something that would be looking to the future, and while we celebrate the past of the history of the site. So thank you for that.
Supervisor Rabbit, if I could just briefly respond. This is Rajdeep Bhatia, Darren Bhatia, consultant of the chart. This notion of flexibility has come forward. We will be flexible in this planning process. There is flexibility, but I also want to assert and let you know that we would need to build flexibility in the plan itself, because it's going to be carried forward and implemented over the next 10 to 15 years. So we cannot lock everything in the plan. We will need that flexibility to capitalize on opportunities, even that we may not foresee right now. So it's very critical that we build that in. And these numbers, while they provide an overall direction, will not be so baked in that in the future, if you have an institution that's, you know, 100,000 square feet that wants to come forward, that you want to say yes to, that there is the ability within the umbrella of this EIR to say yes to that. So we are very mindful of that long-term need and the need to maintain that flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything? Sorry, Supervisor?
No,
Okay.
I appreciate that. I would just, again, and that's why I would look to our experts to tell us how focused and narrow do we need those numbers to be? How close to what that number would be? Is it an absolute not to exceed? Do you have to describe the type of use? If it's a wet or dry laboratory use, say, administrative office use, whatever it may be, you know, how close do we need to get that? Because I do think, again, not wanting to preclude ourselves at this particular point in time.
Thank you. So that being said, I want to go to public comments, and I want to first of all, instead of passing it to Marcy right now, I want to ask for everybody who's planning to give public comment to raise your hand. I have about 20 or 25 individuals. We're going to do 1.5 minutes for each one. And I want to thank you all for coming in. And yeah, as you give your comments, give your own comments, but also there's always an opportunity to say you agree with somebody from before, or give them a heck yeah, or tell us what your piece is. But once again, Mark's going to pass it over to you and look forward to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And I'm just looking for a little clarification before we get started. You had mentioned a couple names, having them go first.
Yeah. So one name was the chair of the Coastal Conservancy. That was Doug Bosco. And then Susan, do you have the other name from the MAC?
I did. I forwarded that to Marcy. Arthur Dawson, the chair of the North Sonoma Valley MAC.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Looks like the hands are going up. We have about 50 hands raised. So what I'm going to do, Marcy, is I'm going to ask you to put it to a minute. I want to get all those individuals to share your voices. If there's something that confines you at the end, maybe I'll have to about face, but I'm going to ask folks to try and get their comments and for Marcy to track us in at a minute so we can get everybody's voice in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bosco, beginning with you, if you're able to unmute.
Okay, do I have a minute or?
Oh, yes, I'll defer to the chair on that.
For those from the district leads, I wanted to provide 3 minutes to each of them.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I am Doug Bosco, and for the past 17 years, I have been the chair of the California Coastal Conservancy. During that time, the Conservancy has invested tens of millions of dollars in Sonoma County. Much of this is spent on places that we humans and our wildlife counterparts rely on for our well-being. Many of you have worked with us on those places. The Jenner Headlands, Tole Lake Preservation Ranch, Laguna de Santa Rosa, Estero and Americano, the Baylands, all of the wetlands. However, today I want to propose that we need a different type of place, one that may be even more important for our futures than any of the others. And I'm afraid that this might be under Supervisor Rabbit's definition of outside the box, but I want to present it to you in any case. Recently, the legislature expanded the Conservancy's role to take a major part in climate change adaptation. We were appropriated $500 million for that purpose. And I believe the attack on climate change needs a place. I picture a place where the best scientists, engineers, inventors, foresters, entrepreneurs, environmentalists, investors are invited to create a laboratory where synergy, innovation, and focus are directed at this most important challenge of our lifetime. And much like Silicon Valley, the focus can reap enormous financial benefit and good jobs as we harness the power of a post-petroleum economy. What better place than Sonoma County? We know the face of climate change. Thousands of our families have felt the terror of wildfire. Our farmers and grape growers, the ravages of drought. The river dwellers, the floods, and our coastline, the effects of sea level rise. Next month, the Conservancy will begin a 5-year strategic plan for how we will carry out our expanded role. As your board proceeds with planning for the Sonoma Developmental Center campus, I hope you might embrace the possibility of a climate change laboratory. And if you do want to take this approach, I would certainly be willing to ask the Conservancy Board to assist in the process. I might emphasize that I'm on my own here. I have not raised this with our board, but I would be willing to do what I can to cooperate with such an effort. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And Arthur Dawson, you should be able to unmute.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thank you. My name is Arthur Dawson. I'm the chair of the North Sonoma Valley Municipal Advisory Council, which was established by the Board of Supervisors. And our role is to be our community's voice within the local government. I consider that a sacred trust. And I appreciate Supervisor Gorin's comments she encapsulated the community's standpoint on this quite well, I thought. So I consider this a sacred trust, and make no mistake, the draft project description, which was recently released, has virtually no community support. Everyone is saying no. It's just too big. It would double or triple the size of our small community and turn it from a rural place into an urban place. So people are saying no, but there is also a yes. The council's letter about SDC, which was submitted to the supervisors and which all of you should have a copy of, has enough detail to be the starting point for a specific plan. The letter has been endorsed by the Sonoma City Council, the Sonoma Land Trust, Sonoma Mountain Preservation, the Glen Ellen Historical Society, Valley of the Moon Alliance, and others. And the Springs Municipal Advisory Council wrote their own letter, which is closely in alignment with ours. So the community really has a shared vision, and it's been quite consistent over the last 5 or 6 years. A petition supporting our MAC letter has 1,500 signatures and counting. That's more than twice as many as there were respondents to Permit Sonoma's survey back in the fall. Our community was promised a plan that was compatible with the area and supported by our community. And we're not seeing that. We don't see all of our feedback reflected in these plans. As the voice of that community, I respectfully insist that the Board of Supervisors join us in saying yes to the council's letter and instruct county staff to develop a plan that is closely aligned with it. And just so you know, our superpower is persistence. And thank you.
Thank you. I will give my colleague a moment to update the timer. And while he's doing that, Bonnie, Colin, and then Mary, you will be the first commenters. Thank you.
Marcy, please set the timer to a minute.
Oh, thank you so much. And Bonnie, please feel free to unmute and begin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Bonnie Brown from South Sonoma Valley. So I wish to speak today about the residential buildings on the southeast corner of the campus in the agri-hood area of the new plan. They can be refurbished faster than new construction because they were built for the disabled and they exist now. They're made of cement walls and tile roofs, which really aided by stopping the 2017 wildfire from entering the campus, the great construction. These buildings are perfect for co-housing and can be counted toward the allotment for affordable housing at SDC, or 30 to 60% of AMI. So in the new staff plan, thank you, it's much an improvement. there are 8 buildings on the map on page 8 under land use concept, which are designated, I quote, contributing to interim use and adaptive reuse if feasible. So I'm asking you please to direct staff to designate these to be part of.
And thank you so much for the comment. Colin, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Colin Toma. I am citizen change advocate at Disability Services and Legal Center. I'm also on the Sonoma Valley Collaborative Council. I am here to make sure that housing is affordable and accessible for people with disabilities. Many local consumers are very reliant on Social Security or public benefits, and thus fall into extremely low income. So having housing that's very affordable is crucial. It's good to see 25% housing allocated. This should be close to 100% as possible to make as much affordable housing as possible. Housing also needs to be accessible by having 32-inch doorways, pathways inside and outside the home, 0-step entrances, grab bars in a bathroom, light switches, and climate controls low enough to be reached by someone in a wheelchair. Thank you.
The next commenters are Sandra, then Steve, and an email address. Sandra, if you can please begin.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Lowe. I'm on the Sonoma City Council. Thank you so much for the time today. I want to focus my remarks regarding the hotel and jobs. It is so important to create good jobs in this county. We have a lot of service jobs, a lot of hospitality jobs. We cannot house these people. We cannot afford them up and down the roads. It's a tremendous impact. When the Sonoma Developmental Center was at its highest, we had 2,000 employees that had good paying jobs, retirement benefits, and health benefits. That's what we need. They also serve the people of the state of California and the county. That is not too much to ask. There are some good proposals out there that will be good economic drivers and will also produce good jobs for the future of Sonoma County. I urge you to reject the hotel and replace it with something that will serve the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. If you can please unmute.
Thank you. This is Steve Bertelbaugh with the Transportation and Land Use Coalition. And I would submit that if you can house 1,000 people who don't have cars, this might be a good idea. But we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled steadily over the next 8 years and then into the future, probably at the rate of 5 or 6% per year. So a plan that does not achieve that should be a no-go. So please, whatever housing you plan here, plan it for people who do not drive. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Howard Sapper. I am the officer of Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights and the chairman of the Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights Disability Ad Hoc. And I want to thank Supervisor Barn for her comments. Susan, you've listened really carefully to a lot of the community feedback. The issues that I quickly want to raise is one, Camp Villa was a disability camp. And if you want to repurpose that, let's bring back disability camps. They're very needed at this time. Secondly, is disability housing, jobs, training, and mobility transportation options for the site. And third, and most importantly, is how are we defining affordable housing? Because we need not only affordable housing, but very affordable housing, and even less than affordable housing, because we need to look out for the marginalized people in this community. And last, the state received this land as a legacy from the people that own the land for the purpose of disability and corridor protection for wildlife. And I want to make sure that those are like the centerpieces of how we move forward. Thank you for listening.
Josette, if you can please unmute and begin.
Joseph Roseiker, Boys Hot Springs. Per last night's conversation with State Senator Mike McGuire and today's Index Tribune piece, it sounds like the state has no responsibility for what has happened. The county has no responsibility. I can only speak from personal experiences. I'm projecting that my experience is about the same as the 1,500 Valley residents that signed the latest survey supporting the North Sonoma Valley Max letter and appendix for the future of SDC. How can the county and state tell us that this process was driven by community input? At this point, it has not been until the last few months that the public is being heard, and that is why we are where we are today. We elected you to represent us. Something positive can come out of this. Please listen to us now. Thank you very much.
Next commenters are David, Thomas, Eamon, and then Dan.
Hi, David Eicher, Boys Hot Springs. Please ask our state legislatures to include funds in this year's budget to at least restore the historic main building and Sonoma House. Please take the advice of the North Sonoma Valley MAC, the Ecology Center, and the Sonoma Land Trust. The wildlife corridor is the major concern. The Land Trust recommends that if a road connection to Highway 12 is built, it be for emergency evacuation only and be dirt or gravel, not asphalt. The affordable housing should be across all income levels, extremely low income, very low income, lower income. The amount of residential housing must be reduced, maximum 450 units, all affordable. Walkscore.com gives the SDC property a walk score of 11. Car dependent, almost all errands must require a car. Boys Hot Springs walk score is 84. The SDC property will result in more vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gases than houses built in Sonoma or along 101 corridor. The commercial should be for local serving residents.
Thank you for the comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Sorry, just 1 second. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, I want to thank Supervisor Gorin for her comments. They were really terrific in it from a historical standpoint. George Oman and Marty Griffin have been attached to that facility for at least almost 30, 40 years. Great people, of course, Marty and Bill protected the coast, and Bill and George helped us with SMART. And in my meetings with Bill and Bill and George, is that they were really concerned with the trail over the top and the protection of these areas so dear to their heart. And that sounds like it's going to happen. But many people have mentioned, and I think it's true, whether it's Greg Saris about a Native Museum Environmental Training Center and protects the main house, the firehouse, and so on. Those are really important. An incident command center would be really great. It should be important to protect the climate, nature, and limit driving. So one last thing, if I could mention, is that probably the California.
And thank you, Thomas. That does conclude the time. Eamon, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, this is Eamon O'Byrne from the Sonoma Land Trust. The SDC provides an opportunity to solve two critical and deeply intertwined challenges: creating more affordable housing and deploying proven nature-based solutions to adapt to climate change. That's why there's broad community support for local municipal advisory committee proposals as the starting point for the project description, as they've got 25% more affordable housing than the three alternatives and precedent-setting land protections for the wildlife corridor. We are alarmed at the proposal for a new road linking Arnold Drive to Highway 12. This would severely damage the Sonoma Valley Wildlife Corridor and conflict with Measure K and the general plan to preserve the character of the landscape. The failure of the Department of General Services to agree to requests for adjustments to the planning schedule ignores very probable EIR violations and delayed protection of the wildlife corridor and building affordable housing. We urge the county to partner with community groups and the governor to support more time and greater investment in the future of SDC.
The next commenters are Dan, Lisa, April, and Fred.
Hi, thank you all very much. I'm Dr. Dan Levitas. I live in Boys Hot Springs, and I am an ecologist. I have worked on documenting the biodiversity of the Sonoma Developmental Center land. I care deeply about my neighbors here in Boys Hot Springs, and many of them are profoundly housing insecure. And so along with environmental protection, my priority here is on housing, and I agree it has to be low vehicle mile housing. And I urge planners therefore to consider a higher percentage of multi-story high density housing. Multi-story high density housing allows for the same number of families to be housed on a much smaller footprint. So I'm not talking about more houses, I'm just talking about putting them on less land, protecting the wildlife corridor and allowing for more space for wide fire breaks. High density housing is climate friendly, uses much less water and energy per person than dispersed single family homes. High density housing costs substantially less to build per unit, facilitating affordable
Thank
housing.
you so much for the comment. And please bear with us just one moment. We need to support the interpretation team with a quick transition. And Jamie, if I could ask if you are able to assign Javier at this time.
Absolutely, Marcy, he's ready to go.
Great, thanks so much. All right, continuing on with comment for Lisa, then Fred.
Hello, this is Elisa Stansel. I am an advocate of Jack London Park and very involved in the community. And I have two questions I would like to get answered as soon as possible. One is there an aggregate being developed of all these community input so that we can see what has been said and you yourselves, supervisors, can see it in one nice, neat package? I don't know if that's possible, but I would be happy to help with that. And secondly, I want to say that this experience right now, the transparency and hearing and seeing, is a very, very positive aspect of what's happening. And I thank everyone for hosting this and holding this. And I do, of course, agree with Arthur and the Land Trust and Susan Gorin and the great idea from the Coastal Conservancy. So may we go forward with trust and, you know, patience and hope. Thank you.
Hey, Fred, if you can please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Fred Allebach from unincorporated Sonoma Valley. I support option 4, 1,000 units. This will pass state muster. This plan has 250 affordable housing units, plus likely 10% more from affordable by design. This will be 350 more lower area median income affordable housing units. This is the housing we in this community need. The 7,000 plus immigrant Latino Springs has a sore need of these affordable housing units. This cohort represents, quote, the community too. These people need your consideration to call for more affordable housing in their backyard. These people are squeezed out by low density stasis. There's only so many urban service areas in the county. This is one. This is where infill has to go. County has a big surplus of green space and rural character already. What's lacking here is housing. I suggest you pull the trigger on option 4. You're going to get appealed and sued whatever option you choose, so go big at the start. Then you've got a high number of affordable housing units to work down from if need be.
And thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. The next commenters are Dave, Mark, then Eris.
My name is Dave Ransom. I represent the Sonoma Valley Housing Group and the Sonoma United Methodist Church. I'd like to say that we for as much affordable housing as possible, and we need a definition of in this plan of what we mean by affordable and what we mean by missing middle. Missing middle can have an income reference as well as the site reference. I'd also like to say that there's an awful lot of people who work around in Sonoma and in the wine country who commute from Santa Rosa and other parts of the county. And by having more affordable housing, we will cut down on the transportation necessary for those folks.
And Mark, if you can please unmute and begin.
Thank you. And thank you all to all of the supervisors for your wonderful comments and concerns about this property and the willingness to do something really truly innovative. I am concerned about this flexibility that everyone is looking for. It seems like it's a double-edged sword, that the flexibility built in will also present a potential conflict when turned over to a private developer. And I would like to hear from staff about what those, what that flexibility could reap in the future if left up to the determination of a developer. I would like to see this Board of Supervisors direct the staff to do specific limits on development and make sure that they set the limits at the minimum needed to attain financial feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Eris. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, I'm Eris Weaver, the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I just wanted to thank Mr. O for this shout out. I felt that we had a very productive meeting, myself, Mr. O, Mr. Wick, and Mr. Dunn. We drew all kinds of bike facilities all over the maps, none of which I see in the current document, which is apparently being described as sort of a more high level look at what may be done with the site. And so I am just hoping that all of those things that we discussed and plotted out make it into the more detailed versions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, then Calum and Christian.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Bernhardt, and I'm making these comments on behalf of the SDC Campus Project Group. The state findings in the legislation that provided the funding for the planning process emphasize that California is experiencing an acute affordable housing crisis. An acute crisis demands expedited solutions. Land use planners indicate that the normal process for developing a project can take 5 to 10 years. The project we are proposing could be done in 1 to 2 years. I would also like to say that Supervisor Rabbit raised an important issue regarding the specificity of the EIR, whether future developers will be able to streamline from it. That's something that should be determined in the course of a public scoping process. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the next commenter please unmute and begin?
Hello, Chair Gore, supervisors. Thank you so much for the time to speak today. I really appreciate everything that you've done to be involved in this process. I am the policy director for Generation Housing, and so I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to advocate for more diverse and more affordable housing. As you know, some of the previous commenters have stated, we are in an acute housing crisis, and this needs to be addressed. The future economic vitality and resilience of our county is really jeopardized if young workers, students, and families cannot stay or cannot live in a healthy way because of housing cost burden. And I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to shamelessly plug our recent State of Housing of Sonoma County report and note that the Springs neighborhood in Sonoma Valley has the largest share of overcrowded households in the county. Will SDC solve that? I don't know. But I would strongly advocate that we build as many affordable units across the spectrum of affordability as we possibly can, even above what is currently being selected as 25%, more than that. Thank you.
Christian, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Christian Callan. I'm a reporter who's covered Sonoma Valley for almost 10 years. All of the alternatives presented agree implicitly on preserving the main building. That's at least a $30 million or more renovation. And Permit Sonoma has it in the most recent document that the hotel would be a primary means of funding that renovation. I asked the board and Permit Sonoma to consider another approach to demolish the main building, and in its place, using the bricks and other materials of the historic building to build a museum and historic center that SDC deserves, not only recognizing the legacy of care, but some of its tragic history, the residents and workers of the institution, the native peoples and their history, and local biodiversity as well. Doing so might make an unpopular hotel unnecessary. The fact that it's a recognized historic building is no free pass. Historic buildings can and have been demolished with appropriate mitigation, and I proposed a robust and far-ranging visitor center would be appropriate mitigation and act as an attraction and education for visitors and residents of Sonoma Valley.
And Claire, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Solat. I live in Sonoma, and I am a little bit unique in this crowd in that I am a funder. I am the managing director of the Bigglesworth Family Foundation. In addition, I run a network of over 100 California funders. For 5 years, our foundation office was located in the Presidio, where we are a subtenant of the Tide Center. I know firsthand how a similar space via a public-private partnership can succeed in being fiscally sound and a community treasure. I urge you to work in partnership on option 4 with funders like myself and nonprofit partners who can provide expertise, experience, and fiscal opportunities. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Hi again, supervisors. This is Steve Aker, 50-year resident of Sonoma Valley and fire chief. The board of directors and I have and are actively engaged on this project. I want to thank Supervisor Gorin, Brian O, and Director Wick for their collaboration in how we can best continue to provide fire and EMS services within any of the new development options. Our top fire and EMS concerns and priorities are, number 1, the need for an adequate funding source. 2, roadways, day-to-day traffic, evacuation routes with respect to the wildlife corridor. Workforce housing for firefighters so they can continue to live in our community. Opportunities to engage, serve, educate, and prepare the community. I would encourage the board to give appropriate weight and consideration to the input from the City of Sonoma, North Valley MAC, and Springs MAC. There is but one chance to get this right, and we strongly encourage this to be the highest priority. Lastly, I'm grateful and excited to have been asked to be a member of the Planning Advisory Team. I look forward to this opportunity to continue to serve. Thank you.
The next commenters are Teresa, Meg, then Tracy. Teresa, if you can please unmute. I'm sorry, Teresa, we're not hearing you right now. I'm going to move to the next commenter, but you can always email comments to us at bos@sonoma-county.org or use the phone-in information. And Meg, if you're there, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, I'm speaking for the Board of Sonoma Mountain Preservation. First, we've been giving feedback regarding the size, scale, and sustainability of this project for 10 years. We ask you to guide the process more specifically and push the state to pay for infrastructure. Secondly, we fully support the North Sonoma Valley MAC letter about reducing by half the numbers of housing and jobs and increasing low and very low income percentages. A wildlife corridor cannot exist in tandem with 2,000 to 3,000 residents or a road through sensitive, now rare wetlands. We suggest you add specific guidance to the project description to use proven nature-based solutions for measuring building footprint and location in relation to the wildlife corridor, stream protection, wetlands, and dark sky. For example, proposing a hospitality right next to a creek corridor has no clear rationale. We believe you have an opportunity to find balance and sustainability. Thank you.
Next commenter is Tracy. If you can please unmute.
Hi, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to public comment. My name is Tracy Salcido, and I'm a writer, editor, and librarian living in Glen Ellen. I heard Brian O say building small. It's interesting that this would be the language used to describe this proposal. Well, I'm encouraged that Permit Sonoma has heard the word small coming from the local community. I still don't see what we said. I don't see a proposal that respects Glen Ellen as it exists. We're a country town that's experienced change, is not afraid of change, is not afraid of affordable housing, and has demonstrated its willingness to work with county planners. What we've said in surveys and conversations and with those planners is that this is just too big. It doubles the number of people in Glen Ellen. It doubles the number of homes. What's important here is that you recognize that, and this is tough to say, the community no longer trusts the county to hear us when we speak our truth and the truth of the land. The key here is trust. What we've said from day one is that this place deserves public trust. We want you to help us build that trust, and then we want to work with you in trust. We want to help you build a better box.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you so much. That does conclude the time. And Jim, followed by Courtney, and then Anne will be the next commenters.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I think Tracy hit it on the head, and the whole thing comes down to trust. I think this process has not engendered the trust of the community, and I want to say that we need to listen to the North County MAC and supporting their letter. I think it provides the blueprint that we need to go forward, and I would urge the supervisors, if we really do want a vision that is worthy of us, that we should adopt what the North Valley MAC has outlaid. It's a very, very well written letter, and it is actionable. And I urge you to support them, the Sonoma Land Trust, and others in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Courtney Singleton. I'm the Director of Community Services for North Bay Regional Center. We provide and support individuals in Sonoma County with developmental disabilities. I think the one missing piece for North Bay Regional Center is some housing for individuals with developmental disabilities that have intense needs. I think if there was housing provided, this would provide some space for individuals that do have developmental disabilities, and it would honor the legacy of Sonoma Developmental Center that was originally the home for so many individuals that moved out into community settings. There is enough land and space to provide at least 4 houses that would serve people with developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute.
My name is Anne Ray. The adaptive reuse of the residential buildings of SDC is imperative to provide housing for low-income workers. Affordable housing is most needed by those making 30 to 60% of area median income. The SDC campus project lays out how the residential buildings at SDC can be adapted for co-housing for these low-income workers. This housing is needed now, and by adaptive reuse of these buildings, that housing could be made available very quickly. People earning $15 to $20 per hour cannot afford to pay much more than $600 to $1,200 per month. This is the need that must be served at SDC. Many confusing terms are used when speaking about housing needs, such as workforce housing and missing middle. But the clearest way to speak of it is by income level. The greatest need here in Sonoma Valley is for 60 30 to 60% AMI. So I repeat, adaptive reuse of the residential buildings at SDC is imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Clyde, Vivian, and then T will be our next commenters.
Thank you. I think what's missing from the description is the voice and imprimatur of public transit and the concepts of transit-oriented development. And I think that should be brought into the definition in order to address climate change, a lot of other issues. More importantly, getting to Susan Gorin's point regarding financing, I would hope that the Board of Supervisors could stop for a moment and commit to never allow this land to be held by private interest, but rather hold it in a public trust, similar to and maybe possibly modeled on the Presidio Trust in San Francisco, where there is no private ownership. All of the land is ground leased. All of the revenue supports that environment, and it also provides more public funding, more public control over the course of time beyond our lifetimes, in fact. And I think it's very important.
Thank you for the comment. Vivian, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, this is Vivian. I live in Glen Ellen. We've been here 32 years. I feel very strongly that with climate change and considering that maybe there's going to be 1,000 new homes in our neighborhood, and you figure most people have 2 cars in a family, that's a lot of cars on the road. And as it is, you can get backed up with traffic on Arnold and Highway 12 on a regular basis. So to me, the impact of all those vehicles is serious. And I'm wondering why it isn't being considered, you know, either having a smart train or more buses or more bike paths, a way for people to get to work without using fossil fuel. Yeah, so I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to us, but it does feel like the 3 alternatives that you have presented are not representing the people of this valley. This is a pristine area. We need to protect it and not abuse it. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Tom Conlon here, speaking as an individual in Sonoma Valley. I too appreciate Supervisor Gorin's comments this afternoon, as many of the other comments by supervisors, appreciating the complexity and the unique opportunity here at this site. I especially want to draw attention to what Gorin said about the illogic of funding $100 million of neglect or remediation on privately owned housing units. That simply doesn't pencil, and it's a myth to think it might. The county should think about crisis stabilization, homeless services, incident command center, and other important uses that the county has right now. Mr. Bosco's comments in support of a climate-focused institution were inspiring, but if you continue to just use a scrape, privatize, and redevelop framework, you won't achieve that. It'll be fake. We need a protect, adapt, and reuse framework to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is Vicky, then Caitlin and Cherie.
Thank you. I am Vicki Hill. I'm on the Planning Advisory Team and a land use planner. As a planner, I don't believe we are on the right track. 1,000 homes and jobs at this site is not building small, and it's inconsistent with site constraints, market demand, the guiding principles and policies regarding city-centered growth. The plan's design is window dressing. It can't mitigate the high density impacts in the middle of a wildlife corridor, outside an urban growth area, and a high fire risk area. Even PAP members have said that this plan is not feasible from a market demand perspective. Trying to justify the high development numbers based on the former SDC use is not valid. Residents did not drive their cars. The staff were spread over 3 shifts, and the peak use was 50 years ago when the roads weren't congested. Please do the right thing, follow the MAC recommendation, reduce the number substantially. The time is now, not to wait for a contentious CEQA process. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Cornwall. I'm speaking as the director of the Sonoma Valley Collaborative, which is a coalition that brings together business, economic, and environment interests in Sonoma Valley, with a major focus right now on housing affordability. Our in-depth strategy report called Homes for a Sustainable Sonoma Valley recognize that SDC is the greatest opportunity we'll see in our lifetimes to make a substantial dent in Sonoma Valley's extreme housing shortage. In this case, while also protecting and enhancing its irreplaceable natural legacy. So we ask you to up the percentage of affordable units and the levels of affordability there, and not to let historic preservation get in the way of more affordability on the campus. We've urged a deeper partnership with the state to achieve this. So it's tantalizing to hear the Conservancy's offer today. And we're going to keep working to elevate other voices about SDC, such as youth, Latino, and economic interests in Sonoma Valley.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, actually good evening, Chair Gore and supervisors. On behalf of the working men and women of the North Bay Building and Construction Council, we respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors table this, find a better way to move forward. Much as the Concord Naval Weapons Stations nearly 10 years ago, this project offers Sonoma County and its adjacent communities an opportunity on a significant scale to serve a development that not only serves an economic, but a social and community benefit for decades to come through development of that location. In that vein, we believe that any project that comes of planning and development of this site should come with the final project that serves to effectuate representation on housing goals, strong middle-class job spaces, and has a solid foundation in land use standards and policies that prioritize the use of a skilled and trained local workforce for the development and construction of the site from start to finish, preferably under a community benefits agreement. We respectfully request that you take a step back from the current proposed plans and seek to develop a plan that fully takes advantage of opportunities to make this site into one that showcases the diversity of the region as well as intellectual talent from Northern California.
Thank you so much for your comment. The next commenters are Deb, Larry, then Frank.
Thank you. Deb Getchus, Executive Director of Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County. Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County is a nonprofit organization that partners with local government to create homeownership opportunities for working families that will remain affordable for generations. The public and private investment made to acquire the land and create housing opportunity is protected. This method keeps a home permanently affordable, eliminating the need for future government subsidy. We house working families who are the fabric of our community. We make it possible to recruit and retain our workforce who are priced out of the housing market and who we risk losing every day. We have been preserving homeownership affordability in our county for 20 years. We partner with the County Community Development Commission, most of the cities in Sonoma County, and the California Housing Finance Agency. Let us use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create workforce housing that remains affordable for generations of Sonoma County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And Larry, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, I wanted to encourage the board to be policy makers today by not deciding to do anything about a framework, but ask that the planning department and that the communities, the many stakeholders are required to get together and work this out, because they both have different frames of reference and neither of them seem to understand. And we're in the process of avoiding dissent if we can avoid bad faith. And to move ahead today with this kind of controversy would be an act of bad faith. But to instruct and direct the public and the citizens and the planning permit people to get it together would not be bad faith. That would be, in fact, moving in the right direction.
Thank you. The next commenters are Frank, Susan, and Jack.
My name is Frank Wines. I live in Weinberg. I'm a member of the STC Campus Project. We have proposed the reuse of the H-shaped residence buildings on the east side of Arnold Drive, which will be environmentally correct and will enable us to get people living in those houses in co-housing in a very short time compared to waiting for the 10 or 15 years for this project to produce something. We ask that the supervisors be sure that whatever plan we have going forward provides an opportunity to include this co-housing reuse of property in that plan. It's clearly cheaper and better environmentally. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan, can you please unmute?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Susan Kirks, President of the Madrone Audubon Society in Sonoma County, and a naturalist with 21 years of experience in field observations and study of American badger in the North Bay and in California. I wanted to support what Dan Levitas said earlier, and also Caitlin Cornwall of the Sonoma Ecology Center. There's a lot of emphasis on discussion about the wildlife corridor, but Sonoma Ecology Center's work in the actual flora and fauna and documenting the habitat and vegetation on the SDC property is extremely impressive. And the habitat area and natural areas certainly deserve to be conserved. As for the wildlife corridor, large animals like mountain lions and black-tailed deer, think about that in terms of being sure there is movement area. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. Jack Buckhorn with the North Bay Labor Council. The overwhelming public comment indicates that none of the proposed alternative plans for the redevelopment of the Sonoma Developmental Center aligns with the needs of Sonoma Valley residents. Such a plan must include more affordable and workforce housing and sufficient open space to address the climate crisis and provide a wildlife corridor. A viable plan should not include a large resort hotel that could bring hundreds of low-wage jobs to the valley. If the board is compelled to make give direction today, we urge that the board mandate a comprehensive community benefit agreement to be negotiated between the developer, labor, environmental, faith, and community-based organizations in the Sonoma Valley. The nearby Concord Weapons Station conversion to mixed use used a community benefits agreement. And we believe this would be a model for SDC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick, and then Kate, and then Richard after that.
Hello, thank you, Supervisors. The community realizes that this is a unique situation in the state offering the community this property as to work it out with the county as opposed to putting it into the surplus process. Senators Dodd, McGuire, and Assemblypersons Aguilar Curry are quoted in this morning's paper saying, "We have all agreed neighbors and the community deserved to be front and center on the local planning process." I think there is more community engagement, especially with approximate neighbors. Many or all of the approximate neighbors listed in the report that Permit Sonoma has given the supervisors today have not actually been contacted, the 4 individuals and the nonprofits. Please engage the community. We are ready to help. Please include us. Thank you.
Kate, if you can please unmute.
Great, thank you. This is Kate Eagles of Sonoma Valley. Thank you to the board and the county planning staff for your comments and time to speak. For me, there remains some blurring around the rationale around job and housing numbers and where financial feasibility fits in. So you all have begun to tease this apart, but to be clear, the STC is not an urban site. So while job creation is important, eliminating commute vehicle miles traveled in or out of the site is certainly not a given at the STC site. As far as I'm aware, jobs cannot be tied to site housing in any significant way, so the intersection of job goals and impacts requires more thought. At approximately 1,000 houses with only 25% affordable, this high level of market rate housing still seems to be driven by financial feasibility and remains too high in my view. To be very clear, I've not heard of anyone in the Sonoma Valley community who doesn't want to see affordable housing on this site at levels higher than 25%. So I encourage continued discussion of an increased percentage. And finally, I'm intrigued by the discussion of plan flexibility, but admit I don't understand how it informs what a potential buyer developer can do in the future. Thank you.
Any chance from there?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. And Richard, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. This is Richard Dale. I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma Ecology Center. We support our colleagues at Sonoma Land Trust, Sonoma Mountain Preservation, in the Sonoma Valley Max. There's been a lot of great community input so far, so I plan to focus on just the key areas that the Ecology Center is particularly interested in related to wildlife and biodiversity and water. In the specific plan process, there are different measurements, but we feel that the most critical thing is that the footprint of the campus itself is reduced, that the corridor width, especially along its pinch point, is as narrow as possible. The campus should be designed to take buildings away from the north side and not be replaced. And there's specific comments related to this in a letter that we sent on November 27th. We also feel it's really important that the road considered for the East Campus is removed. And lastly, about water, we feel that a holistic approach should be used to managing water on the site. It has extensive resources that can benefit the entire community. Thank you.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee, so please listen and press *6 to unmute. You can also please state your name. I'm prompting again here. I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. You're welcome to try again here. We do have a few more hands raised. But for now, I'm going to move on to the next commenter. And the next commenters are Will, Maria, then Lance. Will, are you able to unmute? Okay, confirming from my colleagues that you can hear me. Okay, for now, I'm going to move on from Will and move to the next commenter. Maria, are you able to unmute?
Yes, hi. I want to thank the board for having me and for having everyone be able to comment today. I think this is a historic project because we have so much of a housing crisis. And I also want to say that when people mention community and when they mention participation of the public, Central Glen Ellen is not the only stakeholder in this. We also have the Springs and we have the Madrone. And I want to say how it is super important that the community, and when we speak about the labor community and the workers, we have to speak about just the possibility that most people can't afford Sonoma County and the Sonoma Valley. And I think a lot of Latino community is being left out of this process. And I think to keep the Central Glen Ellen, to keep the area without development of housing over 1,000 units plus for multi-family housing, deeded housing, so that it's affordable in terms of the deed for 55 years plus or whatever. It's so important, because otherwise we're not just keeping the labor force out, we're keeping generations, their kids
Thank you so much.
also out.
So sorry, that does conclude the time. The next commenters are Lance, then David, then Matthew.
Hello, my name is Lance Morgan, and I appreciate the time to comment today. I am a 30-year resident of Glen Ellen and have been president of a small nonprofit ocean conservation organization in Jack London Village for about 15 years, right adjacent to the Sonoma Developmental Center. I, like many, am very concerned about the scope of the housing proposal. It is too big, and I strongly endorse the position of the North Sonoma Valley MAC in their letter to you all. Finally, I'd like to endorse the idea of the museum and visitor center at the SDC, including the ability to host information about the native peoples of this land. And finally, I would definitely endorse using nature to address climate change and minimizing the footprint of the built environment at the SDC. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are David, then Matthew, and then Nancy.
Yes, David Burgode in Sonoma. We desperately need more affordable housing in Sonoma Valley. We don't even know how affordable these units are going to be. We haven't even gotten that record, that statement. State law SB 82 requires affordable housing on the site. The governor's executive order 0619 requires affordable housing on the site. Incredibly, in this whole process, there's no reference to the county housing element, nor arena numbers, which show an historical and repeated county underproduction of affordable housing. This process was a sham. The $100 million infrastructure price tag refers to the structures on the proposed West Side Office Park. Affordable housing brings potentially hundreds of millions in its own funding. This plan tells the working families of Sonoma Valley, you're good enough to pick the grapes, cook the food, wash the floors of our houses, but not good enough to live anywhere near us. This phony process has been deliberately manipulated to exclude affordable housing discussion and create a take it or leave it scenario. This is just a sham.
And Matthew, you can unmute at this time.
Hi there, I'm Matt Calloway. I'm with Sonoma County Conservation Action. Thank you so much for having this discussion on this important issue. The board might be in favor of voting for one of the three existing alternative options to keep their options open, but the broader community will really view this as turning a deaf ear to the preservation of the wildlife corridor and a decision to turn this community asset over to developers. We strongly support Supervisor Gorin's approach to work closely with the local communities and to provide low and moderate income housing while preserving the environmental asset that we all treasure. Currently, all the current proposed plans are opposed by environmental and housing groups, municipal advisory councils, the city of Sonoma, and the community at large. Please reject these three alternatives proposed for the Sonoma Development Center Pacific Plan. And SCCA instead asks that you provide new alternatives that focus on protecting the natural resources and the wildlife corridor in perpetuity, and will address climate change emergency, as all current options will create an entirely new sprawl community on rural lands that will generate climate changing emissions. We support city center growth as the best place for new affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy is the next commenter.
Hi, Nancy Kerwin. I live in, well, sort of in El Verano. I would like to note, first of all, thank you very much, Susan Gorin. Your introduction was passionate and appreciated. And Supervisor Rabbit, I appreciated your discussion as well. And I support what Tracy said. One of the things I wanted to mention was that in going through the documents that support all of this activity, the legislation and the contract, I noticed an unfortunate misinterpretation. The legislation indicates that the plan is to address economic feasibility and through a report on economic feasibility. It does not suggest fiscal feasibility or financial feasibility. Economic feasibility addresses benefits to the community, value to the community, not fiscal responsibility, which has to do with money in the pocket of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Efren, Anna, and Meryl.
Chair Gore, honorable supervisors, Fren Carrillo with Burbank Housing. Yes to more affordable housing, housing for farm workers, people with disabilities, seniors, the unsheltered, the working poor, those whose voices in planning processes go unheard. The initial framework and plan before you has been well done given competing interests. Kudos to Supervisor Gorn and planning staff and their responsiveness to community input. There is in fact a possibility for being bold on housing the poor and working class, as well as protecting our wildlife corridors and open spaces and providing soccer fields for our kids. Truly excited and supportive of the vision to establish a climate laboratory on this site too. Thank you for your continued work.
If you can please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ana Horta. I work for the North Bay Regional Center serving people with developmental disabilities, and I'm also part of the Commission of Human Rights. Some points that I would like to emphasize today is that equity and serving underserved communities should be at the core of the decisions made for the SDC. I think that museums are a great way to honor people with disabilities and Indigenous people, but it is even better if we can provide them with real opportunities for them to live, work, and play at the site. That means for them to be included when we think about mobility, when we think about access, and we think about housing. The other thing is affordable housing should also include low income and very low income, not just affordable. And please remember that rushing this process could risk leaving very important and key voices in our community. Thank you.
And thank you, Deborah. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Deborah Nitasaka. I'm a 30-year Glen Ellen resident. I'm a writer. I'm a social scientist working in the nonprofit community for more than 30 years for affordable housing for farm workers, young adults, homeless, the disabled, and struggling families. The late Pat Wiggins taught me all I know about smart growth, an intelligent development model guiding my thoughts as to how we might best benefit the people and the wildlife of California, in this case by teaching to fish. The Hetchikan Report and others have documented the extreme national shortage of skilled trades personnel, living wage jobs, educators, healthcare providers, emergency response professionals. The Berea College model outlined in my letter y'all should have is a proven model that for over 100 years has educated, prepared students. I want to piggyback on Bosco's suggestion for a science-based carve-out. Great opportunity for students to intern, to live on campus, to provide a wealth of opportunities for the young people.
Thank you. The next commenters are April, Gina, and Teresa. And April, you are able to unmute at this time. You should see a note that the host allowed you to unmute on your screen.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My name is April. I am from the Roseland area in Santa Rosa. You know, I work at the college here, and he's had his eye on this area, and we've looked at it a number of times and love its beauty, its tranquil setting. It has a perfect scenery, perfect setting to help out with areas in the community in which we really desperately need. Low income or affordable housing absolutely needs to be addressed. There's a number of different things that can be done there by preserving, not destroying those things, the existing buildings that are there. We can gather a number of companies together to help donate to get repairs done on those buildings. We have been looking at this, and we really have a really great idea and plan. It helps elderly, it helps domestic violence, it helps a lot of the mental health issues. We need to see these addressed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Hello, I'm Gina Kuklis. I've been a resident of Boys Hot Springs for over 30 years, where I raised my daughters who are now in their late 20s. I also am the Area 1 trustee on the Sonoma County Board of Education. There's a lot that's been said today that I agree with, but I want to particularly talk about missing middle housing. Before the pandemic, we had a teacher shortage in this county. We have a shortage of mental health workers, healthcare workers. We talk to Sonoma Valley hospital officials, they can't hire people because of the high cost of housing. These are all positions, including teachers, that don't qualify for subsidized affordable housing, but they're not moving here. We have these openings because of the lack of housing that income group can buy, and we're competing in the broad scale, competing for these educated professional positions. We can't house them. So I would just want to put in a plug that we need to also really heavily consider the missing middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Teresa, I know we had some issues unmuting earlier, so I'm hoping you're able to at this point.
Hello, this is Teresa Murphy, and I'm a 40-year employee / manager of SDC and a Glen Ellyn Historical Society board member. I respectfully decline to unequivocally accept the first 3 plans, which did not reflect the organizational stakeholders, but I'm willing to relook at alternative 4, but only with serious editing. Movies, manuscripts, and novels are produced with editing, so why not alternative 4 and include the MAC letter? This can be done without major timeline alterations and include reduction in housing density, expansion of historic preservation, and priceless ecological concerns. Historic area with 5 buildings, a museum, and a merry-go-round in the cemetery are important to us and compatible with our sister organizations. A state-funded cleanup and an editing could mean a short visit to the drawing board. Glen Ellyn Historical Society is willing and waiting to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Angela, then Larry, then Tom's.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Angela Morgan, council member for North Sonoma Valley MAC. Good evening, supervisors, and thank you, and a special thanks to Susan. I want to say I totally agree with what Teresa Murphy just said and what Tracy Salcido said. Please know that our community supports affordable housing, but not the high numbers that are being suggested for the campus. Please read the MAC letter because it represents the voice of Sonoma Valley. It has been rigorously endorsed and urges you to create a new alternative that is truly community driven. Please do not create a new city that would add close to 4,000 people within a small rural town, a sensitive wildlife corridor, and an incredibly high fire risk area. If you care about a warming planet and climate change, if you care about the people of Sonoma Valley, if you care about a resilient future, please work with our community, the Sonoma Land Trust, and the North Sonoma Valley MAC to create a plan that helps move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, are you able to unmute and begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Larry Olson, and we lost our home in the 2017 wildfires. So naturally, I have very strong concern about the evacuation route that might be needed in case there was a similar emergency in the area. Therefore, I support the MAC letter, and I think it needs to be emphasized that the MAC letter allows for actually more affordable housing than the 3 plans that are proposed by the planning department. So I strongly urge that, I also support the vision that was proposed by Mr. Bosco from the Conservancy. And so anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next two commenters are Molly and then Cindy.
Hi there, I'm Molly Brown of Glen Ellen, and I would like to, I guess, just comment about what a gift this site is. It's absolutely fabulous, and I think we can do so much better than what has been presented to us in these three options. I think we have to be more than bold. We have to be brave, and we have to be willing to say no to the state and get our legislators and state senators working on our behalf to negotiate with the state, to not have to come up with the $100 million. Honestly, I think that's something they should be paying for. I think the MAC letter is fabulous. It's reasonable. I think it supports the correct number of affordable housing and low-income communities that we need. And I think we have to be honest about what these things will cost and how we come up with the money. We have to be much more creative, because I think this site demands it and this community deserves it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute.
Hi, this is Cindy Scarborough, a 60+ year resident of Sonoma Valley, much of that time in Glen Ellen, very familiar with SDC. I have heard several brand new to me ideas today, starting with Coastal Conservancy, the gal from the 100 or so California foundations previously based at the Presidio. There is a lot of good information that has come in the last few days and today. I urge you supervisors to direct staff to take the time necessary to review all of this and incorporate it into the process moving forward. And look at the county's own Office of Equity, where several goals and objectives specifically address climate resiliency, organizational excellence, include $5 million in funding for pedestrian and bicycle facilities, $60 million in grant funding for strategic priorities. Look at county departments as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Chair Gore and Board, we will conclude public comment.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you all for your comments on behalf of the entire board and for wedging those into a minute. I know that's tough, but I think we heard you loud and clear. A lot of different perspectives. Supervisor Gorin, I want to pass it over to you first, right? And so kick us off into this round, which is really deliberation. Supervisor Gorin, maybe what I can do as I do that is a couple times we talked about what staff needs or what kind of direction coming out of today. And the reason I ask this is that on this item, it is listed as at the bottom of my chair notes as after the presentation, public comment, chair to lead public comment in the chambers, and then it moves on and it says information only at the end. And so my understanding is that it is not information only. So I'm looking for a little bit of protocol in terms of what, not policy-wise, that's for us, but for the staff, maybe through Bob Pittman or somebody else, or with planning, somebody lean in and talk about if this deliberation ultimately comes to a motion, and then how that sets up within the context of this planning process and a specific planning process. Bob or Cheryl, I'll pass it over to you unless you want to identify somebody else to tell us where that is, because I want to make sure I allow all our comments, but we get to where we need to be by the end of this.
Through the chair, I'm going to turn it over to Cita Cutera, who has been handling it for our office.
Bob, and Brian, fill in where I leave out, but I think what staff is looking for today is some direction on the basic project elements. And the reason we're not calling it a project description is because that's a term of art that we'll need to draft for the EIR. But these project elements, we're looking for comments from each of the board members to put together that project description And then also to consider what those alternatives should be in the EIR. So separate from the alternatives report, but specifically the sequel alternatives that we'll analyze, that the purpose of which is to look at projects that would have less of an environmental impact. I think what we're not looking to do is to vote on a very specific numbers, specific project description, but rather to understand where the competing priorities lie, as there are a lot that have been raised today, and to get some direction on density, the visitor serving uses, and those kinds of bigger picture items.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're not going to be voting, we're not taking a formal vote, but we can definitely go around and look at each other and start with Supervisor Gorn and talk about a range to look at for housing. And then also direction on not just a range, but also a discussion about affordability and other things that we might want to include and achieve. Then at the same side, whether we're talking, whether it's a commercial institution like a hotel, or this idea around a climate center and other institutional stuff, we can give direction on that. So the goal for us is to coalesce and give direction as 5 supervisors, but hopefully that isn't scattered for everybody. Is that kind of the best general specificity that we're looking for?
Exactly. Right. And I think that if there are different priorities, then we will take those and make sure to incorporate them into the alternatives analysis if it's not part of the project description. So there isn't a need for total consensus. We'll look for that when we come back with environmental review and a plan for adoption.
And a reminder that, just remind us when we're looking to bring this back to this board, or does it not come back to this board before it goes out as alternatives to the community public?
I'll jump in through the chair. So based on our 3-year timeline, what we've identified as the next time we'll return to this would be adoption of the plan, with the intermediate steps of 2 planning commission meetings. So first one is to take public comment on a published draft EIR, and then a final presentation on a final specific plan and EIR to planning commission.
Okay, so we're going to give you direction. You're going to create, what is it called exactly? An alternatives analysis?
We'll identify a project description, which will inform our environmental impact report.
Okay. And when do you anticipate that, assuming this goes according to what normal work would do, is we give direction, you create a project description, we start the EIR process. What's the anticipation of when we would be looking at planning commission meetings?
I can answer that verbally, and then I'm happy to share my screen, but as long as we're staying on track, publication of the environmental and the draft specific plan June 2022, with the first visit to planning commission.
Say July.
Through the chair, sorry, Brian, you cut out a little bit. Could you just say the first? Okay, thank you.
Okay, June, July. Okay, sounds good. And that's what we heard initially. I just want to make sure we're crystal clear. So project description. So the first thing I'm going to do is go over to my colleague, Supervisor Gorn. We've heard a lot from your community, a lot that we have heard going into this, and I want to ask you if you have any direction or any discussion you want to kind of set as a foundation for this conversation with the board.
Oh, yes. Many of my constituents have asked me to take a very firm position on any of the things that they talked about, and I said, nope, I have to wait until I hear from the community, receive the staff report, and now it's my time to be as specific as possible. Chris Corsi asked, when do we have time? How specific should we be? I'm going to be very specific. So number one, we need to protect the natural resources of the area. I think the planning effort has really taken a good stab at protecting the natural resources. partially identifying where the wildlife corridor might be. But the reality is this campus is so permeable that wildlife travels throughout the campus now and certainly will in the future. We really need to thank Terry Shore and Caitlin Cornwall for working with Permit Sonoma some time ago on identifying the boundaries for the voter-approved community separator, because it really does encompass most of the undeveloped land around the campus. It's already protected, but we need to take very firm action and direction and say to the state, it is time to move this permanently into permanent conservation and to move it into annexation of the parks, both Jack London State Park and the regional park. We've asked and asked and asked, and they've demurred on this. It is time. They need to move that forward to instill faith in the community that it will be protected in the future. Creek setbacks, water resources protection, strong linkages with the surrounding parks. A lot of that has been commented on already. As I suggested before, a very strong recommendation or request to the state that they use infrastructure money to support infrastructure upgrades. They have disinvested from the site for decades. It is time to pony up, and they cannot expect economic feasibility to occur on this site with the $100 million of infrastructure upgrades, water, sewer, electrical. And we want to build it to the state of the art. We want a microgrid. We want water and energy conservation, car sharing, electric vehicles sharing, bike sharing. We want it all, and we deserve it all. This is such an opportunity for Sonoma County, and let's color definitely outside of the box. Let's talk about financial feasibility. I mentioned that a little bit, and thank you, former Congressman Doug Bosco, for coming forward. I've been working with a small group of folks, including Rusty Clausen and many other folks from SSU and the community on the concept of the Eldridge Enterprise, which is exactly as Doug described, a conference and climate center to really jumpstart into the post-carbon economy. An economic model by Robert Eiler has produced really rosy results about the benefits of the valley, Glen Ellen, and certainly the county and the region. Let's move forward with great intention in pursuing these kind of ideas and employers that would add to that. In studying the Presidio Trust, they did not start with housing. They intentionally solicited and nailed down institutional and private investment and philanthropic nonprofit presence on the campus while creating economic feasibility for the Presidio. That's exactly what we need to do. Let's put these ideas into an appendices in the report. Let's not leave it up to the idea and creativity of a potential developer. And it could be a trust like the Presidio, but it may not go that route. So let's try to nail it down as quickly as possible. Nonprofit hub anchored by the Sonoma Developmental Center, a campus really building on philanthropic education, workforce training, makerspace, creative spaces. So exciting. When we talk with education, they want flexible space to share and provide the spaces in the existing buildings, perhaps on how they can create education and workforce development opportunities. It is a long time to get from Sonoma Valley to the JC, even Petaluma. Let's shorten that by providing education on the campus. Housing for current and future generations, absolutely. We're not building for us. We are building for the future, for our youth, for our diverse community. And I thank you, Cal, and so many others commenting on the need for affordable housing. And I appreciate that. The missing middle may be important for some of our wage earners, especially those employees being employed on the site. But I would point to the fact that Fedder's Apartments, when they opened a number of years ago for 60 spaces, had 600 applications. We really need to boost the number of affordable housing units on this site. I'm going to really take a stab at developing a plan that will work for the scale of the community and still provide desperately needed housing and workforce housing. I'd like to recommend 450 to 700 units for analysis. I understand why the Permit Sonoma team wants to build in flexibility, to shoot for the moon and then scale it back. Do we really want to continue the community upset that we've experienced over the last 6 months? Let's choose now to make a reasonable analysis and a scale that fits within the campus. Just a couple more. It's no surprise to any of you. No vacation rentals. Overlay zone for an exclusion. And I would love to take a step further and figure out a way to limit Picasso fractional home ownership. And I know it's a shot in the dark, but can we limit second homes, homes that will be vacant on the campus rather than a housing or workforce? I would love to explore the boundaries for that. I've already talked about identifying and reusing buildings on the site. I understand, even talking with Senator McGuire years ago, that the concept of a boutique hotel could be part of a fiscal future and an asset for the campus. Unlike a speaker, no, it's on the National Historic Registry, that iconic brick building. So let's figure out how we potentially could create a hotel, conference space, small meeting rooms, and a hospitality center there rather than just scrape it off the earth. I'm concerned about our concepts of the agri-good. We cannot afford 2-acre lots and big homes in this area. That's the absolute point of fire breaks and sensitive resources just to the east of it, animal migration, no fences. I understand agriculture wants fences, but fences burn and they do not create permeability of the site that we need on the site, and they don't create community and neighborhoods. A good model is the village homes in Davis. Small housing, adjacent housing, totally focused around open space and agricultural food production and sustainable food production. Let's look at some very innovative models for the campus. And just a couple more things. Fire safety. No one really understands what resilient space is until you've lost a home and having to rebuild a home intentionally with resilience around a home, surrounded by hardscape, not decks, not fences, low-growing succulent plants, and moving the trees further out, intentionally creating fire breaks to protect those homes. All of them have to be built with fire-resistant materials, maybe metal roofs, maybe stucco, hardy board, solar panels. Part of that is the building code. Part of that absolutely has to be intentional in development in the WUI zones. And I would ask one more thing. This is a great plan, lots of interesting ideas. I love the illustrations. I love the examples of the kind of development that could be wildly successful on the campus. I want to live there. I want to move there. So how do we keep it for the residents of Sonoma Valley? And let's be very specific about what the county obligation is to support this community in the middle of Glen Ellen, and to support the needs of Glen Ellen. We're going to need planning money for the village of Glen Ellen. Traffic calming. It's already gridlock at times, and a highway, high-speed highway through Arnold Drive, Warm Springs, Bennett Valley Road with fatalities. We need sidewalks, a stronger connections north and south to Glen Ellen. Bike plan, thank you, Eris, for outlining some of those. As you know, it's taken about 7 years to not produce bike lanes on Arnold Drive. We cannot support development on this community, multimodal transportation options, without intentionally being specific about what multimodal efforts need to happen, and putting in escrow funding, jumpstarting the funding to make that happen. If in fact there's a road built out to Highway 12, I want to give you some example. The intersection of Monroe Road took 10 years of planning, $10 million, working with Caltrans. So it gives you some understanding of the challenges that we're going to have in constructing infrastructure to meet the needs of this community, this intentional community, as well as community facilities, county service center, incident command center, fire station that Steve Baker suggested, schools. We may want to move Dunbar School to this campus. Dunbar is not walkable for the students attending Dunbar, a very diverse school community. Education, it's so exciting. We need to seize this opportunity and create something that is very special for the community, for our future, with a climate center, with employment, with housing, all on a scale that's appropriate for Glen Ellen, with its narrow roads and really challenging transportation multimodal options. Housing with services, with education, with employment. That is the solution. Thank you so much, my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Appreciate that. I'm going to go to some other colleagues right now. I see Supervisor, anybody raising their hand, want to lean in? Supervisor Corsi, there you are.
Thank you. Thank you for your specificity, Supervisor Gorin. I think that you've laid out a lot of good options here. I want to just go through some of the things that stand out to me today. First of all, someone called this a gift, and it is a gift. This 1,000 acres, almost 1,000 acres, is one of the most beautiful places that any of us will ever see. But it's a gift with some strings attached, and we don't necessarily like some of those strings. Timeline that puts us under pressure, the financial necessities that put this project under pressure. But I'm not ready to return it because of that. I think that we ought to figure out a way to live with those strings because of the value of the gift. So first of all, I really like Doug Bosco's idea. I like the idea of the Eldridge enterprise that Rusty Klassen has been talking about for a long time. I think we need to build in flexibility into this framework that we're talking about that would allow an institution like that to be part of this. Because I think that, when we're talking about a new institution of the state of California, for instance, that is looking at some of the greatest challenges we face as a species: climate action, climate change, and climate action in response. This brings a lot of resources to the table. Hopefully it can subsidize what I would like to see as a lot of affordable housing on this property. And we need to figure out how that affordable housing gets paid for. I'm okay with a hotel on the property if it serves an institution like that, if it houses some of its employees on the property. And going back to the Climate Institute, whatever the big employers are there, whatever the big enterprise is, needs to have climate-friendly building, climate-friendly transportation plan for its employees. I suspect a climate center would have that, but I think that we need to insist on that for any any large user of the property. Susan, absolutely. Let's get that 750 acres of open space conserved sooner rather than later. The natural resources need to be preserved. And, you know, the creeks, the lakes, they're all part of the gift that we're talking about. I don't see this as sprawl. I see this as redevelopment. It has been built, it has been used for longer than all of us have been living. It's been vacant for a while, but that doesn't mean that it's sprawl to build jobs and housing for the community there. I think I'll leave it at that because Susan outlined a lot of the needs that I see as far as, you know, preserving that housing for people to live in, not for short-term rentals or second homes. And again, I want to preserve the flexibility so we can understand what the possibilities are down the road. And I'm very interested in hearing more about Bosco's plan and any other things that Rusty has up his sleeve. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Hopkins, see your hand up, and then Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much, Chair Gore. I don't have too much to add because I feel like most of everything has been said by Supervisor Gorin and echoed and supported by Supervisor Corsi, but I would just add my 2 cents, which is that this is really about an investment in the future. This is not about, you know, quite frankly, even who is serving currently on the Board of Supervisors or who is currently, you know, commenting during the meeting, although I appreciate absolutely hearing from every single person. But I really feel that this is hopefully the next generation of development, which is about affordable housing, which is about quality living wage job opportunities, which is about climate resilience and the opportunity to come up with new solutions to the crises that we find ourselves in. And it is absolutely about supporting those ecosystem services and nature-based solutions and protecting the beautiful nature that surrounds this campus. So, you know, I am very supportive of the idea of a climate resilient center. I heard in loud and clear from members of the public the need for affordable housing as well as the missing middle, even though we haven't precisely quite defined what that means. But also in terms of really respecting the natural beauty of the area, of stewarding and protecting those resources and ensuring that wildlife has an opportunity, you know, to use that corridor and to be present in those ecosystems. So I think this is a very exciting opportunity. And again, this is not the end of the process. This is really just a point along the way. And I look forward to continued public engagement. And I want to thank you and commend you, Supervisor Gorin, for everything that you've done in terms of advocacy for East County and engagement with the local community members. I think that your summary of the desires and hopes for the property, I wholly support that. So thank you for your work, Supervisor Gorin, and back to you, Chair Gore.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the comments, and to Supervisor Gorin, once again, thank you for leading the way. Obviously, the protection of the natural resources, as it is, I think what 80% of the, more than 80% of the property is protected, and I agree with you. It should also be turned over and made in and permanently protected into the parklands. That would be ideal. In fact, as we know, with development, open space lands usually tend to be kind of those leftover lands, and then who really controls it and how does that, how is it accessible and whatnot. So I totally agree with you on that. And I think that this particular site, obviously, that is the greatest use of this site. More than 80% of it is going to be open, undeveloped, because the footprint of the development is relatively small in comparison to the, what, 930 total acres, 750 acres preserved. So right there with you. And I do agree with Brian as he went through even the developed section of the additional spaces that are open as well. So that's wonderful. I was trying to take notes as you were going. The state use, the infrastructure dollars would be wonderful. I'm not, we may think we deserve it. We may think we want it all, and we may or may not get it. So, but all you can do is ask and continue to see if there's something that we can work there. That might be where, quite honestly, moving towards that Eldridge concept or the climate center concept, that the state might make that investment in a maybe they would be more open to making that investment, moving in that direction. And again, like I asked earlier, I just wanted to make sure that we don't preclude ourselves from that. And I know that, as I understand it, there's about 1 million square feet total within the buildings that sit there. Not sure if what that includes in the 25. I was worried that the number was too small, but as long as we can make that work, and one number that was thrown out was a total of 1.2 million, which is total lab space, admin space, dry wet lab, if that were to go in that, and that's probably the optimum. So I just want to make sure that we can include that as an option going forward, because I do think that's an exciting thing. I do think that could bring in other investments and actually really help us convince the state that this is a win-win for all of us, and very forward-looking into the future. So I appreciate that very much. As for the housing, I think it's one thing that we do know, right? Just because you put 1,000 or 2,000 jobs in one area and you match it with 1,000 or 2,000 housing units, does not mean that those people who buy those housing units are going to work in those jobs, and vice versa. And what can we do? I think this is an exercise that we might want to go a little further on and try to find out exactly what we can do to encourage more of that to happen. I think Scott or Brian Tennis, we were talking about that the other day, and I've been involved with this in the Bay Area wide, that jobs housing balance that we always want to shoot for, but it's really up to individuals where they live and where they work and how they get to and fro. But all we can do is try to incentivize that to the greatest extent possible. And I think you incentivize it smartly by offering the type of homes to those people in those places where they're going to be working. And you also need to obviously need to provide that workforce housing, need to provide for all income levels of housing, affordable housing as well. And so I think there's great opportunity here. I would let the EIR drive the housing number, quite frankly, because I think there's going to be demarcation points where it makes sense to go to a certain level and drop off, especially if you're using a finite footprint of the overall property. There's going to be certain traffic counts, it's still going to be there. Alternative methods notwithstanding, it's still going to have these numbers that are going to get you to a place, and then if you go a little further, it's not going to be worth it because you're going to be paying such a premium that you need to pull back. And I think that we can be smart about how we go about doing that as well. And that's why I think it is important to have that flexibility, because we don't know right now some of those answers without going through the full programmatic EIR to do more investigation. So, I would, it's exciting. I totally agree with all the other issues that were thrown out. And, I hope staff gets what they need out of this conversation to forge ahead and keep the project moving. At the same time, I know we're going to have a revisit when we kind of scope the EIR of how far we need to go or what we need to pull back. But I think, I think that we can do something really special here. I think I'm hearing that even from the neighbors, quite honestly. So thank you so much. Thank you for leading the charge to Supervisor Gorin, and for all the neighbors for being so passionate about this property, rightfully so.
Excellent. Thank you to all my colleagues. Supervisor Hopkins, I think about how many times last year you said, well, the good thing or the bad thing about being last is that you're last. So I just want to lean in on a couple different things. First of all, Supervisor Gorin, I want to acknowledge a couple things that you mentioned earlier on. First and foremost, anything that we can do to support after this meetings with the state. I want to let you know that if you need me as the chair, or if you need an ad hoc or whatever it is to do those meetings, I'll be there with you, or I'll set up for somebody else to be there with you. And I say that not to do anything other than to support the application and implementation of whatever it is going forward. So that's number one. The second thing is with respect to the discussion around not just the planning, but the protection, the preservation of the open space. And then those issues that you talked about, which was permeability, I think, of the campus and not just the open space. You talked about, the setup of the area. If there are roads going in, how are those mitigated? If those are fire access roads, how are those mitigated to still provide support to wildlife and habitat corridor connectivity? I think there is we've seen very many models where that can work. And I think that should be explored as a part of the EIR. So looking at Brian and others to make sure that if there's housing going in, and there will be some kind of housing going in as a part of this, if that triggers fire access roads or roads for other kinds of issues or under code and law, is how do we look at other models around the country and around the state that have been able to still provide habitat connectivity with that? What is the approach? So I think that's one thing. The second thing is that while I agree in terms of the infrastructure upgrades, my sense is that the state is looking at dealing with that through a surplus sale, like we did with Sinead. We set aside $4 to $5 million for the demo of Sinead and for all these other studies. Ultimately, we sold it, and that cost was embedded into the sale price, and it was done over. So, I think there's always a discussion to be had with where the state is. I know that in my conversations with them, they talked about holding $30 million already onto the property, and that's not really something there that it looks like a high possibility, but we will see when we talk with them. That doesn't have to be a full part of the strategic document, but that's definitely an initiative and something we need to follow up on. I want to just express support for the things that were already discussed about bike lanes, about you talked about the Eldridge proposal and this idea that came on about even potentially Chairman Bosco going forward and looking at a planning grant that could come in and see about that. Obviously, anything that's an institution that focuses on the future is good. The other thing for me is really, I mentioned before, is when we talk about housing, I think you talked about a range, which was appropriate. And I believe you said 400 to 700. I talked to some folks from the state, and they had talked about the area of, is it 400 to 800, right? What is that? And I think I want to honor that. Not only have you thrown out a range that goes up to the high end, but also honors the MAC requests on the lower end. But it's also, what is that housing? How much is that housing a transportation housing? How much is that is an on-site housing? And how much of that housing could be directed towards developmentally disabled individuals and other things that are on site? The good word of, I would hope, in terms of these institutional investments we're talking about, as opposed to the institutions of the past. So I would look forward to working with you and the rest of the board to identify opportunities with the state on affordable housing, and also on the other issues that we face with respect to developmentally disabled and the North Bay Regional Center calling in and others. So really like that. I also think with respect to the affordable housing and whether it's how we track it to AMI, I think you're right in terms of some of the things like vacation rentals. There's also things that we could look at, allocations of the county fund for housing, allocations of some of our work, even though some of our money that went to the RED, the Rural Enterprise District, and the urban core of Santa Rosa, is that there any other opportunities for us to coalesce funding that also does deed restrictions and investments from a variety of entities, right? So what are deed restrictions? What are things in planning? But then also, what are other ways to achieve higher levels of affordability? So then I guess on the final side, I would just say, you've still left in this opportunity for a hotel and a conference space. And I understand what you were talking about is linking it to the rehab of the facilities too. That was a really unique way of looking at it. It's not just, how do you invest in the rehab of these old, beautiful buildings? And some people have talked about taking the bricks off and honoring the bricks and then putting them back in. Well, ultimately somebody has to come in with the opportunity to do that. I don't think obviously that looks like a climate change institution that comes in with a ton of profit margin to pull out of it. I mean, an institution, unless they have a huge endowment, has a hard time doing that. So I think that's appropriate to look at, but also if it pencils out that that's a green job center, if there's other things that are like an economic engine there, then obviously I'm going to be interested in supporting that. And then, so, you know, outside of that, I just, you know, I feel like we've given some good direction here. I want to go and ask Sita and Scott and Brian if there's anything else that you might want from us before we kind of finalize this, but I'm trying to honor the process of us not taking a vote, giving you direction, allowing you to create a project description, which takes into account alternatives analysis and CEQA alternatives, so that you can ultimately put together a draft EIR that will go to the Planning Commission for 2 different times and then come back to our board. And then concurrently for us to have, I know from some of my conversations with the state folks, is concurrent meetings. And that's Supervisor Gorin, I talked about if you need support from either myself or another board member, I think it'd be good to make sure we got your back out there. So I'll look first to Sita and anybody else on planning if there's anything else we need from today.
Thank you, Chair. I'll actually turn it over to Brian and Scott from a policy perspective if you feel like you got the feedback that you need.
Just confirming, Chair Gore, thank you so much to the board for the comments. My perspective to move us forward, looking at different opportunities, I mean, I feel confident that what we heard today
Okay, I think we lost you there in the end. I don't know if you can lean forward, but I thought it was positive.
I believe Brian was saying that we think we got all we need today.
That's a smart man.
Mumu, closets, and all. Brian, is there any last things you wanted to focus on?
No, I'll just mention that if anything, this conversation highlights, not just a once in a lifetime opportunity to imagine how we can transform for the future of our community, but how difficult the task is at hand. There's a number of trade-offs even within an individual's public comments, and I think to the best of our ability we'll take all the different perspectives and interests and wish lists and come up with something that people can be proud about moving forward.
Well, I also, on behalf of the board, and I know there's been a lot of discussion, want to thank you all for the work in putting together the fourth alternative that a lot of people talked about being a good starting place. I know we didn't go specifically into each and every one of the frameworks, the green framework, the mobility framework, the places and land parks, the neighborhoods, but I think there was a lot of direction given there, and I would say, support of Supervisor Gorin and talking about the bike and pedestrian, which really kind of looks towards a mobility framework and kind of being a centerpiece. I believe you all have a lot of work to do. The Planning Commission is going to have a lot of work to do. And I want to tell everybody out there who's listening is that, we appreciate your comments. Supervisor Gorin, I want to commend you for leaning in with some proposals by talking about a wide range on housing, but how that housing actually hits the ground, and us being committed as not just people who are setting policy, but going after money and funding and things to make sure that we maximize economic impact at the same time that we do not maximize density and that we honor the area is, I think, where the magic is going to happen and the rubber meets the road. So we're all going to be accountable to that, I believe. Any final comments from you, Supervisor Gorin?
I want to thank all of you for your support and your interest in creating a stellar transformation of the developmental center. To go from the oldest developmental center to a center for the future is truly staggering. It will take all of our efforts working together with the neighbors, with the state to make that happen. But it took a number of iterations in the planning process. Thank you, Rajiv, for being part of our discussion this afternoon to recognize that we can do something different. The development patterns of some of our suburbs Windsor and Runner Park and Santa Rosa may not fit in the unique character and qualities on this site. So we need to think big about not only for the future, but maintaining and continuing replicate the model of permeability through the housing blocks to create something pretty special in clustered housing and different kinds of housing that perhaps we have not seen in Sonoma County before. So think big, think creatively. I'll be with you. Why I really ran for re-election. Let's go.
To the glory of public service and to all those who are community who have called in on the side of affordable housing, on the side of habitat and environment, on the side of economic vibrancy, understanding that economic vibrancy is a part of supporting those other uses. And we heard from some people who've presented a unified desire for all those, and we heard from some who really were fired up about one or the other. And so obviously, Supervisor Gorin, our goal is to work with you to bring that whole mosaic together. With that being said, we're not going to take a formal vote, information items only. So thank you everybody who called in. We'll see you soon. For those, it's 6:36 and we're still going. We knew this was going to be our first big morning meeting of the year. Brian, Scott, and others, I want to thank you, Sita, Rajiv, for joining us. So we're going to move over to a couple other items. We have item number 44, which is acts and determinations. Seeing if I have any comments from acts and determinations from the board. Marcy, remind me, do we need to take a vote on acts and determinations?
Yes, you do. Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind, put that in the chair comments or have somebody for the next round.
You've got it.
So action determinations, I'm not going to look for a formal roll call. I'm just going to look for a thumbs up from my colleagues. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Supervisor Hopkins, action determinations, anything 4 and 5. You got a 5-0 on the action determinations. Then moving on to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, and or other attended meetings. I would like to go, my colleague David Rabbit, you're always ready for this. AB 1, 2, 3, 4, I think is what it's referred to as. So I'll pass it over to you first. Oh, there comes the
There you
kids.
go.
There's a tooth. We just lost a tooth. Wait, this is board member announcement. Jacob.
Okay, hold out for the big bucks.
Yay!
I pulled it out. I like twisted it in the.
Yeah, I would like to report out that since I think we last reported out, I'll go back to the 5th and just say we had a SMART Board of Directors meeting on the 5th. We had a State Route 37 Policy Committee on the 6th, as well as a Fire Ad Hoc meeting. And then, of course, we had 4 days of special board meetings thereafter. On the 14th, MTC Ops, Operations Legislation, ABAG Administrative Committee, and ABAG Executive Board Committee. Did have a town hall meeting on the 18th for the Muirwood CUP that's pending. Special board meeting, obviously, we all had on the 19th. That afternoon, we had a SMART Board of Directors meeting again. The 20th, Fire Ad Hoc, I did attend that virtual open house for Crestwood, and again, another good thing moving forward here in our county, and much needed beds for behavioral health and crisis stabilization. We had that evening the ABAG Finance and Executive Board meeting. Then on the 24th, Sonoma Marin Drought meeting number 7. Myself and Supervisor Redoni have been meeting through the entire drought to make sure that we're all working in collaboration, cooperation. It's been really good, and we're actually putting together a report so that we don't have to relearn these things every time there's an extended drought going forward. Also had what they call the BAFA Oversight Committee, which is the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. We did receive a check for $20 million from the state to kick off that housing authority. But we did do polling, and much like our fire tax here in Sonoma County, The polling came up short, so there's no Bay Area. Don't look for a Bay Area housing measure going forward in this particular year. And then I was going to make mention, had it been before 5:30, that tonight there was a Caltrans public meeting on the State Route 37 study. But I'm sure it's probably close to over at this particular point in time. So if our audience was down, that's where they are, I'm sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Passing it on to Supervisor Gordon.
Just really briefly, I attended many of the same meetings that Supervisor Rabbit attended, but Supervisor Corsi and I attended a virtual meeting with the neighbors surrounding the Memorial Hospital. This operating agreement renewal will come before the board at some point, but I was one of those neighbors. I'm really concerned about the noise and disruption of the helicopters, and now the number of helicopter flights into the hospital is significantly increased. Probably, oh yes, and I did act as one of the hosts for the Crestwood psychiatric facility, the PUF. David and I were texting back and forth on, oh gee, we like that. We really like the artwork on the walls and the living wall, the succulents. And considering where it started out and where it ended up, yay. Thank you to Health Service and Crestwood for investing some money into those old bones. I've been championing rehab of that facility since I was elected supervisor. So it's good to see it being put to good use. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Supervisor. Hopkins or Corsi, jump on in whenever you're ready. It takes so long to say Supervisor. So as I said, I'm just going to start Corsi. I should have Gore.
Okay, Gore, I'll go. So starting last week on the 18th, I met with the Moreland Neighborhood Leaders Group. On the 19th, I did the District 3 Community Wildfire Protection Plan public review meeting. I think we're all doing one of those. The open house for the psychiatric health facility. And I have to say that calling it a community healing center is a lot better than calling it a PUF. Had the upstream investment steering committee on the 20th. Met with the community building initiative group from Community Action Partnership in Roseland yesterday, and the neighborhood meeting last night with Supervisor Gorin at Memorial Hospital. That's it.
Great, thank you. Hopkins.
All right. Let's see, going back to the 5th, I did have a Sonoma Clean Power Board of Directors meeting that week, as well as then wrapping into the next week, we did have a Sonoma Coast MAC meeting, and also spent actually a day up along the North Coast, which was really good, up in communities, Timber Cove, the Sea Ranch, and talking about some of the fire services and other needs up there. Look forward to some follow-ups from that. We also had a Bay Area Air Quality Management Board of Directors special meeting and retreat, kind of review of the big picture, and I believe that gets me caught up. Oh, and yeah, there was the first 5 commission yesterday, but I had a conflict, so I didn't make it, so don't need to report that one, but there we go.
Excellent, thank you. For my part, on Saturday, I watched the 49ers beat the Green Bay Packers. I think that's under AB 1234. I had a meeting of the North Coast Resource Partnership on Friday. One of my first meetings with as a member of the FEMA National Advisory Council. I'm on subcommittees for equity and readiness, and looking to work with, had a good call with Marissa Montenegro and Chris Bodley about how to identify what are the county priorities as a part of FEMA reform. So want to stay close to our Department of Emergency Management on that and be able to report out to the board. We had a meeting with Cabinet Secretary Ana Mata Santos from the governor's key team for CSAC. We have these once every month kitchen cabinet meetings. supervisors from around the state. We went over the budget proposals that came out of the governor's office for January. We definitely have a lot of opportunities to jump on things in between now and when the May revise comes out. Reminder to my colleagues that there'll be a CSAC legislative conference. And also if there's anything in particular that you want to dive in on, to make sure that you work with Marissa Montenegro and line up for any visits to the state capitol. Especially, this might be relevant as we go next week into our discussions around the strategic plan and different areas that we work on. It might be good to review some of those. Then the final thing is that there was a interesting meeting that I just want everybody to know I wasn't able to attend, but on my staff, Jen Mendoza, with the airport on an RFP for what's called the Approach RFP, which is this discussion that keeps going around and around with the airport about how planes come in on approach. And so discussion continuing to make sure that we're on that, on the right area. The reason I mention this is that Supervisor Hopkins, in the past, you've gotten some people not only from West County. If we deal with approach issues in Windsor, maybe sometimes there's like the question is always, is it pushing it further west? But then at the same time, you got a new section of constituents in Northwest Santa Rosa. And so I want to make sure that you're engaged. So I'll make sure that Jen follows up with your staff if they weren't included. And I know it just was the beginning of a process, and might ask you to also follow up with them if there's for them to follow up as well. Thank you so much. So with that being said, we're going to move to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda. And then we will come back and adjourn. And I want to thank you all. Marcy, we're going to stick to our regular time of 1 minute and 30 seconds for public comment on matters not listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Gore. If folks could please raise their hands if they would like to comment on this section of the agenda. And if you're a phone-in attendee, you would raise your hand by pressing *9. Looking to those who are going to speak, the first two commenters are phone attendees, followed by Janice. You can please unmute, state your name and begin.
Hello, this is Roseanne. I am reading from Abuse News number 6641 by John Jangle and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. The first 9/11 collapse lie, and we have a picture here of the South Tower, which has been demolished. We, the people, are victims of the greatest crimes in U.S. history. For 21 years, 9/11 planner Ken Lay, the maybe dead Enron boss, and 6 weeks new 99-year World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein have concealed the above. One of 3 World Trade Center demolitions, 2 with 2,760 or more unplanned occupants, including 270 first responders, thanks to President Bush. 1,500 U.S. companies that exploit Communist China's slave labor. Communist China's wildfires that demolish 5,000 Sonoma County homes in under an hour, murdering only 22 residents. It's COVID-19 plague that has murdered over 800,000 Americans. And it's number 2.
Thank you. That concludes the time. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. China's slave labor, Communist China's wildfires that demolished 5,000 Sonoma County homes in under an hour, murdering only 22 residents. It's COVID-19 plague that has murdered over 800,000 Americans. And its number 2 foreign agent, Pedro Joe treasonously opening our southern border for cheap labor, drug smugglers, and child traffickers, for our pedo president and his pedophile pals. This is destroying our 231-year democracy by a 74-year-old communist government. Boss Dem Willie Brown, our phantom president since 1980, is Communist China's top foreign agent. Ask Vice President Kamala. Whiz Willie, we pay girlfriend. Hello, Willie. The last
Confirming you're still there. I'm not hearing you. I'm not sure if you've lost service.
I'm still here.
Please continue. Rob, we're not hearing you right now. Is there a better location maybe where you can get better service?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The first agenda item at 8:30 on Monday was public comment. New Chair James Gord denounced the 9/11 bounty hunters' public comment above 3 million people who don't belong here as racist. Chair Gore's criticism displays his malicious intent to diminish the 9/11 Truth Campaign and his 19-year-old effort to expose.
Thank you. That concludes the time. Janice?
Hello, my name is Janice Bradshaw and I live in Santa Rosa. I have recently learned that several of our county officials have never completed their Form 700, including Mace and Rivera. We need to know whether there are conflicts of interest by all employees. I am concerned because of the pushing and mandating of vaccines, which is wrong, especially for children. There are risks to the COVID vaccines and they are experimental. The VAERS data from the CDC shows through January 14th that we had 22,193 deaths reported. We had 1,053,828 total reports. We had 39,150 permanently disabled from the vaccines and 27,674 myocarditis cases. These numbers are underreported by a factor of at least 10. If there are risks, there must be choice. The risk reward for children is too high a risk, especially when they are not at risk to get COVID. I am asking you to please research all the studies that are coming out of England, Scotland, and Israel. All of these studies are showing that the vaccinated are much more likely to catch COVID than the unvaccinated. So my request to you is to please do research. Research other countries and what's coming out on the data. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next three commenters are phone attendees.
John, 9/11 Truth Campaign. New comment, which for 21 years has never before been the first agenda item. New Chair Gorman denounced the 9/11 bounty hunters' public comment about 3 million people who don't belong here as racist. Chair Gore's criticism displays his malicious intent to diminish the 9/11 Truth Campaign and its 19-year effort to expose the truth about 9/11 by enforcing our Constitution to restore constitutional government to save our democracy. Chair Gore's surprising criticism diminishes the 9/11 Truth Campaign is not only unprofessional and rude, but it gives aid and comfort to Communist China and its effort to destroy our democracy, which amounts to treason by our elected public servant. Consequently, a treason charge under California Penal Code, Section 37, against James Gore is County of Sonoma, Sheriff's Department case number 220112-008. Yep, pertinent facts. 1. Our President Joe Biden is a reported pedophile. Apparently, pedophiles have taken control of our government. There are thousands of pedophiles.
Thank you. That does conclude the time. And if you can please unmute and begin for the next individual.
Rick Cannon, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Ghetto President Joe is 5 times documented traitor, as detailed in a petition in redress of grievances, Exhibit 1, a 25-page petition that, if it received due process of law, from an inaugurated as we the people 41st president. Also, we the betrayed people would not be burdened and criminalized by 3 million people that don't belong here. But on December 11th, 2020, we the 9/11 Truth Campaign petitioners, Grayton, California, were denied due process of law for our 25-page democracy-saving petition by our County of Sonoma, presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo. Based on fraud, Exhibit 1, where there was no fraud, Exhibit 1-2. This intended to deceive others by a judge gave aid and comfort to Communist China in its effort to destroy our democracy, which amounts to treason by our presiding judge. This documented treason was reported to County Department on November 26, 2021. 7 members of the 9/11 Truth Campaign filed by phone a violation of CPC 37, treason, against our County of Sonoma, presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo, in event number SD-213280-102. The Sheriff's Department refuses to assign a case number, apparently to avoid investigation. That's more treason. 3. Our president was unconstitutionally inaugurated, and then 3 million immigrants
Thank you so much. That does
illegal.
conclude time. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, I've been calling for about a year to follow up with Dr. Mace's presentations she's been making to the public. We haven't been able to get accurate information on those slides that she likes to show, her propaganda to promote fear in our community. We know that there's at least 20% of hospitalizations that are of people that have received the shots, and we are constantly told that we need to get these vaccines to somehow prevent this transmission of COVID. I am very concerned that Dr. Mace is not qualified and that she's actually promoting like a medical malpractice, trying to treat the entire county with an experimental use of medical devices, as we are doing according to the FDA with tests, masks, and injections, all being emergency use authorized only. That's experimental in nature. We need to have informed consent for those things. Meanwhile, you guys have yet to evaluate the damage that's caused by requiring people to take this bad medical advice by our so-called health officer, who I've yet to see in person, and I don't think she's even from our county. She does not have the regard of health for the individuals in our community at heart, and she's pushing a corrupt pharmaceutical injection, and that you guys are allowing her to do this, that we see the bias in the representation of what's actually going on. These things need to be addressed directly to the community. We don't want to just see the facts she's been repeating over and over. What is the death rate? We know what the death rate is. She's not presenting that.
Thank
and
you.
it's
That
not
does conclude the time. Again, the next person's a phone attendee. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, this is John Jenko. Do you hear me?
Yes, go.
We're trying to get our time here to say to you that if you don't pay attention to the fact that Communist China is trying to take over this country, And those so-called wildfires were part of it. They weren't wildfires. I tried to tell you that. Demolished 5,000 houses here in less than an hour. And only 22 people were killed. That's because your sheriff's department pulled them all out beforehand. We, this county, are the best informed about 9/11, and 9/11 was about Ken Lay getting Caspian gas and oil to communist China. And he wasn't able to do it because George Bush left his wife to be a sitting duck in the White House. I told you that before. But we can't get the public to understand this. So we worked with you, the Board of Supervisors. And when you don't help us, you just say next speaker, you're giving aid and comfort to communist China. And that's called treason. You all took oaths to support and defend the Constitution without a mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Instead of helping us, you help a bunch of deputies just now for what, an hour and a half. Help.
Thank you. And that does conclude the time. Next two commenters are phone attendees, followed by Elizabeth.
This is Daniel, continuing on with John's document. Our president was unconstitutionally inaugurated, and then 3 million immigrants began unconstitutionally walking and swimming into our country through the 20-hour new Pato president's unconstitutionally open south border, as he determines to be necessary under democracy-killing martial law 107-243, Authority 1, that Senator Pato Joe, 372 other traitors, and 9/11 attempted wife killer President George W. Bush recently authorized in Authorities 1-1 and 1-2. Illegal immigrants are now stealing from us, raping our children, killing our law enforcement, and importing thousands of children for pedophiles to torture.
Moving on, the next commenter, you can please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. I've been listening, and with COVID-19 having recently been proven to be out of Wuhan, China, if you connect the dots, it was announced in January of the election year, which is COVID-19 was the exact reason why the mail-in voters ballots were presented, and that's how the whole election was rigged. We're in Russia is almost at war with Ukraine, and our president accepted money in between the time he was vice president and president, millions of dollars from Ukraine through his son's law office. He is a traitor. He is a pedophile. This was revealed in Hillary Clinton's emails. That, of course, the FBI is sitting on, probably because it's also run by pedophiles. We have a petition that we're trying to get given due process here, that is to for extraordinary relief, to prohibit Joe Biden from being his votes being for his election being nullified in the state of California, because based on this. Now, with everything being so challenged, there's so much controversy around the vaccine, around the election. 320 lawsuits, over 320 lawsuits filed in over 44 states, and yet we can't get any movement against the elections. Why? Because Chief Justice John Roberts is also a reported pedophile. So we have pedophiles protecting pedophiles.
That does conclude
totally
the time
ruined.
for that comment. And the next commenters are Elizabeth, LM, and Dr. Allard.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Blasi. I am severely disappointed in the decision to continue allowing Dr. Mays to be our health officer. She doesn't seem to be making decisions that are best for our county. There is currently no scientific reason for masking our children and the public. The mortality rates are currently stable at 0.08% and declining. I urge you to follow the science There are no studies or data that support the continued restrictions and mandates. I urge that you recall all COVID restrictions and mandates. These mandates violate constitutional rights, and the state of emergency needs to end. With risks, there must always be choice. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Okay, please go ahead.
This is Dr. Kathy Allard. I'm a clinical psychologist in Sonoma. I know your jobs must not be easy right now. I too am very upset that I'm not able to address you in person. Surely this Omicron variant can't now be your excuse for not allowing in-person meetings. The people of Sonoma deserve to address you directly, as is due process and adhering to the Brown Act. I ask you now, when are you going to let the people of Sonoma get their lives back? There is currently an insurmountable mental health crisis occurring, especially among our youth. I say to each and every one of you that you will be held accountable for the devastation that this lockdown has caused. If you and the public health team had done the right thing, you would have focused only on protecting those most at risk for COVID. Instead, you enabled bad decision-making without questioning, without doing your own research and evaluation. And this is what you will continue to see: suicides, overdoses, the effects of trauma and anxiety like you have never witnessed in a population before. Our children have lost precious developmental tasks, and studies are now showing the devastation of lockdown policy, not only on their cognitive development, but emotional, social, and interpersonal. They are shattered. You are ruining a generation. Please, I implore you to now let go of whatever forces are keeping you locked into a solution that is not working and doing way more harm than good. Unmask our children.
That does conclude the time. The next commenter can please unmute and begin. This is for LM. And LM, while we're not hearing you, you should be seeing a sign in front of your screen, or note in front of your screen to unmute. And unfortunately, we're not hearing you. You can always email comments to bos@sonoma-county.org. And thank you, Chair Gore and Board. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I appreciate that. And so we're here towards the end of our meeting. I want to thank my colleagues, thank the public, thank staff for a productive, thorough meeting. We are going to adjourn in the memory of a few of our fellow Sonoma County individuals who've lost their lives. So anybody who's with me, please join me for a moment of silence. We're going to adjourn in the memory of, from the 1st District, Len Tillum, also James Edwin Jim Spangler Jr. From the 3rd District, we have Kurt Hayden. 5th District, Ted Walker. And countywide, both Ray Myers and Bill Peterson. Thank you very much, everybody. We are adjourned. Next regular meeting will be held on, at the bottom of this agenda, it says February 8th, but we have another meeting on February 1st to review other items. So thank you very much. We're adjourned. Thank you, Marcy and crew.
Recording